The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout is a boating spectacle like nothing else on the planet. For the last 35 years, boaters, gearheads, volunteers, and fans have grown this unique annual event into a must-attend for boaters across the globe. From marine innovation, first-time racers, records being chased, and everything else in between, the Shootout has offered one of the most coveted opportunities in water sports. Go as fast as humanly possible and see who can go the fastest. Pair in the nearly $4 million this event has raised for local charities and fire departments, and it's no wonder everyone is talking about the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. For the next 5.5 hours, we take a look back at the history, the makeup, and show you what makes the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout so special. We'll take a look back at 2023 and set the stage for what promises to be our best shootout yet. To get you ready for Monster Energy's Lake of the Ozarks Shootout powered by Performance Boat Center, I now have the honor of being joined by Speedboat Magazine's Ray Lee, my co-host for the evening. Bagnell Dam Strip. It is your Lake of the Ozarks pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solution. I'm Lake TV's William Holtz. I have the pleasure of being joined by Ray Lee from Speedboat Magazine, my co-host for the evening. And Ray, we are set for what is the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout.
This is amazing. William, thanks for having me. This is this is one of my favorite events of the year, and this shootout on the strip, second to none. It's just amazing.
So buckle up for the next 5.5 hours. Ray, we have so much. We have some great guests coming on. We're going to talk about last year's shootout, some of the big storylines, some of the things that we've heard coming into this year's shootout, some of the rumors, if you will. We've got some amazing guests. We'll have Ron Dugan on later tonight. We'll talk about this year's shootout Hall of Fame class. And listen, there's so many things that are being talked about. Everybody has their eyes on American Ethanol. 9 consecutive Top Guns. And so we'll talk about what they bring in this year. Do they have any challengers? And boy, we have an action-packed show for you tonight to set the stage for the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. And for the first time ever, we have a new title sponsor. It's Monster Energy presents the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, powered by Performance Boat Center. And so as we see, Ray, the shootout continuing to grow, continuing to get bigger.
I got to say, I mean, Monster Energy came on board sponsoring the Mcon team a couple years ago, and they've just fallen in love with powerboat racing and powerboat sports. And for them to come on and sign on with the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, which I always liken it to the Super Bowl of performance boating. There's no event like this one.
And we don't just mean in the country. We mean worldwide. This really is like the cream of the crop in the offshore racing world.
Absolutely. You know, with us, what we do with Speedboat Magazine, we cover all the events across the nation and across the globe as well. And, there is no event like this. Everybody comes to Central Missouri in late August, and it'll be evidenced by all the people that will show up here tonight.
And as we get a look here at our aerial sky cam brought to you by Skyview Photography from earlier, you start to get a look at the strip. This is your Waves and Wheels street party here. The annual event gets kicked off at 5 o'clock tonight. If you're out there watching and you're wondering, hey, can I come down? You absolutely can come down. They've got some parking. They'll shuttle you up. You can Uber down, and they've got wristbands. They've got open container past the barriers. They've got vendors. And listen, if you're new to offshore, it's great because you get to get up close and personal and ask questions. And if you're a fanatic like Ray Lee and I, this is where you get to get up close and personal to the teams, to the drivers, to the rigs. And so come on down. And if you're not going to come down, we look forward to you joining us here on our Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists. Your time at the lake is limited, and at Cerdike Yamaha, we understand that. That's why we offer boat and wave runner rentals at 2 convenient locations, fueled up, shined, and ready to ride. Whether you need a tri-tune for your group, a ski boat for the family, or a couple Yamaha wave runners to ride the waves, Cerdike Yamaha is ready and waiting for you. See the Lake of the Ozarks with a rental from Cerdike Yamaha. Book online now at cerdikeboatrental.com. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready. The 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV. And we welcome you back to Lake TV's live Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solution. I'm Lake TV's William Holtz. I have the honor of being joined all night long by my good buddy, the owner, publisher of Speedboat Magazine, Ray Lee. And Ray, so as we get ready and start setting the stage for the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, our 36th annual event, I know there's so many storylines, but I'm always interested from a guy like you who's around offshore so much. What are you most looking forward to in this year's event?
Well, I mean, there's so much to cover, right? And there's so many backstories and drama happening underneath the surface. And unless you're around it all the time, you're kind of oblivious to it. But there's so many storylines interwoven with this year's event. And, like you said before, American Ethanol has 9 consecutive Top Gun titles under their belt. And they're revamped and looking to claim their 10th, which would be a huge milestone because that's obviously never been done before. But, Don Onken and his team are super talented, and they are not here to mess around. But there's a couple of other people that may give them a run for their money. Dirty Duck being one. Yeah. Slug Hefner has been hard at work since running their 194 miles an hour and 3/4 mile last year with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams. And they've definitely juiced up that boat. And by juiced up, I mean they've added nitrous, of all things, to their engines.
And we're going to cover that tonight. We're hoping that we're going to get an opportunity to have Slug Hefner on himself. And we're also hoping to have Carson Brummett, who I understand from Brummett Marine. Those Brummett engines are what Dirty Duck runs. And those are 2,000 horsepower out of the box before they do anything to them. And from what I hear, we could see a crazy speed from Dirty Duck this year.
Yeah, that's what they're expecting. And it's actually 2,200 horsepower. side, turbocharged engines, and by both Myrick and Rusty's account, the fall off there was the turbo lag when they hit the start box, because once they're allowed to hit the start box at 40 miles an hour, but when they hit it, there's that time to spool up for the turbos, but that's where the downtime was. And so, but for them to achieve 194 with the turbo lag, that was amazing. So they put their heads together, and so what they've done now, they've injected a nitrous system that when Rusty hits the throttles, the nitrous hits and propels the boat until the turbos get a chance to catch up.
Wow.
So it eliminates the turbo lag. So their goal this year is 200 miles an hour.
Wow, what a thrill that would see. And last year you touched on 194, and since the course was shortened in 2017, we had never seen any boat not owned by Don Onken in American Ethanol run over 190, and they dropped that 194. And so you touch on their goal of 200, man. What a sight that would be. But hey, before we get ahead of ourselves, I want to kind of explain to people out there, because they hear offshore racing, boat racing, and then they hear the shootout. It's non-sanctioned. What does that mean exactly? And so when we talk Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, for somebody that's never been around it, just explain what these speed runs are and what it means for these boats, as far as they're not out there side by side racing for points in the standings. So kind of explain for layman or another Will out there what the shootout is.
No, absolutely. So what it is, they have a designated course, which Will said it's now 3/4 mile. It used to be 1 mile. And, all classes. I mean, you don't have to be a fire-breathing race boat to compete in this event. They have classes for every size boat, every size power. Pontoons and, runabouts and stuff, they're more than welcome to run. But they have a 3/4 mile course laid out, and you're allowed to enter the start box at 40 miles an hour. That way you're not so hard on your equipment where you're at a standstill and then hammering it down, which can be hard on your equipment being the outdrive. So you're allowed to come up on plane and enter the start box at 40 miles an hour, and then trying to achieve your top speed by the end of the course, which is 3/4 mile.
And so as we started to see this event grow over the years in these crazy speeds, historically it used to be a 1 mile course. And for those that don't know, Spirit of Qatar hit that 2:44, I believe it was 2014.
Right.
Just a record. I mean, unbelievable, right, to see that speed. We saw that video together this week. We love to at least once or twice a year to bring that video back. But I don't think people realize what it takes. You said you can only be going 40 miles an hour at the start line, and then you have 3/4 of a mile on water to get a boat, wherever the conditions are, as fast as you possibly can. And so there's not a lot of other opportunities for boat enthusiasts out there where you can go to a body of water and run it as fast and hard as you can for 3/4 of a mile. So this is like a boat enthusiast delight, right?
No question. I mean, there's the course is laid out so professionally, and there's safety teams at every point of the race course in case something were to happen. And, it's your chance. A lot of people spend a lot of money on their boats and put in really impressive horsepower. And this is the venue to display your boat on how beautiful it looks, and not to mention how fast it can run.
Sure. All right, so let's get a look at some of our sponsors real quick. We're going to bring on our buddy Brendan West here in just a couple of minutes from Aqua Pest Solutions. They're our protecting sponsor, and they help set all of this up. Brendan was with us early yesterday morning, loading all of our gear. And so we've got Aqua Pest Solutions, Teresa Fears, and her crew. We'll talk a little bit about what they do. So we'll have him on in just a couple of minutes. But first, we're going to go to a short commercial break, Ray. We're going to bring Brendan on. But buckle up, because we have so much in store for you guys tonight on our Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions.
Be part of the biggest annual poker run in the Midwest on Friday, August 23rd. The 2024 Polylift Boat Lifts Lake of the Ozarks Shootout Poker Run. Enjoy breakfast, cold drinks, and fun in the sun with more stops than ever before as you try to build the best poker hand and win cash, prizes, and bragging rights over your boating friends. It's the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout Poker Run on Friday, August 23rd, presented by Polylift Boat Lifts. For stops and more info or to register, visit lakeoftheozarsshootout.com.
Being close to the water, makes you more you. It's where the great unknown brings clarity. And letting go is how you really get going. Because only when you're on a Yamaha Wave Runner do you truly discover what you're made of.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
You're invited to the first annual Lake of the Ozarks Monster Rehab Shootout After Party on Saturday, August 24th at Lazy Gators, featuring fire performer Grace Good as seen on America's Got Talent and tunes all night from DJ Mads. Refresh, recover, and revive with the Lake of the Ozarks Monster Rehab Shootout After Party at Lazy Gators starting at 8 p.m. For more info, visit lakeoftheozarksshootout.com.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Don't miss out on your favorite show. Watch Lake TV on demand on YouTube, Roku, and Fire TV.
Join Lake TV for a cup of coffee with Will and Chris from Slumberland Furniture. Wild Will and Uncle Chris focus on what's going on at the lake, new growth, old traditions, and everything in between. Join us for a cup of coffee with Will and Chris.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
And we are back here on our Lake TV Shootout pre-race show, protected by our friends at Aqua Pest Solutions. And as promised, my good buddy Brendan West now joins us here on the set. And Brendan, I appreciate you so much, man. You probably haven't slept much because the last couple of days you've been helping us out. So, man, thank you so much, not just for your help, but for joining us.
Well, it's shootout week. We don't sleep. I mean, most of us, if you've been around this long enough, you know it's a non-sleep week. But what an unbelievable event so far. Everything is just, it's amazing. I have been lucky to be involved with this. Being down here at the street party, I don't know, maybe this is year 10, I don't know. I was lucky enough to start with Randy Kent, Marvin Duffner, introducing me to the powerboat community with Marine Concepts and Nortec and Renegade and hey, and I'm sitting next to Ray Lee. Did I tell you that?
Right.
I don't tell anybody, but I'm sitting next to Ray Lee. I mean,
We argued over who would geek out more
Right,
when this
like,
moment
yeah.
came this week.
It's powerboat royalty.
So you guys are familiar with each other. You guys
Absolutely, yeah.
have met, and so Brendan, I was telling Ray a little bit about Aqua Pest, and I said, no, like these guys are legit. So for those watching, I know
Sure.
they've heard the name, they've been hearing it as we promote this event.
Yeah.
So what does Aqua Pest Solutions do?
So we are a pest control service that is a annual service. We specialize on dock spraying here at the Lake of the Ozarks, spraying for spiders. Man, nobody wants to come down to their dock and be covered in spiders, and the boats are covered in it and everything. So we provide a service. We come by water, and we are spraying an essential oils to our on the docks. Totally safe to be on the water. Pets, kids, anybody is 100% safe, and that's what we do. We also have a home division also that we spray for on houses. Again, eco-friendly, 100% safe for everybody, and that's what the company's doing. We're blessed to be right here at the Lake of the Ozarks. We don't have to travel to any other lakes. We're so busy, but we're not busy enough to sign up the next customer at any time.
Sure, and so I know the lake is growing, it's booming, and so there's so many new people moving here. There's so many people now locating from land to waterfront, and they're like, man, down at the lake, it's hard to get a hold of people. It's hard to get tradesmen to show up. I mean, we all know that can be the case. And so for Aqua Pest, you guys are very different. You guys pride yourself on your promptness and always being there. So what's the process like?
So the process is I apologize to interrupt.
No, you're good.
The process is to get on our website, aquapestsolutions.com. We're on Facebook, Aqua Pest Solutions. You hit one button, get a quote. I personally will be there within 24 hours or less. Sometimes I'm literally there within the first hour that they are requesting it. And I'm be honest, Will, we've had this summer where we are able to get somebody a quote and spray their dock the same day or next day. I can't promise you that's going to happen every time, but it is. We also feel like we're selling a convenience. The Lake of the Ozarks is a beautiful place. Our boating season's short. We want you to be able to come down to the lake, get on your dock, and go boating, go playing, go fishing, do whatever you want to do. And we're providing a service that is a convenient service to clean that dock, get all those spiders off of there so you can walk on and ready to go.
Hey, and I want to tell you, you guys treat my house. I'm super lucky, and I always know when you guys have been there because it smells phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like that smell is your guys' blend.
It is. It's a blend that we take pride in. We've worked really hard at coming up with the right blend. And my guys that work for me, they're super hard out there on the water, and the guys that are in the trucks, they're saying as always, did you smell me? Because everybody's like, oh, we smelled you. Like, did you smell me? So we really take pride in it. I have unbelievable employees. My guys take pride in every dock they spray, every house they spray. The ladies in the office are amazing. They'll pick up the phone. We return phone calls. We answer the phone. We answer emails. We're there to help you. We want your experience to be a great experience when you hire our company.
Hey, Brendan, how often do you need to spray?
So for the lake, our lake, we've found that you need to spray about every 21 to 25 days, and that's ideal. So that comes out that we start in April, end in October, so you get 8 treatments when it comes to your dock. Now the houses is 6 treatments, again, same time period, and then we do it, but it comes out to 6 for them.
Sure.
Now we do have some of our higher end clients, will be in one of them, that we will spray your dock every 12 to 14 days. But for the most part, it's 8 times a year.
That's great. And hey, speaking of which, I want to ask, I don't know if there's it's not a HIPAA law, but don't you have some big offshore names that you treat their dock?
We do. We're lucky enough to treat some of the biggest and best docks at the Lake of the Ozarks, and some of the most well-known people here at the lake that we get the opportunity to treat their dock. But I'll tell you, Will, we treat everybody the same. I don't care if you're the #1 powerboat driver in the United States or you just got a little fishing dock. And here at the lake, I really feel like we take pride in that we give everybody the same attention regardless of who you are, because at the end of the day, it's your pride, your joy. You should want to do it. So we're lucky to have that company. We're lucky to be doing that here at the lake. And then, again, I get to experience the Lake of the Ozarks,
All right, hey, one thing, and I don't want to say this because you and I might leave our current jobs, Ray, but one of the things I've loved about since I met Teresa and the team is, man, you guys take such good care of your staff. Just talk a little bit about that.
We do. Our staff is our heart and blood. If we didn't have amazing guys and girls that work in the office and the guys that were out on the water, we wouldn't have a business, #1. We really take pride in our guys. They only work April through October, but we do send them a paycheck year round. And so we want them to be excited and be part of the company. They're not employees. They're part of our company. We're not a very big company, so we really do. And then we get that back in folds because our guys they don't stop for us, and they're ready to go. I start getting calls in March. Hey, when are we gonna start? When are we gonna go? And then I probably will this week and last week. Most of my teams pushed off the dock around between 5:30 and 6 in the morning, and that's when they started spraying docks.
Hey, go check out Aqua Pest Solutions on Facebook and Instagram as well. They're super active online. But enough about that. I got to ask you, because you love this like we love this.
I love
so
it.
the shootout coming into this year, like, what are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Yeah, that's such a loaded question. First, I love the street party. I think the street party is the best thing here. I mean, don't get me wrong, being out on the race course is amazing. Being over at Captain Ron's is amazing. All the events surrounding the shootout is amazing. But the street party, I get the chance to go walk down and see what Justin Wagner and Waves and Wheels have got going.
Yeah.
You got Justin Farrell up on top of a boat spinning his,
Yeah.
Some of us that grew up going to shooters back in the day and seeing Justin back out there doing that, getting to catch up with everybody. And Ray understands what I'm saying. I mean, it's almost like a reunion every year.
Absolutely.
There's guys that I don't get to see. I don't get to see the DCB guys all year round,
Right.
but I get to see them here this weekend. I don't get to see Marvin Duffner and Randy Kent that much, but I get to see them. Brent Manure, they're so busy during the year, but you get to walk down there and shake their hand and see what they got, what fun toys they've got. So it's just the whole week is exciting because it's such a reunion for the powerboat guys all the way down, to just the Lake of the Ozarks weekend warriors. I mean, this is amazing. But I do want to point out that none of this happens without the volunteers. Yeah. Guys were parking cars at 8 o'clock this morning in lawn chairs, and there's people everywhere passing out water. And I'll tell you what, there's not a volunteer you don't see that doesn't have a smile on their face.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this event great. We're not a huge community. I mean, we're not a big LA or New York or Kansas City or St. Louis, but our whole community gets around this event.
No doubt about it. And Brendan, we are so thankful. I'm looking really forward because this is our first annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show together. And we've already started talking about as we grow this in our plans, and we're not even 10 minutes into the first year. So, man, I can't thank you enough. Right. Anything else for Brendan before you let him get back shaking babies and kissing hands or whatever they say?
No, I'm very impressed with your company. And I got to say, being here a few times a year, not very often. You kind of take that for granted. We go to the docks and we see them, and you don't even think about the pest until we go to other docks that apparently aren't treated, and you're like, oh, okay, that's a problem.
Right,
so
right. Well,
kudos to you, and congratulations on your gig there. It's
I appreciate it.
Good stuff.
First off, I thank you, Will. We came up with this idea literally, I think, standing in the middle of the street at the end of last year's street party.
We started game planning. Andrew and I met you down here. We were like, you think we could do this? You're like, yeah, another idea. Because people don't know this, but when we did Lake Race in 2019, you were really involved in helping us with that. Yeah. And that was a crazy Will brainchild that you always say yes to. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. And, and then give me the call and say, hey, guess Ray Lee wants to get involved. I'm like, Larry Lee wants to be a part of our thing. And, Ray, I appreciate it. I know it's not an easy task coming all the way out from California and spending the whole week here, but we really appreciate what you do at your company and broadcasting, what we do here at the lake. I used to travel a lot of boat shows, get to go to some of the stuff, and anytime someone would say, oh, where are you from? Oh, Lake of the Ozarks. Oh, the shootout. That's on our bucket list. And for somebody to know about that out in California or New York or overseas, the only reason they know that is Ray Lee and his company and promoting it for us outside of the lake area.
Thanks, Brendan. I appreciate you saying
problem.
so. That's awesome.
No doubt about it. That is Brendan West with Aqua Pest Solutions, our protecting sponsor right here at our pre-race show tonight. Now, we're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back, Ray Lee and I are going to start recapping the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. We'll show you our top 10 runs from last year, and we'll start laying the foundation for this weekend's 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
The lake has it all: the scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
We now get a look at the line here to get in the Waves and Wheels Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on the Strip Street Party. It's the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, and we are live from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. And look at that line. Hopefully you got here early. You might be waiting a few minutes. I'm William Holtz, joined by Ray Lee here for our pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. Also a big shout out to Polylift Boat Lifts, our stage sponsor, helping us bring this in. And while we're talking about this stage, how about Spectacular Productions? Matt Sutcliffe, Philip Pitts, and his crew. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, this is amazing. I was blown away. I mean, you were sending me some pictures of the setup, and even that was impressive, but not until I got here. I was like, the scope of this thing is immense.
Yeah, we got on our crew, of course, Andrew Evans, Sean Kober, Sierra Smith, Spencer Wall, Daniel Carnahan, Tom and Michelle Kitchen, Ray Lee, of course. And then we've also got Maddie Stamm and Robbie Brewer out on the street. They're going to be running around with the Monster Girls here in a little bit to shoot some video as part of our recap. But what a night it's going to be. And have you ever gone into Shootout Weekend with as many storylines and drama brewing as you have for the 2024 Shootout?
This is definitely drama heavy, and the storylines, like I said before, just all the stuff underneath the surface, it's so exciting, and I think it's going to be one of the best, if not the best, the 244 from Spirit of Guitar aside, but this is going to be definitely a thrilling weekend of racing.
All right, so the first thing, we start talking about last year's shootout so we can catch you up to speed. Before we start breaking it down, let's take a look back at last year's top 10 shootout runs. It's time to look back at the top 10 shootout runs from the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. But first, a few honorable mentions. Team Yahoo, with owner and throttleman Curtis Morris and driver Jammin' Jones, topped their Saturday speed of 175 with an impressive run of 180 miles per hour. The Texas-based team sported a 36-foot Cat powered by twin 2,000-plus horsepower Boost Power US engines. Father-son duo of Mike and Ryan Mawson hit Mawson's new personal best of 94 in his Cigarette 42X, sporting three 565 horsepower Mercury Racing engines. The run was Mawson's personal best after hoping to hit 93. Carrie Sixkiller hit 65 miles an hour in her 93 Baja 24-foot Outlaw, making it 17 straight years for Carrie running in the shootout. Yamaha Wave Runners took a clean sweep podium finish in PWC runs. James Meyers was the top gun once again with 96, while Kristen Gagorzak hit 83 and Bobby Cordone took third with 79. Meyers is looking to top 100 miles an hour in 2024. Now, your top 10 runs. Number 10, this one's for Jim. Carolyn Doris, in her first shootout since the passing of her husband, Shootout Hall of Famer and Playcraft Boats owner and founder Jim Doris, ran an impressive 73 miles per hour in her Playcraft Tri-Tune. Doris, the first female driver ever in the history of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, has now made all but one of the 35 Lake of the Ozarks Shootouts. A monster run, number 9. Monster Energy's KC Van Kuren got into the driver's seat of Mcon's 2023 41-foot skater Cat, owned by Tyler Miller, who was throttling right by her side. Van Kuren hit a sizzling 134 miles per hour in her first shootout, and now her and Monster loved it so much they became the title sponsor of the 2024 event. Number 8, a young force. Father and son duo of Corey and Joe Purig took the outboard Power Cats class in their 36-foot Doug Wright Performance Cat with their 134 mile per hour pass. It marked the second straight year they've won their class, and Corey's second year being the youngest driver in the shootout. Number 7, Freedom Jr. is in good hands. Rob Morgan runs Freedom Jr. an impressive 102 miles per hour, the 28-foot skater sporting twin 300s, and then a 93 and 92 mile an hour pass with his son RP and daughter Shelby. Morgan, who just got the boat back from Jim Lee, who is a former teammate of Rob's dad Bob, the event's Hall of Fame namesake and founder of Big Thunder Marine. Jim Lee told Rob it was time Freedom Jr. came home, and come home, it sure did. Number 6, does it get any tougher? Team Tough 34 with Thomas Weigel from Ontario made their much-anticipated return to the shootout in 2023 after a 3-year absence. With their new Tough 36, powered by a single Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engine, Weigel ran 135 miles an hour, smashing the shootout record for the fastest single-engine V-bottom. A new world record, number 5. Sean Torrente and Vision Marine Technologies were hoping to break their own record for the fastest all-electric boat in the world at last year's shootout. After setting that record last year at 109 in their all-white Hellcat, Torrente rolled out their brand new S2 Powerboats 966 32-foot Cat and ran a mind-boggling 116 miles per hour, setting the new world record for the fastest all-electric speedboat. Number 4. A boat versus an airplane? A fan favorite of the annual shootout, Performance Powerboats 420 was unveiled at the Shootout Air Show in 23, driven by Myrick Coyle and throttled by Rusty Williams versus a stunt airplane. The air show includes many stunts, including racing Performance Powerboats 420 down the shootout course, as well as a stunt where the stunt plane and boat nearly touch. Number 3, Factory Billets Mic Drop Moment. Team Factory Billets Jim Schultz and Mike Focher were hoping to top their shootout best of 164 heading into 23 in their 51 Outer Limits V-bottom. They had their eyes set on 170 after hitting 164 on Saturday. They took the course Sunday morning and hit a sizzling 184 miles per hour, absolutely smashing the previous record for a V-bottom in the shootout. The winning duck, number 2. Slug Hefner, with his sights set on dethroning Don Onken and American Ethanol, rolled out his Dirty Duck Skater 438 powered by two 2,000-plus horsepower Brummett Marine engines. Hefner tabbed 2 of the industry's best in Meyer Coyle and Rusty Williams to run the boat, and the 2 didn't disappoint. Dirty Duck hit 194 miles per hour, which was good for 2nd overall on the weekend, and it made it the 2nd time a boat has hit 190 miles plus per hour on the shortened course. Number 1, American Ethanol once again. Was there ever any doubt? After taking the last 8 consecutive Top Gun awards, Don Onken and American Ethanol rolled out a brand new setup in 2023. The 51-foot Mystic Cat was rigged with 4 total engines capable of producing over 10,000 total horsepower. With Mystic owner John Cosker and Tony Badiato in the boat once again, American Ethanol set a new 3/4 mile course record, hitting an impressive 214 miles per hour. It marked the 9th consecutive overall Top Gun, won by Don Onken and the American Ethanol, with their eyes set on number 10 in 2024. This has been your top 10 runs from the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout in 2023, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist.
Wow. I mean, that was an incredible list. It was 10 plus your honorable mentions, and it's a lot of speed in 6 minutes.
No question. I mean, I'm glad I got to see that because it refreshed my memory on all the cool stuff that happened last year.
And all the storylines that we get to talk about. We could go down the list, which we will, but we want to go ahead and break this because if you don't follow Thomas Weigel and Tough Marine on Instagram, you wouldn't know. But for those of you wondering, they own the record for the single-engine V-bottom with the 134 from Ontario. And we were hoping, what are they going to roll out this year? Well, we got some news, Ray.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not going to be here because they couldn't get the project together in time, and which is unfortunate to me because I own a single-engine V-bottom, and to get a boat to run that fast, there's a lot to it, and it was amazing to see them run that speed last year, and it's unfortunate that they won't be here this year.
Wait, you own a single-engine V-bottom? I thought as media guys that loved offshore just lived vicariously through all the guys we cover. I didn't know we were supposed to have our own boat. What am I doing wrong?
Right. Well, you know, I mean, I own it, but unfortunately, because I'm on the road so much, I don't get to run it. So.
Yeah, and here's another look at, I mean, look at that boat, man.
It's just running right on the pad. What a beautiful pass that is, and it's just flawless.
Yeah, great camera work. Every one of these shots you see from last year's shootout are courtesy of Andrew Evans, our DOP. Of course, he is our director and engineer tonight and made all of this possible. He's the longest running staff member with Lake TV. He started with Lake TV when he was a senior in high school in 2009. He's been with Lake TV 4 years longer than I have.
Wow, that's impressive.
And so all those shots made possible by him. But as we start talking about that list and what are we going to see this year, because everybody's goal is, hey, we want to break our personal best. A lot of times it's not just about being the top gun in your class, but it's like, man, for instance, talk about Mike Mawson, who wins his class almost every year, and he's got the cigarette with the triple 565s, and, you know, he was really hoping his personal best going into last year was 93, and I spent Thursday with him, and we were looking at the boat, and I said, so what do you want the boat to do? And you could see it right there, just an incredible cigarette owned by Mike Mawson, a Polylift Boat Lifts boat, and he goes, I want to hit 93 again. He goes, it's hard to do, you know, and so if everything performs right, I think we can get 93. Well, he threw his son Ryan into the boat with them, and they hit 94. So for them, that's a 1 mile. That's a huge deal when you spend the time trying to rig up the new system and hope that you can at least hit your last PR. I mean, that's euphoric, right?
No, absolutely, because there's nobody that knows these boats better than the owner, right? Because they spend so much time on them. They spend so much dialing and testing just to squeeze out that extra half mile an hour, 1 mile an hour. And, you know, the commercial on the Polylift that shows them horsing around with one another, the father and son, it's awesome. So the fact that they could do that together on a big stage like the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, priceless.
I think I see Mike Mawson out there right now at the street party. Yeah. I don't think he can hear us. But Polylift Boat Lifts, our stage sponsor tonight, and I'll be interested to see what Mike and his cigarette do this year. But one thing I learned, and I don't know if this is true, you can answer this. Somebody told me that there are no two cigarettes with the same paint job. Is that true?
It's very, very well because they're all custom paint jobs, right? And I don't know about a whole lot coming out of the factory that are painted alike. So, yeah, that very well may be true.
That's super cool, and you get to see so many different things. And so as we look at this year's shootout, some of the boats that we're going to see that did big things and made an appearance on our top 10, let's talk about this year's Hall of Fame inductee with Factory Billet. Unbelievable what they were able to do last year, and we've got an update for them. So let's talk about the Factory Billet team.
Yeah, Jim Schultz and the Factory Billet team, again, to get a V-bottom to run that fast requires a ton of tuning and testing and obviously horsepower.
Yeah, and what was wild was, so I believe the previous mark was 166, right?
Yes.
And the Parvies on Saturday hit 166.
Right.
And Factory Billet was at 164, and they had their eye set on 170 Sunday. So that's why we call it the mic drop moment, because they not only hit 170, but I think everybody was shocked when you hear 184.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was possible.
It was so far above what they were expecting that it was actually, a mic drop, jaw drop moment as well to see them go that fast in 3/4 mile. That requires so much precision and time and testing and getting the boat just perfect to run that flawless of a pass.
And so we are going to see Factory Billet this weekend. Their initial plan was to run Sunday morning only, but it looks like they're going to be running Saturday morning, the very first run at 9 a.m. Then they got to get out of town for a birthday party, it looks like. And so you can't blame the team for doing that. But so I'm looking forward to seeing, 180 again, but they're hoping to hit over 184.
Yeah.
And if they do it, that would...
Well, a lot of these teams, they like to run first thing in the morning because the temperature is cooler, and that, of course, increases the performance of the engines when they're running. So, we're waiting to see what they post on Saturday morning, absolutely.
And one of the things I'm most excited about tonight, having you sit with me here through the whole pre-race show, is I always love when you've been able over the last couple of years to break things down for me in layman's terms. Like, you've been so great. Like, it could be 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm all fired up about something and I'm like, well, what does this mean? And so you've been great. And so I want tonight to be able to do that for some of the people who are newer into the sport. And so you alluded to, in the morning, the water conditions typically are more favorable. So when it comes to trying to run your boat as fast as you possibly can in 3/4 of a mile, knowing you can't be faster than 40 at the start line.
Correct.
What are some of those variables and factors that would impact that speed?
Well, number one, first of all, I got to say the temperature this week has been probably the best temperatures I've ever experienced during shootout week. It's been cool. Last year it was triple digits, and we were all sweltering out here. You saw the line that's waiting to get in. It's just immense, and the cooler temperatures will absolutely improve the performance of each and every boat out there. Now, it's supposed to warm up a little bit by the weekend, but the cooler temperatures definitely help the performance of the engines, help them breathe better, and like you mentioned, water conditions as well. So all that ties in and to kind of create the perfect storm for the perfect pass.
And so for those of you out there, now with the offshore racing world later in the pre-race show, we are going to talk about the actual APBA and the UIM and the P1 Class 1 standings and the World Championship chase and the National Championship chase. And so a lot of those races are on saltwater, which impacts the boat. So for some of these teams, what would be something they might do different or think differently of going to a freshwater lake?
Obviously, in the saltwater, the boats are more buoyant, and they can get on top of it a little bit better and run a little bit faster numbers. Their setups change, so whether they choose a different propeller setup running their engine package, and everything is a factor. I mean, you know, the Mcon team, they have so many propellers to fine tune every possible condition, and that's why they've been so successful. And you know, it's no difference when you're running the freshwater shootout course.
Super cool. All right, so still ahead for you guys tonight. We have some great guests. We're going to be joined by Leah Martin, the executive director for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. She's going to give us a little bit of an idea of when you hear that the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout last year raised $675,000 for local charities and fire departments. It's like, well, how? And how do you figure out? And so we're going to talk about the volunteer, how that works, how they break their hours down, and how that money is kind of split up. So that's going to be cool to have her on. We're also going to hopefully have Carson Brummett from Brummett Marine, along with Slug Hefner. We've got our buddy George Peter from Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist from right here at Lake of the Ozarks. World renowned when it comes to props and what that does. And, you know, I didn't realize this, how much your prop impacts the performance of your boat, from speed to gas mileage to all kinds of different things. And so George has been spending this week getting a lot of these guys' boats, new props put on, new props put to spec, making sure he's fixing their boat up. And so we'll talk to him about that. We got some video I took when I was out there. He was working on a MTI like 440X. It's 2024 too.
Sure.
I mean, this boat is unbelievable. You've probably seen it, driven it, covered it, but I mean, it is a sight. So we'll have that ahead for you. Plus, Nikki Montlick from Montlick Injury Attorneys. She's going to be running her first shootout.
Right. So the Montlick Injury Attorneys, they've come on board to offshore racing, and they're just remarkable people. Between Nikki and her father, David, they're so passionate. They signed on to be title sponsor of the Doug Wright powerboat team, currently campaigned by J.R. Adon's son, Logan, who's the driver, and they just recruited international superstar offshore racer extraordinaire Giovanni Carpentella, and they ran their first race last weekend. Gosh, I can't remember. I think it was last weekend in Sheboygan at the Midwest Challenge, and what a coup that is to get Giovanni, who normally throttles the 222 offshore from Australia Class 1 team. And they're unable to compete this year in the U.S. So for them to have Giovanni in their cockpit, that's a big, big get.
And the Montlick Injury team in the 450 class has just had a killer season so far.
No question. They're a fast team. They're a very hyper-competitive team. And with the support of David and Nikki Montlick, with the sponsorship, they've been able to do a lot of things that they weren't necessarily able to do before. And like I said, with as passionate as David and Nikki have been just within this season, it's remarkable. And so I'm happy to see a sponsor as passionate and as new to the sport as the Montlick Injury Attorneys. So I root for them.
Yeah, we'll get to chat with Nikki. I've seen her, follow her on Instagram. Everywhere she goes, she's doing media appearances and interviews and podcasts. And so they're really
a natural,
falling in love with this sport. And then, hey, our new title sponsor for the event, Casey Van Kuren, the motorsports manager for Monster Energy, gonna join us. And then a treat for everyone, your hometown heroes. You got Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller going to be joining us later tonight to talk about the weekend. You know, they get fired up for the shootout, and they will have their hands full this week.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Myrick, you know, he wears so many hats, right? He's the foreman of Performance Boat Center, and he's the driver for both the Class 1 and the Super Cat team for Monster Energy Mcon Racing, and then he's going to be running the Dirty Duck boat, and then he's going to be racing the airplane. So as busy as he is, he just takes it all in stride, and he's also my podcast partner on the Boats and Bros podcast, which we've been having a good time with.
Yeah, don't forget a few appearances here and there in the super stock class with Rusty, which we saw at Shootout Offshore. Just unbelievable. But my point is, we have an action-packed night for you, some great guests. We got some great content for you as well coming up throughout the night as we get a look at our friends out here on the Strip. Still time to get out to the Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip Street Party as part of the 36th Annual Monster Energy Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, powered by Performance Boat Center. This is Lake TV's Shootout pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solution. We'll be back after this.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go farther, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
And we welcome you back to the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. We are live for our live pre-race show as we get you ready for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. I'm William Holtz, joined by Speedboat Magazine's Ray Lee here. And Ray, so we got to see that top 10 runs from 2023. What an exciting year it was a year ago. A lot of those teams will be back this weekend, hoping to improve upon their PR, maybe compete for a Top Gun. A lot of people want to dethrone American Ethanol, of course. But it's worth noting that some of those teams, we talked about Tough 34 out of Ontario, not able to be here. But there's another team that's so celebrated for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout that won't be here. They retired, and that's the Parvies.
Yeah. Jason and Dennis Parvey, father-son team that run their big fountain, ran some amazing speeds, and unfortunately they have retired, but they were as passionate as you can get, and they were here year after year and always put up some respectable numbers, so they will be missed.
Yeah, and they were 2018 inductees into the Bob Morgan Memorial Shootout Hall of Fame. Dennis Parvey and Black Thunder Boats.
Black Thunder, right.
Is huge, and they would really rig this up. And father-son duo, I know that the Parvies, they're big history, and they're just beloved. And so for them to retire, I know they're here. I saw Dennis and Jason at the Hall of Fame dinner last night, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. And so they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I was talking with Jason, and I was like, will we see you guys run again? Are you going to get out here? And he goes, we don't know exactly what's going to happen or what the future holds. But for now, that's exactly where we're at. So I wanted to give them some love because they've been mainstays at Lake of the Ozarks Shootout over the years, and so they won't be here. And as we look at other big storylines coming into this year, we have the E-boat, right? So last year, you saw Sean Torrente and Vision Marine Technologies set not the shootout record, the world record for the fastest all-electric boat in history of the world,
right?
At 116 miles an hour.
Right.
And so we knew they were working hard, trying to get their boat ready and do something even bigger and better this year. Well, they're not going to be here with their own boat. And so the storyline of the University of Michigan, their class decided we're going to build our own electric boat, and they're going to bring it down to Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. Now, I understand they did build their boat. They've got it down here. It's set up, but they're not going to be running it in this weekend shootout. So for those of you electric boat fanatics out there, You won't see any of those this weekend. Well, not outside of the mini shootout this last weekend.
Right, exactly. And it's unfortunate because, it was very fun to see Sean and Vision Marine Technologies run that boat, and especially to a speed of 116 miles an hour. That's just insane. And the entire boat, was all battery. And so just to charge that battery to make those passes takes quite a while. And they unfortunately had a hiccup when they were running the kilo run last year, that there was an instrument failure. And the key was they had to run down and back and average the speeds. But because of that instrument failure, they didn't have enough juice in the battery to run the third pass. So they were unable to set the kilo run. But very impressive nonetheless to run the speeds that they do.
Yeah, that S2, that's a slick-looking boat. It's hard to think. I remember a couple of years ago, they set the record, 73, 76, something like that. And so to add 40 miles to that, in the next year, I do think they've got room to improve on that. And who knows over the years what we'll see an all-electric boat do here at Lake of the Ozarks Shootout.
No question. And the S2 Powerboats is Sean Torrente and his race partner, Sean Connor, which is what the S2 stands for, Sean and Sean. And it's their own design, and they are currently campaigning it on the offshore circuit. So the fact that it ran that fast because of that hull doesn't surprise me, but they're still working on that boat. But it's definitely a interesting and good-looking boat.
As we get a look at our sky view photography aerial view, Daniel Carnahan on drone. Check out the sights as the crowd continues to fill in here on the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. For those of you out there watching, it's not too late. We'll be here till 10 o'clock tonight, and there will be all kinds of festivities taking place. The open container starting at the barrier. And hey, if you want to get down here and you want to start teaching the kids about the offshore racing industry, let them get close and personal, see how big some of these boats are as you get a look at. I mean, this is really a family-friendly event from start to finish down here at Lake of the Ozarks.
It really is. And what the cool thing about it is, the racers and the participants that are going to be competing this weekend, they're here for the long haul as well. They're here till 10 o'clock. And so they can relax. They have some beverages because of the open container. They meet the fans. They meet everybody that comes up to them, and they're able to enjoy the day just like the spectators are. So come on down. It's a cool time to actually get to know your favorite racer that's out there, or check out the boats that you may have not seen before, because there's some amazing hardware here on the street.
And if you were smart enough to put a reservation in like 2022, you can have dinner at my favorite place down the road, Tucker Shuckers. The restaurants down here, there's great eating up and down the Bagnell Dam Strip. There's from Casablanca, the Brick House, Neon Taco, Tucker Shuckers. You've got great shops everywhere. So even if the boating scene may not be it for you, there's something for everyone down here. Now, we owe a commercial break here coming up in just a minute. We got a lot of great guests still to join us. And then in a few minutes, when we welcome you back, I'm going to tell you guys about one of my favorite boats, because for those of you that follow Lake TV and you're familiar with me, maybe our weekly cup of coffee, you know that I've kind of fallen in love with this over the last year and a half, 2 years. And so as the boating world changes with the new inventions and the new hulls and the new styles, I'm excited to see what comes up next. And so this last year, I saw probably the coolest boat I've seen yet at Lake of the Ozarks. So I'm going to show you a cool feature we do here in just a little bit called LOZ Featured Boats with the Axopar from my friends down at Serdike Yamaha. We'll have that and a whole lot more when we return to our Shootout pre-race show on Lake TV, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions.
Your time at the lake is limited, and at Serdike Yamaha, we understand that. That's why we offer boat and wave runner rentals at 2 convenient locations, fueled up, shined, and ready to ride. Whether you need a tri-tune for your group, a ski boat for the family, or a couple Yamaha wave runners to ride the waves, Serdike Yamaha is ready and waiting for you. See the Lake of the Ozarks with a rental from Serdike Yamaha. Book online now at SerdikeBoatRental.com. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
It's Happy Hour with DJ Kyle. Join us for a little bit of everything and a whole lot of laughter. You'll find DJ Kyle having a great time on the farm, in the kitchen, and on the trail. Pull up a chair. It's Happy Hour with DJ Kyle.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
And we are back on Lake TV Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. We're live at the historic Bagnell Dam Strip for your Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip Street Party. I'm William Holtz with Lake TV, joined by my good buddy Ray Lee from Speedboat Magazine. And Ray, I'll tell you what, it is shaping up to be an absolutely beautiful night. You remember last year, we were sweating at this point in time.
It was so hot and humid last year, and so just the fact that there's a breeze here and it's actually cool, it's an amazing day, and you can just tell by the overhead shots that your team keeps putting up. It's just getting more and more populated out there on the strip.
And listen, I've already had people in the comments. I've been getting texts, and people are like, hey, we caught the tail end of the top 10 from last year. Can we see that again? The answer is absolutely. We're going to play that 5 or 6 times for you here in our pre-race shows. So if you're just tuning in, you got that to look forward to. We also have John Cosker, the owner of Mystic Power Boats, of course, throttling the American Ethanol boat. He'll be joining us here momentarily on the set. You got a guy like John Cosker. He's on the bus. I love it, man. You said, isn't he fast?
Yeah, he the fastest man in Lake of the Ozarks is trying to get to the set here by bus because he's on the opposite end of the strip. So he's on his way, and look forward to speaking with him and his amazing 9 consecutive Top Gun titles.
Sure, and they'll be gunning for their 10th consecutive Top Gun. And of course, everybody talks about Slug Hefner and Dirty Duck, and I've even heard of a few murmurings and rumors that, hey, I know a guy who's got a boat. He hasn't announced that he's showing up, and he's running the shootout. And he's going to obliterate American Ethanol. So I'm like, hey, I asked the Onkins, I asked Tony, and that is the most humble group in offshore. They don't really play into it. They're like, oh, we're just hoping to get our boat running on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know, they kind of focus on what they're doing. So, but I promised you a little bit ago that I was going to tell you about my favorite boat that I've seen down here at Lake of the Ozarks, and there's so many choices. You've got Skater and MTI, and you've got Cigarette, you've got Performance. I mean, there's so many beautiful boats. You've got yachts like the Beneteau Cruiser. I mean, so many different things, but the Gran Turismo from Beneteau is one of my favorites. It's also from Surdike Yamaha, but you may not have seen this boat unless you're a boat guy. I'm going to show you something from what I like to call the Axopar, but if you're a boat person and you're ready to get your center console, you got to pay attention because this is our LOZ featured boats with Surdike Yamaha and Axopar.
The Lake of the Ozarks has become the U.S. capital for a wide array of unique vessels, from luxurious yachts and high-performance boats to cruisers, pontoons, fishing boats, wake surfing boats, and everything else in between. The Lake of the Ozarks offers it all. On Lake of the Ozarks Boats, I'll check out some of the biggest, baddest, most unique vessels on the waters of the lake today. Get ready for this edition of Lake of the Ozarks Boats on Lake TV.
On this edition of Lake of the Ozarks Boats with Wild Will on Lake TV, we got Mason Bennett, Surdike Yamaha here at Port 20, and we got the brand new Axopar 37 cross cabin. Mason, what can you tell us about this boat?
Will, it's an incredible boat. Axopar all the way from Finland. These boats are just incredible for performance, for usability, for pretty much any kind of boating you're going to want to do. Right behind us we have the 37 cross cabin. It is about 38 feet overall, 11-foot beam, 20-degree dead rise, takes the waves incredible with the twin-stepped hull. It's got the performance. It also has the joystick and the bow thruster for all your docking capabilities. I mean, this really is a big package for what you're getting in a 37-foot boat.
Can we take it out?
Absolutely, let's go.
Boats of this size, getting up on plane and how fast they can do that is a big selling point, and the Axopar really sets itself apart there.
Absolutely. With little to no bow rise, just increases the visibility so you can see what's out in front of you, which increases the safety aspect of the boat. It gets up on plane almost immediately. Here we have it. We're almost at 60 mile an hour. Full tank of fuel. Trimmed up. Wow. And look how quiet it is.
This is great, man.
Yeah.
Golly.
And now what's even so impressive is how well this thing corners. So you holding on, powering through the corner at 50 mile an hour.
Oh yeah, baby.
It really is a performance boat. It's pretty cool how it all works together, and you know, it just really creates an awesome operating experience as well as with, you know, everybody on board.
But with the Axopar, this really is its own beast, its own brand. Talk about some of the finishes and some of the detail with Axopar that really set them apart.
So Axopar, they're about 10 years old. They really know what they're doing. It's pretty incredible, the quietness of the ride. Do not have a lot of rattles like you would traditionally on like an open bow boat or a cruiser. It also, they integrate the Brabus trim line with the Axopar as well. So what that is, it just kind of gives you some bells and whistles, kind of makes it a little more sporty with the black rails and the upgraded upholstery. So it integrates some of that high-end luxury with still the classic utilitarian features of an Axopar.
So slick, so do you particularly have a favorite feature or a favorite part of this particular line?
Yeah, I really do. I love the 37s. That's originally what caught my eye, is these 37 cross cabin in the sun top. They both offer unique features in each one, you know. I mean, the cross cabin, it's got the all seasons boating. You can close it up. You can be boating in the fall. It's got a heater, it's got air conditioning, or you can open it up with the power top. This boat will go 60 miles an hour with these twin 350 V10s, which is incredible. You're getting a 360 view, you know, all the way around the boat. You've got a really good visibility, as well as, you know, obviously the really good features of the electronics from the Mercury integrates. It really is kind of a pretty user-friendly vessel to operate.
It's a lot bigger than you might think. You see all of the seating in the back with the chairs, plenty of room up front and even in the cabin, but there's more tucked away up here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you got a full bed, shower, bathroom down there as well. So you can get out of the elements if you absolutely have to, put the kids down for a nap. It has a 12-volt lithium battery AC system, so there's no generator to worry about, which is really cool. That'll last about 12 hours on a charge. All the technology that Axopar offers that we can service here at Cerdike Yamaha is integrated into these boats. That they really do think of it all.
What's something like this start at, like 800, 900,000?
No, well, that's what's so cool about Axopar. You get a lot of bang for your buck. It is less than $500,000.
Was that before packages and finishes? I mean, so there's no way this boat right here is under $500,000.
Absolutely it is. You're gonna get the heater, the AC, the Brabus trim package, the twin 350 V10s with all the electronics, under $500,000.
Welcome you back. What a cool boat that was. And that was our latest new original series we launched on Lake TV, LOZ Boats. And we're going to be checking out over the course of the next couple of years, vintage boats, classic boats, all kinds of different boats. And Cerdike Yamaha in particular, they've been providing year-round family fun for over 50 years. They're like family to us at Lake TV. And what you get with Cerdike Yamaha, of course, the incredible products. They have everything. They offer rentals at their numerous locations, but is the family feel. When you buy a boat or you work with Cerdike Yamaha, you gain family. And so if you buy a boat in 2015, they are still servicing your boat and taking care of you in 2024. The Cerdike family, they're incredible. They do so much here in the Lake of the Ozarks community, and you'll see them all weekend as they're sponsoring teams. They're helping people get ready. But I got to give a shout out to Greg Cerdike, Mason Bennett, Jonathan Luby, their crew. You got to call them because they have it all. And listen, for those of you who are here this weekend, you're like, I want to rent a Wave Runner or PWC. Couple different locations. Go to CerdikeYamaha.com. They make it super easy, and they'll get you all squared away. But when I first saw that boat, I was like, what is this thing?
Yeah, those Axopars are really impressive vessels. A friend of ours, Chuck Stark, and his wife Shannon from South Carolina, they were at the Miami Boat Show a couple years ago, and Chuck has bought more boats than, gosh, almost everybody. But he fell in love with it, seeing it at the Miami Boat Show, and he ended up buying it. But they bought the Brabus edition, and because Shannon's, her only reasoning was like, if you get the Brabus Axopar, then I want that Brabus paddleboard included. And so he worked out the deal. Shannon got her Brabus paddleboard, and Chuck got his Axopar. And we shot it out in Key West during the offshore races a couple years ago, and it was pretty rough out there, and some of the other boats that we shot were getting launched in the air pretty good. That Axopar cuts right through the big stuff, so it is an impressive vessel.
Absolutely. So for those of you just tuning in, this is Lake TV's Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show live from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. And if you're familiar with the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, you know it is all about community. It's all about the local charities and local fire departments since this event was started as a massive fundraiser, it's given back $4.7 million.
It's amazing.
To the local nonprofits, the local fire departments. And so tonight, over the course of this evening, we're going to show you some of that. We're going to talk about some of the Hall of Fame inductees from this year. We're going to talk with Leah Martin about the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers that on behalf of the organization that's near and dear to their heart, that they absolutely give their time and their effort and make this possible. We'll talk about the board of directors for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, Executive Director Leah Martin, President Mark Mawson with Polylift Boat Lifts, and their incredible board of directors. We'll also talk with and about Ron Dugan, who is the former president and shootout icon. Really, everyone knows who Ron is. We're going to talk about and with him. And we got some exciting guests, including one that we're going to be joined by here momentarily. But before we have on John Cosker, I want you guys to get a look at how the shootout kind of kicks off, and that's your annual mini shootout. People are like, okay, the shootout, big power boats, mini shootout. What is the Lake of the Ozarks mini shootout? Well, way better than I can tell you or explain it to you, let's just take a look back at this past weekend just a couple days ago at the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Mini Shootout. And we welcome you back with the man of the hour. When you talk Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, everybody talks about American Ethanol, and owner of Mystic Powerboats, Throttleman for American Ethanol, the legend. It's John Cosker, all the way from the shuttle bus. Turn that mic on for him, Ray. Sorry about that.
Okay, we good. There we go. It was a lengthy walk up the hill. It was well worth it to come up here and see you guys.
Thanks for joining us, John.
John Cosker, Mystic Powerboats. Man, what a run you've had over the years. Mystic Powerboats, if you don't know about it, you'll know all about it this weekend. But the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout has been such a big thing for you. So talk about what this weekend means, not just to Mystic Powerboats, but to John Cosker, the power boater.
This is like one of our busiest weeks of the year, honestly, out of Mystic. It's busy leading up to it because we need to get boats ready to head up here. And then we get here, we have customer boats that we're meeting and greeting and things like that. So, the shootout has really grown from us from being here for a shootout to being here for a boat show, for a meet and greet, for an owner's run. So it's a very, very busy week for us, but we love it. It's a great market for us up here. We'll put 5 new boats on the lake this year. So it's become a big part of our production. We want to have a better presence up here on the lake. The Mystics are great for this lake. It's a rough lake. So, we handle rough water well. And we've got a number of boats up here. We actually drug a 52 all the way up from Florida just for this event for basically a weekend of boating with a 52 on the trailer.
So speaking of that, and I know, Ray, you're going to be able to offer some great insight, but I want to know, Mystic Powerboats, man, the boating world is changing. It's getting massive. We're seeing new types of boats. What's new with you guys? I mean, what are you guys rolling out here recently?
The 52 a few years was a big addition for us. Then we restyled the deck on the 40 Cat. We've been building the outboard cat for a while, and we fully committed to the outboard cat market. It's grown so much, and the 40 is just a great cat. I mean, it's a great open water boat. We did our owner's run to the Bahamas this past year. We had 3 or 4 outboard cats come with us over to the Bahamas, so you can cover ground fast in it. The 52's been a fantastic boat. We just brought our new one up here that it's got the bigger cabin in it now. We extended the cabin about 4 feet on this boat. We had a lot of people who were looking at the boat and going, it's a great boat, but I want to be able to stay on a little bit easier. I want to be able to go longer distances. So we built this boat with the bigger cabin on, and then my wife and I just finished about a 1,000-mile trip down into the Bahamas all the way from Daytona Beach and back up again. So,
wow.
That's been a big push for us.
Sure. All right, now one thing that people probably don't realize, and if you don't know, John, he's the throttleman for American Ethanol, like the top dog, 9 straight top guns. But you are going to be able to offer some incredible insight, because I didn't know this till about 2 years ago, that American Ethanol doesn't run anywhere else anymore, but it's just for this event. So kind of touch on how unique Don Onken is and what it's been like since 2013 in July when he bought this boat from you, ran it that next month to today.
I actually met Don. We built another boat for him before American Ethanol. It was an artisan drive boat that he ran for a few years. And, Don, he's always tinkering. He's making more and more power. The boat kept going faster and faster. So he came to me one day. He's going, okay, we need to put you guys in a canopy, and we're going to need a lighter boat because we want to put 4 engines in it because 2 can never be enough. So that's when we built the carbon bow and the full canopy bow, and that became what American Ethanol is now, which is probably one of my favorite 50s we ever built. My joke with American Ethanol is I have to learn the boat 25 seconds at a time because we don't do a lot of testing with the boat. I revisit it every year at this time, and I have to sit down and remember how to start it, and it's learning the boat. Basically, the lead up to the start is the big part of it. Last year, tried some things a little bit differently going up to the start on it, feathered the props a little bit more, and actually started it a little bit slower into it, where normally we're trying to sit there right at 40, and unfortunately that boat, it grabs a little bit at 40, it wants to go, and then you've got to back out of the throttles, and then it slows down too much. It's a big boat. It's relatively heavy. So then we want to slow down too much. So this last year on the really good run, I actually came up to it only at 30 and really slipping the props hard, and then started dropping them down a little bit, and then getting him to bite a little bit more right at the start line, and we had a really good launch. I mean, it was about one of the best launches I've ever had with the boat, and then it's a matter of, you're trimming up to get the boat to fly, and then you've got to get the boat, once it's in the air, then you start bumping it back down to get it back down in the water again, because you don't want it to fly too much. So, and then you hit a point where you don't want to do anything. Everything's working right, and it's I come up here every year to do a job, and sometimes it's I have to tell myself, okay, you've done the job, let the boat do its job now. And then it's letting it roll the rest of the way through the course. So that was probably one of the best times I've had on the course with that boat, or really any other boat.
Yeah, your Mystic Cats out here, obviously the American Ethanol is 9 straight runs and going for your 10th consecutive. But before that, Spirit of Guitar was one of yours as well that ran a 244, which is likely never to be beaten.
No, especially now that we shorten the course.
Correct,
So that'll never happen. And, we've been running out here for a long while. I mean, the first 50 Mystic ran on the course back here in 2005, and we've won it every year since 2005, except for 1 year. We didn't have a Mystic here. Greg also won it with Eliminator, but the best part of that story is Greg owns a 42 Mystic now.
Well, that's just it. Like the evolution of your company, you know, with the success of your big, you know, stern drive catamarans with Ethanol and Spirit of Qatar, and now, you know, Rich Wyatt doing so well with DF Young on the offshore circuit. But you shifted gears and went to the center consoles and having newfound success all over again.
Yeah, I mean, that market's been a great move. And we started out designing the boat in 14. We introduced them in 15. So, you know, the 42, it's basically about 10 years old now. So we're starting to do some revamped stuff with the 42 now that the 40's redone. And we've got the 52 solidly in production now. So it's time to kind of start going back through the outboard boats. And, you know, we're really blessed with Mercury. It's kind of been every year we get a little bit more shot in the arm on sales because they come out with something new and everybody's got to have the latest and greatest. So,
no question.
You know, we love Mercury for that, where they keep generating sales for us.
Right. I got to tell you, Will, a couple years ago, I was fortunate enough to be invited to John and the Onkins test session here at like the Ozarks, and got a rare opportunity to ride in the boat with John and Tony. Oh. And, you know, they took me up to about 120, 130, and there was something happened to the engine, and I had to be towed back to the dock over at Captain Ron's. And so they got the boat fixed and ran, and then obviously secured another title. But then the following year, I called them up. I'm like, oh, hey, can we make that happen again? And Don tells me, he's like, oh, no, you're bad luck.
In that tone, I guarantee you,
Yes.
calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah.
Don is all about luck, that's for sure.
And then you guys didn't test that year, and
no, I think every year they pretty much towed it to the dock there.
Right.
And our test is basically when we get on a plane and all gauges look good.
Right, exactly. That's
wild. Now, one of the things with American Ethanol and this team and what you guys have done here at the shootout, I mean, everybody now knows American Ethanol, the following, the excitement at the awards on Sunday with the family and the friends, and you see the jerseys. But something that a lot of people don't know is Tony Battiato's story. A local guy from down here at the lake started rigging boats, and then he got an opportunity to meet the Onkins, and then started working with Don. And now, I mean, people think, man, Tony's a big-name boat driver. Well, he wasn't. And so his story is kind of a story of success, small town. So what's it like when you get in there and getting to work with Tony Battiato?
Well, it's funny because Tony, I think, is the third, if not fourth driver I've had in Ethanol. And the first time he ever drove was actually down in Grove, Oklahoma, when we did the shootout down there the last year we did it. And we were supposed to run with Tony in a little bit of testing just so he can get a feel for the boat. And it ended up that there was something wrong with the gauges on the boat, so we didn't get any test time. So Tony's test time was literally getting on plane and heading to the start-finish. And up there, it was a little bit different, or down there, where you would actually run through the shootout, and then you could go turn around and you could come back. Well, the first run through, he was getting used to the rudder. It was a lot more reactive than he was used to, and he was getting a feel for it. And we came through the run. It wasn't the greatest run. We did okay, and we basically just went for a drive. I said, take your time, get a feel for it. We came back around, and Tony hit it straight on down the course, and I think we ran over 200 miles an hour. So basically, at about a minute and a half, Tony was a 200-mile-an-hour boat driver.
Wild.
You're like, kid, you can stay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it's funny because it's always like it's always the reunion with Tony. I'm like, you know, how's the wife and kids kind of thing as we get in the cockpit and put our helmets on.
That's wild. So this is John Cosker with Mystic Power Boats, and you own the company. You've had a crazy career, what you've been able to do, what your company has done in this industry. But what I've learned is you guys still put your pants on one leg at a time, and you didn't get into this except for the simple fact that you love speed. Most of you guys are gearheads. So I want you to talk to us as a fanboy, right? I love this sport. I love what you guys have done. But for you, for the last, this would be 10 consecutive years for you to be the Top Gun at this event with the Onkins in a Mystic boat. That's huge. And I know that hits somewhere deep for you. And for Mystic and for John Cosker, it's been a really special run.
Yeah, it's been a great time out here in the lake. And the first time we came, I had no idea what a shootout was, what Lake of the Ozarks was. But, you know, it's funny, and I've said this before, where I can walk down the strip here as I was hustling up the hill from the shuttle bus, and I can shake more hands walking through here than I can in my hometown in Port Orange, Florida. So we've had a great presence on the lake here. You know, obviously a speed junkie. I was blessed, you know, to meet Dave Callan a long while ago, and we came up here with the old Tenkara years ago, which, you know, the first time out here, that was a 150-mile-an-hour boat. We were trying to make run 200. So we've refined it quite a bit since then. And the thing I love about Ethanol, it's a very adjustable boat. never feel out of control in it whatsoever. You know, a number of years ago, we had a pretty good headwind on the boat, and it started to bring the bow up just a little bit on it. And I remember two things. Tony with the down finger, hitting the buttons, and then seeing a video of that after we had done the run. You could hear somebody standing on the roof of a Mystic screaming, "Trim it down." That was my wife.
That's another thing that gets lost on all of us that love watching you guys, right? We get to hear it, and it's exhilarating. But I saw it at Shootout Offshore when I saw Tyler Miller get in with Myrick, and their crew was praying before they got in there. But every time you get in that boat, you know you're taking a risk. And so for your family and friends, as exciting as it is, it's also nerve-wracking. So for the people out there watching, can you kind of talk us through what is that like, those moments leading into getting in the cockpit, pulling it shut, and actually making your way out to that start line?
You know, it's really, it gets to the point it becomes a lot of muscle memory for you where. But a number of years ago, we had one run where you can see it in the video that the rooster tail comes up, and we run a little bit, the rooster tail goes down, and then comes back up again. I forgot to lock my side of the canopy latch. So that was a lesson to me. Don't take this for granted. You've done it a lot, but go through the checklist, make sure you do everything right, and then everything will be good. It's a great boat. We built a lot of safety into the boat, so I'm fully confident in the boat, but you've got to make sure that you're confident in yourself, that you've done everything right going into it.
Sure.
Speaking to a couple of the team members on Team Mcon, they've said they've made some tweaks from last year, and obviously we know that it's a 9,000 horse plus engine package setup, but they wouldn't be specific on what it exactly is now, which I wouldn't expect them to. But talk to how those engines are set up.
Well, he's got the engines, you know, they're basically end-to-end on either side of the boat, and we've actually got two different engine packages in there. We've got the Mercury-based side on one side and the Chevy-based side on the other side. So the thing that really surprised me last year was, you know, how they really hit together, which is the key in it.
Yeah.
You know, we came here with the big turbine engines years ago. Well, the first time we ran with the Dakar, the biggest problem with that was they didn't make power at the same time, which is huge. I mean, you've got that much power on one side versus the other. So, you know, Don's tuned them really well now where they're hitting together. So we're really getting full power on both engines coming off the line, because that's everything. If the boat lights up off the line, then you've got a fighting chance at least, because it goes by so fast.
Sure.
If you lose any space at the beginning, you know, then you lose a lot of chance in having a good run in it. So I'm sure on Saturday morning, Earl Moorman's great because he's such a low-key, low-tone guy. Right. And he'll come up to me and basically said, watch this, don't do this, look for this. And I'm like, okay, I need to do that about the first 4 seconds.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's funny. I get a chance to talk to Don Onken after each win, after each Top Gun title. And I said, Don, well, are you happy? And he's like, every year. I'm happy, but I'm not satisfied.
Yep.
You know, it's funny. I agreed with Don. I'd run the boats for him as long as, you know, he wanted me to, and that was probably about 12 or 13 years ago. And, you know, I really enjoy it, and I love the fact that he comes back every year and does a great job with the boat, but walks out scratching his head on what can I do better next year.
There's no doubt about it. And last year, 214 miles an hour set the new 3/4 of a course record. And we understood, we saw the belt or something fly off the boat. We heard Tony after the event said, we left a few miles out there. And I was with him earlier this week, and he said, yeah, we've got pretty serious aspirations this year. So in talking with the owner of Mystic Powerboats, the throttleman of American Ethanol, can you give us a prediction for the weekend?
Well, you know, the thing is, like when we were in a mile course, we ran 217 with the boat there. So it just shows how far they've come and how much more power the boat's making, you know, to cut a quarter mile off the course, and we're knocking on the door of that. So I know that's been one of Don's goals. And if anybody knows Don, you know, us finishing on an even number, even if it's a good number, it's not exactly where we want to be. So hopefully, you know, maybe we can see that 217 number, maybe a little bit more. The one thing that's working with us, and hopefully it stays, we'll see what happens on the weekend, but this cooler weather, it'll definitely make a difference with horsepower on the water.
Sure. Now, as we wrap up with John Cosker, I got to ask you, you get to travel all over. You got a busy schedule. You've raced on every body of water. You've taken boats all over the world. And for you guys, it's a business, but I know you guys love to give back, and you love the charity aspect. And so the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, is charity. Talk about that element and how that's been so big for you guys.
Yeah, as Mystic, we've really shifted kind of a lot of our focus to doing the poker runs that benefit charities. Like we do the upstate New York one, which is for Make-A-Wish and things like that. So, we like that side of it. When we first started out with this, Jeff Dorauer was in charge. It was just for the fire departments and things like that locally, and it's blossomed so much more than that. It's become, such a huge dollar give back that it shows how much that's grown too, and how much it's giving back to the community in this area. So it's absolutely fantastic. We really like that side of it.
This is John Cosker. He's the owner of Mystic Powerboats. He's the throttleman for all 9 of American Ethanol's last Top Guns, and he'll be in the boat with Tony Boniato this weekend looking for their 10th consecutive Top Gun here at Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. John, man, appreciate you. Love what you do. Love the boat you guys put out there, and just thank you so much for giving us some of your time.
Thank you guys for being here. We love all the coverage that you guys give us.
And good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
We'll be looking for you. And I want to say real quick, did you notice you guys had, for the first time next to that big Mystic sticker, you have another sticker there on the American Ethanol boat? Did you get to see it yet?
I glanced at the boat as I was hustling up the hill, but we're going to go back down and say hi to Don and the family now. So I'll look for it when we get back.
It's a big Lake TV logo on the boat this weekend, so
great.
We're super excited about that. John Cosker, Mystic Powerboats, American Ethanol. Thank you again, and we'll be right back after this.
Thank you.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Your time at the lake is limited, and at Cerdike Yamaha, we understand that. That's why we offer boat and wave runner rentals at 2 convenient locations, fueled up, shined, and ready to ride. Whether you need a tri-tune for your group, a ski boat for the family, or a couple Yamaha wave runners to ride the waves, Cerdike Yamaha is ready and waiting for you. See the Lake of the Ozarks with a rental from Cerdike Yamaha. Book online now at cerdikeboatrental.com. It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready. the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout live on Lake TV.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
And we are back live on Lake TV. It's your 2024 Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. And it's your 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. Hard to believe, a tradition that started at Shooters 21 back in 1989. A small group of guys got together and wanted to have a boating event and help raise awareness and some funds for the local fire departments. And fast forward 36 years later, and it's grown into the absolute granddaddy of them all in boating across the world. And Ray, for you guys at Speedboat Magazine, you guys are the premier boating publication, coverage, digital media in America. And for you guys, just give the viewers out there an idea when you talk about all of the championship events, all of the poker runs, all of these big events you go to, where the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout ranks worldwide.
Oh, no question. It's among the top event in the nation, if not the world, because, you know, not only do the racers come out here like John Cosker and the Mcon team, but this is also an event where pleasure boaters of any kind of boat can come join the fun and run alongside these boats and even participate on the same course. And then the spectators that come from all over the nation, if not the world, you know, we met some people from Australia and Norway and Finland just walking the strip earlier. They come from all over to participate and just to be take part in what this has become.
Yeah.
And it's very impressive.
And the cool part is what became a weekend event or started out as a weekend event has now become something that there's many events that start with a golf tournament. There's a treasure hunt that takes place where at Captain Ron's, the home of the event, where you're going to see the races take place this Saturday and Sunday, where they hide treasure chest, right?
Right.
And there's 10 gold chests, hundreds of silver chests with gift certificates, and it's $20. Kids and adults sign up. All money, of course, goes to charity. And if you happen to find, you're limited, you get capped at 2 or 3 chests. But if you happen to find one of the gold chests, there's keys in all 10 of the gold chests. Then our friends at Serdike Yamaha donate a Hammerhead GTX off-road vehicle, and one of those 10 keys starts that baby, and the winner walks away with that Hammerhead off-road vehicle.
Wow, that's so cool.
For $20, you're leaving with, you know, a $5,000 plus rig, probably more now that everything is where it's at. But so that's one of the events. You have a epic golf tournament, and of course we showed you here a little bit ago the mini shootout, but we've been hearing from people, they said, hey, we're hearing about this top 10, right? We caught part of it, or my buddy texted me and he said I was featured in the top 10, so we promised you a few more times tonight. We're going to take a look back at the 2023 top 10 shootout runs.
It's time to look back at the top 10 shootout runs from the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. But first, a few honorable mentions. Team Yahoo, with owner and throttleman Curtis Morris and driver Jammin' Jones, topped their Saturday speed of 175 with an impressive run of 180 miles per hour. The Texas-based team sported a 36-foot Cat powered by twin 2,000-plus horsepower Boost Power U.S. engines. Father-son duo of Mike and Ryan Mawson hit Mawson's new personal best of 94 in his Cigarette 42X, sporting 3 565-horsepower Mercury Racing engines. The run was Mawson's personal best after hoping to hit 93. Carrie Sixkiller hit 65 miles an hour in her 93 Baja 24-foot Outlaw, making it 17 straight years for Carrie running in the shootout.
Yamaha Wave Runners took a clean sweep podium finish in PWC runs. James Meyers was the top gun once again with 96, while Kristen Gagorzak hit 83 and Bobby Cordone took third with 79. Meyers is looking to top 100 miles an hour in 2024. Now your top 10 runs. Number 10, this one's for Jim. Carolyn Doris, in her first shootout since the passing of her husband, Shootout Hall of Famer and Playcraft Boats owner and founder Jim Doris, ran an impressive 73 miles per hour in her Playcraft Tri-Tune. Doris, the first female driver ever in the history of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, has now made all but one of the 35 Lake of the Ozarks Shootouts. A monster run, number 9. Monster Energy's KC Van Kuren got into the driver's seat of Mcon's 2023 41-foot skater Cat, owned by Tyler Miller, who was throttling right by her side. Van Kuren hit a sizzling 134 miles per hour in her first shootout, and now her and Monster loved it so much they became the title sponsor of the 2024 event. Number 8, a young force. Father and son duo of Corey and Joe Purig took the outboard Power Cats class in their 36-foot Doug Wright Performance Cat with their 134 mile per hour pass. It marked the second straight year they've won their class, and Corey's second year being the youngest driver in the shootout. Number 7, Freedom Jr. is in good hands. Rob Morgan runs Freedom Jr. an impressive 102 miles per hour, the 28-foot skater sporting twin 300s, and then a 93 and 92 mile an hour pass with his son RP and daughter Shelby. Morgan, who just got the boat back from Jim Lee, who is a former teammate of Rob's dad Bob, the event's Hall of Fame namesake and founder of Big Thunder Marine. Jim Lee told Rob it was time Freedom Jr. came home, and come home, it sure did. Number 6, does it get any tougher? Team Tough 34 with Thomas Weigel from Ontario made their much anticipated return to the shootout in 2023 after a 3-year absence. With their new Tough 36 powered by a single Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engine, Weigel ran 135 miles an hour, smashing the shootout record for the fastest single engine V-bottom. A new world record, number 5. Sean Torrente and Vision Marine Technologies were hoping to break their own record for the fastest all-electric boat in the world at last year's shootout. After setting that record last year at 109 in their all-white Hellcat, Torrente rolled out their brand new S2 Powerboats 966 32-foot Cat and ran a mind-boggling 116 miles per hour, setting the new world record for the fastest all-electric speedboat. Number 4. A boat versus an airplane? A fan favorite of the annual shootout, Performance Powerboats 420 was unveiled at the Shootout Air Show in 23, driven by Myrick Coyle and throttled by Rusty Williams versus a stunt airplane. The air show includes many stunts, including racing Performance Powerboats 420 down the shootout course, as well as a stunt where the stunt plane and boat nearly touch. Number 3, Factory Billets Mic Drop Moment. Team Factory Billets Jim Schultz and Mike Fotcher were hoping to top their shootout best of 164 heading into 23 in their 51 Outer Limits V-bottom. They have their eyes set on 170 after hitting 164 on Saturday. They took the course Sunday morning and hit a sizzling 184 miles per hour, absolutely smashing the previous record for a V-bottom in the shootout. The winning duck, number 2. Slug Hefner, with his sights set on dethroning Don Onken and American Ethanol, rolled out his Dirty Duck Skater 438 powered by two 2,000-plus horsepower Brummett Marine engines. Hefner tabbed 2 of the industry's best in Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams to run the boat, and the 2 didn't disappoint. Dirty Duck hit 194 miles per hour, which was good for 2nd overall on the weekend, and it made it the 2nd time a boat has hit 190 miles plus per hour on the shortened course. Number 1, American Ethanol once again. Was there ever any doubt? After taking the last 8 consecutive Top Gun awards, Don Onken and American Ethanol rolled out a brand new setup in 2023. The 51-foot Mystic Cat was rigged with 4 total engines capable of producing over 10,000 total horsepower. With Mystic owner John Cosker and Tony Badiato in the boat, once again, American Ethanol set a new 3/4 mile course record, hitting an impressive 214 miles per hour. It marked the 9th consecutive overall Top Gun, won by Don Onken and the American Ethanol, with their eyes set on number 10 in 2024. This has been your top 10 runs from the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout in 2023, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist.
Wow, I could watch that over and over again. The
Same.
top 10 runs.
That's amazing.
Big shout out to our friends, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. We're going to have they're going to be on here in a little bit. My buddy George Peter, who truly is the nation's prop specialist, is going to be on to join us. But here in just a minute, we're going to have Leah Martin, the executive director for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, because as we talk about the charity aspect, this is like a multi-month, like 12-month undertaking.
Yeah.
They're already working on 2025. When you talk about coordinating the volunteers, the parking, the applications for the nonprofits that want to be involved, this didn't happen overnight, and it is a well-oiled machine. And so I want to break that down, give you guys an inside look to the organization, the nonprofit that is the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, that has worked tirelessly the last 35 years to raise a crazy $4.7 million for local charities and fire departments here in the Lake area. And Ray, what people don't realize, if you're not from the Lake of the Ozarks, you don't understand how complex our roads are, how far apart a house in the exact same cove can be from one right over there you can see. And so when you talk about our fire departments, a lot of them would not be here today without the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. And so we're going to bring on Leah Martin, the executive director, here in just a minute on the other side of this break. She's going to talk about all things Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, what you can expect these next 4 days, as well as an insight to some things that we haven't quite gotten to find out yet that Leah will be breaking for us here on the pre-race show. So we owe you a commercial break, and when we come back, the great Leah Martin with the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
We are back on Lake TV. It's the Monster Energy Lake of the Ozarks Shootout powered by Performance Boat Center, and we're down here at the Waves and Wheels Street Party on the Strip for the 36th annual shootout. And boy, what a night it's been so far. And we now have the great pleasure of being joined by Lake of the Ozarks Shootout Executive Director Leah Martin. And Leah, I know you've got nothing going on, so we were glad that you could give us a little time.
Thanks for having me. I have nothing going on today.
I got here early this morning, and it already looked like it normally does by about 3:30.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, oh boy, we are in for a long and eventful evening, and I cannot wait.
I actually thought and made plans that I was going to go home and take a showers before all this hubbub tonight, and then people just kept coming, and boats just kept coming, and so here I am.
You haven't left.
Yet to do that, I haven't left. Someone just said, have you ate? And I said, I had a protein shake this morning.
Yeah, you're so busy, you forget to eat.
It's
not,
great. It's
not the
beautiful.
best plan, but hey, shootout week, anything goes because the show must go on. And for you, that's been the motto since you joined the shootout team as the assistant director a few years ago. And since then, it has been nothing but full head of speed. You guys have been growing it. You've been partnering with big businesses. So what's it been like for Leah Martin the last couple of years?
You know, it's just been really busy. So this is my third shootout since I started, and we just try to grow and look at all the areas of the shootout and grow in those areas. And it's been amazing. We brought on a lot of new sponsors. There's a lot of new sponsors this year. Just kind of looked at every aspect of what we were doing and saying, how can we strengthen that? Where's our strengths and weaknesses, and work on those and build on the strengths and work on the weaknesses. So it's been great. Really, I mean, this is a massive turnout tonight. So weather doesn't hurt, but.
No, we got the perfect weather. And what I really wanted to get you on to talk about is the lifeblood of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout is the nonprofits, the charities,
Yes.
and the fire departments. And so I don't think people truly understand how much goes into this. And so an average person might ask me, Leah, be like, well, how does it work? Like, you told me $675,000. What does that mean? Every local charity just gets their cut? And so it's actually a well-oiled machine.
It
and
is.
so for us out there that don't know, walk us through that, because it's pretty amazing what goes into this.
Yeah, so we had 10,000 volunteer hours. It was like 10,600 last year. And, you know, that's from every aspect. Like today, I probably have close to 100 volunteers between parking and merchandise sales and someone making sure our volunteers have water and parking the boats. And so what happens is basically anyone from the community and volunteer. We have 43 organizations that we currently support. We add new organizations each year. And then once all the bills are paid for the shootout, we say we have this amount of money, $675,000. We had 10,000 volunteer hours. That becomes how the organizations are paid out. So, Will, you can volunteer, and you can say, I want my 5 hours to go to Make-A-Wish, or I want my 5 hours to go to the local animal shelter here, or, you know, CADV, whatever that is. And then those are just all logged and turned in, and that it's just a really easy formula for us. And so it's great because literally the entire community rallies around this event and supports it with those 10,000 volunteer hours. But they also know not only are they volunteering, they're also knowing that the charities are going to benefit greatly in the end. So it's a win-win.
And in 2023, to the tune of a record-setting $675,000,
Yeah.
which seems unbelievable. I remember the first year it hit $250,000, and it was a mic drop moment.
Yeah.
You know, when they announced that total. And I know how much this means to you. And so as we look at this year, I know you don't stop. As soon as they announced it, you were on the phone working on how are we going to hit more next year for these charities. And so how has it been in 2024 with all the effort, the new team members, the new partnerships? What's this year looking like?
You know, everything's just great. And we have so many new sponsors at the table. We start immediately, the entire team. Christy Wagner and Destiny are out like promoting the 2025 Shootout Guide tonight on the Strip. You know, so we're just pushing for the next. I've had 2 individuals stop and say, hey, I am a CEO and I want to support your event next year, and grab my phone number and gave me their business card. And I already have meetings set up through the race this weekend with potential new sponsors for 2025. So it just doesn't stop. I mean, it's amazing. But we definitely plan to beat 675 this year.
I got to tell you, Will, I've had the pleasure of working closely with Leah over the last couple of years, and you're right, she's tireless. I mean, she's just nonstop and just going after sponsor after sponsor and charity dollar after charity dollar, and it's been a true pleasure watching you work and corral the people and hype up the community and the people to donate more and more and more. So how do you do it? How do you keep going, when there's very little in your gas tank?
Yeah, so I have about 25 years experience in national nonprofits, and I've never worked for a for-profit organization. It is just, this is what God has called me to do. I love making sure our community needs are being met. I believe that ministry is out in the streets, and it is literally, we're raising money for people who are, getting beds for kids and feeding kids and school lunches. That is what keeps me going 100%. I love it. It is truly what drives it. And when we have a down day, you remember our volunteers that are behind me, that they've been here, some of these just as early as I have been, and they're exhausted and they're standing there and they're 30 years older than I am, and I'm like, oh, I suck it up and keep going, know?
Sure.
So.
And the most respectful thing, every dollar that's donated is accountable. I mean, you can see where it goes. So when you donate, it's going to the proper channels.
Yeah, which is great for me. Now, you talk about Leah's work ethic. It's tireless. One of the things I can always count on with Leah, I'm a late night guy. My world's crazy during the day, right? So my catch-up hours will be like 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. after my girls go to sleep. The rest of the world's sleeping. Well, I know I don't have to schedule my email for 8 o'clock so this person doesn't think I'm a lunatic. Leah's going to be awake. She is working, and I can always text her and know, hey, you're just like me. You are awake right now.
Yeah. I think there's like 3 of us in this world, but definitely, like, he's texting me at midnight last night. Who's doing the interview? So, it's great.
And that was early. That was Leah's lunch break yesterday.
It is what drives me. It's just who I am. It's my nature. My family, Justin supports it. We're all in. Luke is 10, and so Justin runs a start boat. And Luke is 10, and he was born June 24th, and his first shootout was that August. So they've never missed it. They don't know anything different. I tell these kids, like, you have no clue how lucky you are to be able to go up and down on the strip on a golf cart tonight and see everyone and be able to be on the start boat and see the boats. Like, it's a great honor.
Hey, I wanted to bring this up because you guys put a lot into this, and we're sitting with, if anyone knows magazines, Speedboat Magazine, right? The premier speedboat magazine, offshore magazine in America. But what you guys did this year with the shootout, it was 2 events. It was Shootout Offshore, which you guys took over Lake Race. It's now Shootout Offshore. Massive success in year 1. But you have both events into this guide. And I'm telling you what, when I read it, I was like, this is content. This is not an ad book. This is content, lake content, history, crosswords, great spots around the lake. So I want to talk about the effort your team put into this year's shootout guide.
That's all Christy and Destiny and Ricky. Those guys did it. They would call me and loop me in. And, I set a standard that I want 50-50. I want 50% content, 50% ads. And I remember when we were sending it to print, we had 1 page over on ads to make us, not 50-50 page content. And we literally refunded the ad.
Wow.
So, we're dedicated to what we're doing. We want to make sure that we're honorable in what we're telling our sponsors and our people who are advertising with us. It's it's 100% racer focused. It's got some great content about the lake. Christy's already... Last week she was texting me, I know it's too soon, but here's my 2025 articles. So, everyone's just going already, and it's amazing. They're amazing. It is 100% them. So.
Sure. All right. So now what people don't get to see is your day-to-day and what it takes to put this event on. But what everybody sees with Lake of the Ozarks Shootout is Saturday and Sunday, right?
Yeah.
With the races, the boats, and everybody knows American Ethanol, right?
Right.
It's a mainstay. They're attempting this year to hit their 10th consecutive Top Gun. But listen, we saw last year Dirty Duck, and we know it's good for the sport when there's competition. And so I don't know if there is, but I've heard rumors there could be some surprises this weekend, Leah. So is there anything you can touch on or tell us?
I'm sworn to secrecy, but there are absolutely...
Wait, so there is something.
There are absolutely surprises coming.
Tie her down. Do not let her off the set until we get it out of her way.
It's not happening. But there are surprises coming, and there are multiple, individuals and voters going for different records and different races, and we're excited. In all classes, I think there's a lot of competition this year. The docks are 100% sold out. They're beautiful at Captain Ron's. It is definitely... We have a ton of racers in town for the weekend, so... it's going to be really good. We have perfect weather. I'd encourage everyone to come out and watch the races this weekend. I very much believe that we'll have record-setting years this year.
I totally agree with you. I've been telling saying the same thing about this weekend. This week alone today, I'm just watching the people fill in. It's been insane, and just we haven't been able to leave the booth, but they're doing the overhead shots and just like. Shoulder to shoulder.
I stopped I have a UTV by Surdike. I'll plug them. They graciously donated all of the UTVs for Justin and I to help run this event, and some of our parking staff. So thank you very much, Surdike and your team, Greg. We appreciate that. But I've stopped in the middle of the street and taking pictures at like 3 o'clock because that's normally what I see at 7 p.m. And we're not even there yet. And my team just showed me what we've sold on Square and T-shirts. And I'll tell you, we're double. George Tucker was by here like maybe 2 o'clock. And, he owns Neon Taco and Tucker Shuckers and Malted Monkey. And he said, Leah, my numbers by hour to this point have tripled over any other year. It's insane. Wow. It's the weather. We had a terrible, it was 115 degrees last year. So Mother Nature owed us a little bit, and we cashed in tonight for sure.
That's amazing. Good for you.
Just an idea of the crowd that's here.
Yeah,
There's still plenty of time.
Yeah,
guys, no one's leaving early tonight.
No, the boats are here until, we won't even start moving boats out until after 10 o'clock. So.
Well, you were talking about her day-to-day. My team and her team were fortunate enough to meet for dinner the other night, and she was showing us her phone, and she was like, look at all these phone calls from just today. And it just was nonstop scrolling, and then she transferred to her text, and it was like even more like, wow.
And what I love is none of those red ones are William Holtz. They're always answered. I
try to
believe.
answer or call. My first year, I got so far behind because it was just so overwhelming, hundreds of phone calls a day. And I learned, if I don't, instantly answer, and so I'm just trying to catch up. Yeah, it's just hard. So if I owe you a text or a phone call, I'm sorry. You truly are important, but you're one of 300 right now.
Look on the TV right now, Leah. Who do we see right there? Give us some love.
There's your team.
That's Destiny and Christy and Ashley. Ashley's doing our live auction, which is Friday night at Lazy Gators. Vegas nights, baby. It's going to be amazing. And Destiny, my sales girl, and Christy, our editor, who's going to kill us for having this showing right now. But they're amazing. You know what they're doing? You see them in their shootout shirts? See that? We're doing discount pricing for 2025 guide. So they're out there pushing that tonight.
Hey, take advantage of that. As Leah said, hey, when they tell you that they've already sold so many T-shirts, this is something that every year I look forward to seeing what designs you guys come up with because I collect them. I absolutely love this event, and I can't get enough of it. This year, some of this design on the hats and the shirts, they're going to sell out quick. So I would not wait till Sunday to buy your shirts.
No, come get them.
My shirts were sold out, the ones I wanted, on Thursday last year. I was not happy.
There's so many people here. So a lot of the specialty shirts sell out on Wednesday night. They don't ever make it to Captain Ron's. But I needed to pull polos for for all of our production crew and our host during the race on Saturday, Sunday. So 2 hours I popped by and they were like, what do you want us to do? Hold it? And I'm like, no, put them in my car. They'll be gone. I'll have nothing for our production crews. We'll send them in pink tank tops. I don't know how Bob would feel about that. But
I would pay to see that.
If anyone could pull that off, Bob Teague in a pink, tight, I could see it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Leah.
No, and there's great designs. Brittany Inman, I work with Grow Marketing, and Brittany helps her design those, and they just knock it out of the park the last few years. And last year we did 271,000 in T-shirt sales, which 100% equate to charity profit. That's, people say all the time, how do you get to 675? It's because we look at what we're doing well and really investing that into that, and that was a great area of growth for us over the last couple of years.
That's massive.
Yeah, it's a lot of T-shirts.
Now, everybody knows Saturday and Sunday, the boat races. What I want to focus on for a few minutes before I let you get back to your probably 70 missed calls since you've been here.
I put my phone back there so I won't see it.
Well, I noticed I wasn't feeling it, so I knew that it wasn't up here.
That's why the stage keeps vibrating.
It's actually dead and charging, but it's turned on. But I thought I would be so distracted.
Right,
it's back there.
Yeah.
Well, I want to talk about some of these mini events, and in particular, the Make-A-Wish event, just the wishing on a ride, such a special thing, and I know that's so near and dear to your heart. And when you get out there, just it's an experience, and you get to see the heart behind the offshore, the drivers, that come. Talk about that event in particular.
That event is amazing. I mean, there's just not a dry eye in the house. I'm a mom of 3, so it's, I have mixed emotions because we all want to believe our babies are always healthy, but the truth is that they're not. And so Saturday night, we did the first time ever, we did a glow party, and so we had a welcoming party for all the families, and we had Fortified Roofing and the Elks, who are volunteers, turned around and said, we want to give back to this event. And Motley Injury Attorneys, Nikki Motley came in, and they sponsored the Kansas City Wolf, and we had face painting, and we had girls dancing, and we had a magician, and it was amazing. The families had the best time. Casey Wolf was literally leading everyone through a dance train throughout, Margaritaville, and it was amazing. So that event, and then we went into the next day with the boat rides, and the boaters were so giving. I sent an email out trying to just get everybody to register early, which really doesn't happen with this crowd. But you know what? I kept immediately, the first response back was, hey, I want to put a boat in for Make-A-Wish. And so before they're registering for the street party, before they're worrying about the race, they're saying, I want to make sure my boat is taking kids out for the street party. And I mean, that just speaks for the event itself. So we had so many individuals that just give of their time and their fuel and their money, and and they love it. They love to bless these families. There were some great stories. We had a family that had an accident in Lebanon, unfortunately. We're Lake Ride Pros. I made one phone call. No problem. We got you. They went up to Lebanon, picked up the family, brought them in, got them to a rental car. The family needed some further assistance to help just get everything back together to get them back home. The boaters, Sunday, just opened up their wallet and started giving them money. And the mom was just in tears. It was just amazing. So this community is amazing, like Lake of the Ozarks, but this performance boating community is just great. And I think the heart of it, you see at the Make-A-Wish events for sure.
No question.
100%.
Yeah.
Now, I just got word that there is bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way back to 54 right now. And so
I was told that someone said on the toll bridge for 40 minutes by one of my board members, his wife's trying to get over here. And so it is, I think it's insane. But just keep coming. We've got lots of extra we've got parking behind, here we've never had behind Old Two-Bit Town. And we'll find a place for them.
And so for this is only Wednesday.
Yeah.
We've got the races on Saturday and Sunday. But before you go, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, tell us all we can still look forward to.
So tomorrow we have Make-A-Wish rides again. Papa's is sponsoring that lunch, so I want to thank him for doing that. And, so they're at Captain Ron's. Then tomorrow night we have the Performance Boat Center party, which is their 10-year anniversary celebration, so it's going to be amazing. Come on down. That is also where you can pre-register for the poker run. And so I'll be out there, and our crew will be registering guys for that. On Friday, we have the poker run. And we kind of brought the auction back to its roots. It started after the poker run. And so we said, we're exhausted. By Saturday, I lost my voice from mini shootout, and thank God I kind of have it back. But by Saturday, we have, no steam left in us, the ones that are kind of pushing everything. So we're doing, we have Friday poker run. We end at Shady Gators and just walk on over to Lazy Gators, and we're going to have our Vegas Nights live auction. We have some amazing items. We have exclusive trips, opportunity to go to New York City, buy a diamond at cost, at dealer's cost from the Diamond District. It's we have a lot. We have a Barletta. We have a lot of great items. And so Friday night is the auction, and then Saturday we get to have races. And then I get to go home, and I'm really excited about that. So it'll be great. And then Sunday racing and kilos on Sunday. So it's going to be great.
And then Saturday, you guys have a pretty cool post-race party at Lazy Gators.
Yes. So I will go home, and then I will go back out there. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, the Monster Rehab.
The Monster Rehab after party, that's right. So for the first time ever shootout after party, Monster came on as the presenting sponsor this year, and she said, hey, we want to do something for the community, and so they're going to have tons of free sampling. Monster Girls are bringing in Grace Good, and who is a fire dancer, and she's amazing. And then DJ Mads, and there's an opening DJ. I can't remember his name, so I'm sorry, but it'll be great. It's just a fun night out at Lazy Gators out on the point. The shootout actually leased that point, and so we're just a complete shootout takeover out there. So you will find me out there Saturday night for a little bit.
All right, and as always, for all event details, in-depth, to sign up for different events, go to lakeoftheozarksshootout.com. You guys have done such a great job with the website. So easy, user-friendly. But I got to tell you, keep up the great work. Thank you for giving us some of your valuable time on Wednesday. I know it only gets crazier from here. So good luck, God bless, and keep up the great work, Leah Martin.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us,
guys.
Leah.
See ya.
Great seeing you.
We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have Slug Hefner from Dirty Duck right here on our pre-race show.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Being close to the water makes you more you. It's where the great unknown brings clarity. And letting go is how you really get going. Because only when you're on a Yamaha Wave Runner do you truly discover what you're made of.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout live on Lake TV.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Tell me that. And we are back on our Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. And man, we've told you all about American Ethanol so far on the pre-race show. We've showed you our top 10 runs from last year. And number 2, you probably noticed, was a Dirty Duck. And joining us, the owner, Slug Hefner with Dirty Duck, along with Carson Brummett from Brummett Marine. Guys, welcome to Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show.
Well, thank you. We're tickled to death to be here. Of course, I'm used to it. Carson's hadn't been here that much. He was here last year, but he's the brains behind the outfit.
Okay, so for those of you that don't know, Slug Hefner, you've got some history when it comes to the shootout and American Ethanol. So before we get into Dirty Duck and what we're doing here with Carson and the effort, talk about your tie to American Ethanol and how this isn't your first rodeo and going fast.
Well, Earl Mormon, who crews for American Ethanol, he and I have raced together for 30-plus years. And they were looking for a driver, and I told him I'd like to go 200 miles an hour, so he got me the seat. And we ran 207 or 208 the first time, and then at the shootout here, we ran 217.
Wow. And that's the fastest speed that boat's ever went. And that was on the mile course. But so you have that claim to fame, that 217. And if you notice on the Dirty Duck boat, you've got that decal. And so Dirty Duck, first year. Let's talk about your boat, what you're working with, and what we're hoping to do here.
Well, I can't play with Tinker Toys, much less tell you how the motors work, but that's what Carson's along for. But last year we ran 194. We're going to do better than that, we think.
Well, I want to know about the skater, the boat itself, what you're working with.
438 skater, canopy, has a tunnel tab, and the boat seems to handle everything we throw at it, does a good job.
And so I want to bring in Carson over here from Brummett Marine. And hey, I know everyone knows Mercury Racing, but not the only cat in town in the offshore world now. Brummett Marine doing some work. So talk about, Carson, what you guys have done at Brummett Marine and where you guys are at.
Well, we've been coming back here for 12 or 13 years now. Got a lot of the faster skaters, 911, Gary Smith, Doug Stevenson. A lot of them. So, yeah, we'll see what will happen on Saturday. But since last year, we just changed engine calibrations to pick up a little acceleration. So
I was talking with Myra Coyle, of course, a legend. You know, Slug doesn't do anything halfway. When he said, I want to do this, I want to go after him, you got to tap somebody good. And boy, did you in getting Myrick and Rusty. And so you put them in, and of course you bring Carson in. So Carson, talk about the engines, what you're working with, and then what you guys do to them after you take those out of the box before they're ready to run the shootout.
Well, they're 557 cubic inch Chevrolet-based design. With our own manufacturer of turbocharged system on it. And since last year, we didn't rebuild them or anything. We just put them back on the dyno to change the calibration and see if we can get a little more out of them.
So I got to say, Carson Brummett, he's no stranger to high-performance fire-breathing engines out on the West Coast. Carson is from Pasadena, California, just down the road from where I'm living. And like he was mentioning, Gary Smith's Predator, who has won multiple poker runs on the West Coast and even won his class here. I think his skater I saw down the street.
The old one, yeah.
Yeah, the old one. Vern Gilbert, who ran the original Predator boat for years. He built his engines and the Dial 911 boat.
Yeah.
I mean, so he is no stranger to high performance engines, and if it has a Brummett engine in it, it's going to go fast because that's all you build them for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do a lot of just pleasure boat engines too.
Yeah.
The main thing is seeing how fast we can go. That's what I enjoy doing.
Right.
So the development, the learning.
Right.
And see if we can get a new high mark on the dyno. So.
Yeah, man, I'm fired up because in talking with Myrick, he said last year he was shocked as far as what he felt at takeoff. And once he got up, he goes, I was unbelievably shocked that we were going 194. It didn't feel like it. He goes, and so I cannot wait to see. And with what you guys have done, he's got some bold predictions. And so, Slug, before we get into that, I've had some people ask on social media, where does the team name, where does Dirty Duck come from? I love that.
Oh, it's an old story, a long story.
We got lots of time, Slug. Tell us the story, baby.
But my first organized drag boat race that I went to register, and they said, well, what's the name of your boat? And I said, I don't have a name. They said, well, you got to have a name. And then said, what's your number? And I said, well, I don't have a number. And they said, you got to have a number. Well, my birthday's July 11th, so 7-11 was the number, obviously. And I got to looking around, and most of the boat names were very demonic, Widowmaker, Executioner. So I said, I'm just going to call this thing the Duck. And we'd gone through a mud storm and a rain, and it was dirty. And somebody said it was pretty dirty, and I said, well, let's call it the Dirty Duck. And from there, we came up with the little logos and different things, and quackers and
hood ornaments.
Yeah,
That's greatness. So for you, busted back onto the scene last year, bringing the Dirty Duck, and we've had so many teams over the last 5 or 6 years, Ray, say, hey, we're bringing a boat. We're going to give American Ethanol a run for their money.
Right.
So when you guys come out last year and run 194, second boat ever to top 190 on the 3/4 mile course, walk us through what that meant to you and what that experience was like.
Oh, the experience was invaluable, and I got to know Carson some, and of course Mike and Rusty and everybody. And you were talking about drives. Vern Gilbert built the drives on this boat, and I mean, he knows what he's doing. Everybody that touches it is talented, and I learned a lot from everybody. And it was very exciting and very fulfilling, really, truly was.
But you guys weren't satisfied.
Well, no.
Because from talking with Rusty and Myrick, the downfall of their run was the turbo lag. And you guys have done something this year to remedy that. Talk to us about that.
Well, we have done something, but it's a top secret. Carson will be the one to have to tell you about it. But we did have a 6-second lag last year through the starting block.
Right.
So I think we're going to get rid of that, and who knows what will run. I don't want to predict anything.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty excited.
Yeah.
But Slug, I got to ask. I mean, I know how much you guys all care about each other. That's one thing that no other sport, I think the camaraderie matches the level that it does in offshore racing. And you guys really do care about each other and each other's success. But you've brought in the element of this rivalry, and you've made no secrets about it. Like, my goal is to dethrone American Ethanol. I was the one that got it to go 214. By golly, if anyone's beating them, it's going to be me. And so how likely, as we look down to this weekend and in the future, do you see Dirty Duck potentially being the new Top Gun?
Well, when you mess with American Ethanol, you're dealing with the finest out there. I mean, they leave no stone unturned, and they all know what they're doing. And again, Earl and I go back decades. It's a high bar to meet, but that's our goal. I mean, that's what we want to do. I don't want to take that sticker off the back of the boat.
And listen, that sticker, I've been asking about that sticker because I told you we're going to start like a podcast of boating. Ray Lee and I have been talking about, they do their one with Myrick Coyle, the Boats and Bros podcast. That's great. And we've talked about doing something more lake focused. And I said, listen, Gwen, I told your lady, is there any way you could ever get me one of those 214-mile-an-hour decals? And she said, you got to wait till Wednesday when you interview Slug. And so I was supposed to ask you what, oh, don't let it fall. They said, what's in this? You got something for me, I heard.
That is correct. It's just for you, and you have to open it.
All right, I'm pretty excited about this. I'm not a good gift receiver. I like to give gifts, so this is, oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Check it
Look
out.
at that.
This is the 214 mile per hour decal.
217.
Oh, yeah, 217. I was thinking of the 214.
American Ethanol ran 214 last year, so they still haven't beat that yet.
217 was in 14, the fastest time, and that's the decal.
Right. That's right.
You're going to see on Dirty Duck. There's only 2 of these decals made. This is the second, and so Slug, I'm going to ask you if you would. Will you sign this for me?
Absolutely. Be tickled to death.
Would love that if you help me out there, Ray.
Of course.
I'm like a kid in a candy store. I get you guys around and I have you signing stuff, but I promise you I won't sell it on eBay. This is going on my set. Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you. My pleasure and my.
Let's get a close up of that from the Slug Hefner. 217 miles per hour. I can't thank you enough. And so for you guys, you've been testing. You're getting ready for this weekend. Besides Saturday and Sunday when you get out there, what's your guys' favorite part of the shootout week been so far?
So far, I'd say the street party and this getting to see everybody. Like Ray comes in. He was, I guess it was last time I saw you.
Yes, sir.
So it's just good to see. It's like old folks coming back home, you know, not that you're old. But anyway, it's just that, and every day's a new challenge.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, man, I'm telling you what, it gave a new level of excitement for the shootout fans last year, seeing another boat go that fast in that rivalry. I know everyone's excited about what Carson was able to do. Myrick Coyle, who if anyone knows how boats run, Myrick Coyle would be the one to ask. He said, I just cannot believe what Carson has been able to do with this boat. He goes, Will, buckle up for this weekend because you're not going to believe it. So I just can't wait, guys. I thank you for being here. And
I got to share one story with you. When Mike first got out of the boat after we kind of got it dialed in, he came back. He was talking fast. His eyes were big. And he said, that's the hardest accelerating boat I've ever been in.
And that's saying something coming from Myrick.
It's saying a lot coming
right?
from Myrick.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
that is awesome. My friends, thank you guys for your time. I know you got a lot of people, friends and family in town, supporters and fans. Thank you for making time and Slug. I'm telling you, thank you. This is in good hands. We'll see this all over the place on that podcast. And do
Gotta
not
say I'm a little jealous, but
yeah, I was gonna say
okay.
you don't print a third one. Okay, that's the deal. The print run stays limited.
I got you.
That's okay. I want a Brummett Engines decal. So
No problem.
We'll get that later.
He goes, Carson, since he got the decal, can I get a Brummett engine? Folks, this is Carson Brummett from Brummett Marine, Slug
thank
Hefner.
you. Good job.
With Dirty Duck. Gentlemen, God bless you guys. Thanks again for your time and good luck this weekend, okay?
Good luck. Carson, good seeing you.
We'll take a short
Thank you.
commercial break and we will be right back with the rest of our Shootout pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Being close to the water makes you more you. It's where the great unknown brings clarity. And letting go is how you really get going. Because only when you're on a Yamaha Wave Runner do you truly discover what you're made of.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV. It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
And we are back on Lake TV. It's our 2024 Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solution. And we are on the Polylift Boat Lift stage for tonight's pre-race show. I'm William Holst, joined by Ray Lee. And Ray, it's hard to believe we're almost 3 hours in to our pre-race show. Still a lot of good things coming on the tail end of our broadcast tonight. Plus, almost 3 hours left to get down here to enjoy tonight's Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip Street Party. And the crowd gets bigger and bigger. They say traffic is backed up all the way out. And as you look at the people, I mean, how many people you think are down here?
Gosh, thousands,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I don't even know. But it's so impressive to see, and we're looking at the screen right now, and all the people that are just like shoulder to shoulder walking down the strip and checking out the boats and all the eye candy that's out there.
All right, now one thing I want to talk about, we're going to have my good buddy George Peter here in a minute from Cool Breeze Marine. He literally is the prop specialist here in the country. People send their boat or their props, not just in America, nation or worldwide, to this guy. We're going to talk about what goes into your prop, how some of these offshore racers, right before a big race like this, it's time to get it tuned up. It's time to put on new props. It's time to have something done. And the guy you're going to go to is George Peter. So I've been with him this week. He's been working on a 44 MTI. The thing's unbelievable. We're going to talk about that. But before we do, I want to talk a little bit about the offshore racing world. And you get to see some of these guys that we brought in. It is the nicest group of individuals. The greatest sport is because of the people. And so when they're not around the country chasing national championship points, Ray, or world championship points, occasionally they want to go home and take a nap and see their family.
Right.
And so for Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, instead of take this week off before they get ready for the tail end of what promises to be an exciting finish to the chase, they give up a lot to come down and do something like this. So talk about how in this industry, it's not really about making money. It's about having a great time competing in the camaraderie. And no one knows how much these teams, these drivers, these sponsors give than you.
Well, thanks for that. Yeah, it's definitely about the camaraderie. It's definitely not about the prize money. It's for the passion of the sport. And you're right. Every team that's out there competing, they do it for the love of powerboat racing, right? And their crews that travel with them from venue to venue to venue. There's a lot of money that's spent out there, but they love it. And every time you go to a race, it's like family. They set up their pits like family, right? They have barbecues. They have, we'll have lunch over at the Mcon tent for today, and then dinner we'll have it over at SV Racing, and that's just how it is. And it's a great vibe. The fans love it, and they love the fans.
Yeah, and so for a lot of them, when you get down here at the street party and you see these teams with these trailers and these merchandise tents and these trucks, you see the sound systems, the team full of jerseys, their families are down here. I'm telling you what, everybody feels where our economy is at, but it has not stopped these guys and gals from giving up their week, traveling down, because they want to be part of Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. They want to be part of that $675,000 given back, and you're not going to see something like this anywhere else.
Absolutely. I remember several years ago, one of the race organizations planned a race on the same weekend as Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. And, it was so poorly attended because most of the teams were here. Most of the people were here. Because this is like I said before, I consider it like the Super Bowl of performance boating. Everybody's here. All the manufacturers are here. Racers are here. Pleasure boaters are here from all walks of the country, like myself, California, Carson Brummett, also from California, the other side of the country, Florida, New York, everywhere.
Wait, is it Rancho Cucamonga you're from?
Rancho Cucamonga, yeah.
That's my wife's hometown.
Is
from
it really?
Southern California. That's where all her family lives now, is out there in Bloomington, and yeah.
Small world.
So when you sent that care package, which, by the way, thank you, I got to give you some love because just a couple days ago, I got the latest issue of Speedboat Magazine. Check this baby out. Your team, I got to tell you, man, you guys are unbelievable at what you do,
Thanks,
and I'm
Will.
so thankful. I'm now a subscriber. I got a hometown discount, too. I didn't want to give that away.
Right.
But also the swag box you sent was unbelievable. And so when I saw that address, I was like, wait, my boy Ray Lee is in my wife's hometown?
Yeah.
What a small world it is, huh?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I didn't know that, but very interesting to know. But, yeah, we print 9 issues a year. We go consecutively from March through September. So during the busy boating months, you get an issue in your mailbox every month.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And if you don't, make sure you go to Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and follow Speedboat Magazine.
Yeah. And subscribe, speedboat.com. I get a lot of questions like, are you still print? I'm like, yeah, we've always been print. So, yeah, we're one of the last print magazines that still publishes and ships to you. So, subscribe.
And I'm telling you what, the content online, we collab on a lot of stuff. And you guys are worldwide, but I'm seeing every month, millions and millions of views on this stuff, and you're not going to want to miss some of that. So go plug into Speedboat Magazine, and if you don't already, it's because you're new to this and you're probably living under a rock. But, man, Ray, what a blessing it is to have you here with me.
Thanks,
We're going
Will.
to take a quick commercial break, and on the other side, I promised you my buddy George Peter from Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. We're going to have him on after this.
You're invited to the first annual Lake of the Ozarks Monster Rehab Shootout After Party on Saturday, August 24th at Lazy Gators, featuring fire performer Grace Good as seen on America's Got Talent and tunes all night from DJ Mads. Refresh, recover, and revive with the Lake of the Ozarks Monster Rehab Shootout After Party at Lazy Gators starting at 8 p.m. For more info, visit lakeoftheozarksshootout.com.
The lake has it all: the scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
The lake has it all: the scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
And we welcome you back to Lake TV's live pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. I'm William Holtz, joined by the great Ray Lee from Speedboat Magazine. We are live from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip at the Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip Street Party. And Ray, you ever seen one quite this big?
No, this is the biggest I've seen, you know, and I've been coming here for a lot of years, and definitely the most populated, especially so early.
And I'm telling you what, somebody who's been around this shootout, a Lake of the Ozarks, local, they've been part of it for a long time, and they're a big staple in the Lake of the Ozarks boating community. My good buddy from Cool Breeze Marine, it is George Peter, the prop specialist. George, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah.
Bigger and better every year. It's amazing.
And this is the only time before midnight during April to like October that you're not at the shop rigging a boat.
I should be there now. I just came out to see you guys and you know, talk a little about you know, propellers and just really get just an eyeball on, you know, the size of it and how it's grown, and I'm digging it.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of people out there watching that know the shootout, they're like me. They're not an expert. And I've learned over the last couple of years a little bit, but not a lot. And what a lot of people don't realize is how complex these boats can be. And one of the most important parts of your boat is the prop. And for you, there's so many parts of the boat, but you kind of realized, man, the prop, that is what I'm going to focus on. And at Cool Breeze Marine, you guys are the prop specialists. That's what you guys do. So talk just a little bit about the overview of what is Cool Breeze Marine and how long you've been around.
Okay, we've been here at the Lake of the Ozarks for over 30 years, working on every kind of prop you can think of. We do, not only do we do, you know, race props and go fast props, which is what this lake is, a lot of it, but we actually do the props that get the people to the races, the cruiser props, you know, 40 inches, 8 blades. We have hydraulic benders, computerized scanners that, you know, tell us, you know, whether from the smallest race prop to the biggest prop that they're accurate. We don't only do propellers, we supply, you know, hardware for rudders, shafts. We do specialty welding on things, skegs, calf plates,
Hey, touch on this.
Your underwater gear, things like that.
See what you see, right? What the viewer sees.
What's that?
You touched on your technology and your scan machine, and what they see you working on right there in your shop is a very, very rare, high-tech piece of equipment. So tell the people what they see right there, George.
What you see is the Linden DDS digital data scanner, and it's connected to TrueProp software, which is the very latest software developed for propeller inspection. It's used by Coast Guard, military, and all the good propeller shops.
And so you could take any propeller, right, put it on your scan technology, and it will tell you down to a 1,000th of a degree where that prop is off and what you have to do to it. Walk us through that process that they see you doing right there.
That's actually, it's so accurate, it's aggravating. For real. What we're doing here is we scan the prop, and as you can see, the white line is where the prop should be, and the dotted line is where the prop is. And we want to get that as close as possible. There is a tolerance in there. The closer we are to the line, the better our tolerance. If we're, far away, you're a class 3. The closer you are, class 2, class 1, and then S class, which is superior. And that translates to speed and fuel economy.
And for you, over the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, what makes this event just so incredibly special is everyone gets to be a part of it over the years. And you and your wife, Dorothy, you guys have been front and center. The late, great Chris Reindl and what he was able to do with the racing experience, bringing so many people into that. But these racers coming into this week or to a big poker run or a big race on the coast, they'll say, hey, George, I need your help. I'm going to ship my prop to you. I need you to get it back to whatever class it is so I get the best speed. Talk about the propeller and how that impacts your speed, your torque, the different things, and how that can actually make a difference for a team coming in to run Lake of the Ozarks Shootout.
Kind of to make it simple, you have a 4-blade propeller. If the blades are all the same, blueprinted and balanced, you got 4 guys working together, pulling the same rope to lift the weight, to move that boat. If they're off or they're different, or they're, say, a class 3, they're not working as hard together, so they're not putting out as much work as you'd like for the effort that your engine is putting out. So that's about as simple as I can make it sound. That,
sure.
The closer that we get to an S-class on those propellers, the more accurate they are, and the smoother they run, and the faster you go.
One of the things that I love is in this industry, businesses get big, and you guys are no different. You guys have grown leaps and bounds over the years. You've been doing this 30-plus years at Lake of the Ozarks. But what I love is you guys keep it local and you guys keep it small. There's never a day that I stop by Cool Breeze Marine, I'm not greeted by Dorothy at the door, on the phone, running stuff around the office, telling you to get back to work. You got Corey and the guys in the back. I mean, you guys with a small crew do not stop, and you keep it right here at Lake of the Ozarks, where you guys have your heart and you've grown your business. So talk about that and how Lake of the Ozarks Shootout has been so big for the Peters over the years.
That's a tough one to come up with. Really, as the Lake of the Ozarks has grown, we have grown, and we stuck with it. It's, we started off as a small propeller shop, and we just kept with it, kept up with the technology. A lot of them have gone by the wayside, and we've continued. I've got there's not a lot of young people coming up in this business, and I'd have 2 young guys coming up to take my place, because I can't do this much longer. Dorothy, you're ready to get out of this too, aren't you? Yeah.
Nobody works harder than these two right here. And so, George, as you've watched the shootout grow and you've seen the boats get bigger, one thing that you've continued to do is pour back into your business. I got to tell people, because I just think it's one of the coolest stories, that scan machine that you told us about, when you first got that, there was only like 3 or 4 of out there, 3 others like used by the military. But that was a groundbreaking moment for your business. And since then, you guys have seen things take off. So talk again about that machine. I want people to get to see some of the video again of that propeller spinning so fast, because that was a decision for you and Dorothy. You either buy a lake home and retire, or no, we're going to invest back into the business. And you guys chose to pour back into the business. So touch on that just briefly.
It was the best decision I made, and really, it was Dorothy's decision. She said, "You're not stagnating. You're moving up." She is, the woman behind the man, and just made everything what it is. I have to give her all the credit. I just swing the hammers and push the buttons and all of that. But anyway. So we moved up into the 21st century, got the best software, the best equipment we could have, and that got around the country. So people shipped, instead of just being local, people ship us things from around the country. We do the most accurate work that can be done. And one thing that we don't do is we don't heat our blades. A lot of your shops, they're heating them up. We're a hydraulic shop. We bend things hydraulically, because once you hit that with a torch, you're taking the temper out. You're making that blade weaker. It's forever ruined.
Yeah.
And so I say, we don't ruin your prop to fix it. In fact, when we give you your propeller back, it's better than new, because we hold our propeller repairs and modifications to a higher standard than the manufacturer in the first place. So. Okay, now before we go, and Ray, you might chime in a minute, I want you guys to get an idea. Tell us the boat. I came out the last couple of days. You've got this crazy MTI, a 2024 440X, I believe it is, like on property there. Tell us what happened to that boat and what you had to do to it to get it back. That's a 444 MTI in a 2024, and I feel sorry for the guy. It's got twin 500s on it, and that thing draws, as you well know, that much water at 120 miles an hour. Right. The Lake of the Ozarks this year has been so full because we've had so much rain. Hit a 2x4 like that, knocks a big chunk out of the skeg, and that's what we do. We're weld it back in, grind it back down, paint it up, and hope he doesn't hit anything again. And that's not the first time you've helped him out. He's been back a couple of times this year because of the amounts of debris in the water this year. I've seen, people that I haven't seen in years, and I've seen the same people over and over, and we're giving them frequent flyer discounts now. That's what we call it. It's like, I feel so bad, I have to give you a break. And what's crazy about that is if you've never been into the shop, and I know your wheels are spinning over here. You saw that technology on it.
It's amazing.
What do you think of that, Ray?
It's incredible. So are you able to take like a propeller designed for one thing, like a certain pitch, and then turn it into something different for different results? Yes. That's what you do. Yes. That's amazing. And that's what we need people to do when they say bring their boats in. They need to come in with stats. Mm-hmm. A lot of people come in and say, I just want to go faster. Right. Well, what kind of RPMs you got? Give me some details. Right. And they don't have them. Right. And okay, go out. This is what we need. We give them sheets. Go out and get this information for me. They come back with it filled out. And we're like, okay, now we're talking. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? You're about as good as you can get. I can't take your money. Right. And other people, I'm like, you're just way off. Let's do this. And they're like, I have a whole new boat. Yeah. And that's the part of my job where I love. Do you base that on like a prop slip calculator type thing, or are you able to like see a propeller and say, okay, this is what you need? And so, in other words, I guess rather than buying a brand new propeller, you can rework their existing one for their optimum. If their propeller is remotely close to what they need, yes. Right. Yeah, we modify a lot of propellers. Some people are so close, and we can say, well, do this and this, and we can get you an extra 2-3 miles an hour out of it. Yeah. Other folks, like I said, it's the wrong prop altogether. Let's throw this on and see what happens. Well, that wakes the boat up. Some boats are riding flat. You change the attitude when you change the prop. Some boats ride flat. Some they need that bow lift. Right. Others are too high. Yeah. We need to lift that back end. And you can do that by modifying the blades, the blade tips, the rake,
the diffuser rings, shortening them, lengthening them.
Right.
Blade count, 3, 4, 5, what have you. There's a lot to it. There's a lot more than people think, and you know, once they come in, they're just like, I want to buy a prop that does this. It's like, it's not that easy.
Right.
You know, years ago, you know, choices were limited. They're vast now, just like your engine options, your hull styles, the boats, everything out there. There's so much to have and look at, and so many choices.
Right.
It's mind-boggling sometimes.
Yeah, and like I told you earlier, Will, it's like, you know, the prop selection can be the difference between winning and losing a race for these offshore teams, and it's just could be one pitch off.
I'm the last guy they see when the guys that are out there building their engines all year, or they started building it last week and they're just now putting it together.
Right.
And they're pulling in my parking lot saying, okay, I just added 200 horsepower. I'm the last guy they see.
Yeah.
And so now I'm saying, okay, you have this, you did this, let's try this. And unfortunately, we're a couple of blocks from the state park ramp. So when you pull in, I'm happy to throw a couple of props on, go run them, come get me some new stats.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. And, you know, working it on paper or on the computer, which, you know, we have computer programs that do this for us too. Still, they get you close. They don't exact. The best way is to put it on and run it. And also, you know, the temperature, the humidity. So many factors make a difference in that 1 or 2 miles an hour that you get.
Yeah. That's very impressive.
All right, this is George Peter, the prop specialist. George, I'll tell you what, one of the things for Cool Breeze Marine that you guys have always prided yourself on is giving back. And I know that the shootout is very near and dear to your heart. So from when you first, 30 years ago, started at the lake and you saw the shootout, did you ever think that, you know, all these years later, it would be the granddaddy of all boating events in the world?
I didn't think the Lake of the Ozarks would turn into what it turned into, you know, and it's mushroomed big time.
Yeah.
And actually recently. And I didn't foresee that. I figured growth, you know, slow growth, but it's just exploded. And also just marine technology has changed. Computers have taken over, you know, from back in the day when it was, you know, 7.4, 454, 330 horsepower, carbureted engines, and everybody was running what they brung. I live near Shooters 21, or where it used to be, and I could walk there for the shootout, and we were there the whole time. People parked their cars in my yard.
You could have made a pretty penny.
Yeah.
I did. I was poor. I had a bunch of kids, and I was young. I mean, I had to charge $20 a car. People, I'll pay you to park. Okay, fine.
That's awesome.
It was great memories. Some of the fastest boats. I remember my kids were little then, and we'd take them down and they watched the races. And one time, my kid found a cowboy hat, and he comes walking home, and he's like, "Look, I found it." He's like 6 years old. He's like, "Look, I found a cowboy hat, too big for his head." And then on the radio, one of the racers, I forget, Longlight.
Oh yeah.
He lost his hat, and he said, "I lost my hat, and it's my favorite hat. If somebody come bring it back to me, I'll give you $100." And I heard that, and I'm like, "Ian, go take that back to that man." So he did, and he got paid for it. So
that's great.
Good memories.
That's awesome.
Well, George, man, I got to thank you because over the years, this is my 11 plus years at Lake TV, and from the moment I walked in and started bothering you and Dorothy, you've always made time for me. You've always supported my efforts at Lake TV, and you've always been behind supporting whatever we do. And I can't thank you enough for your support in business, but also for your guys' friendship, because you and Dorothy are the epitome of what Lake of the Ozarks Shootout and the Lake of the Ozarks boating community is about. So thank you for everything you do for this community, for the industry, and especially for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout.
I have to return that thanks to you for what you do here. I remember when Lake TV was in its infancy, and you were coming over, and you're hustling.
I'll sell you this box of Kleenex for $3, George.
I'm like, man.
Pay in cash. I'll do it for $2.
I'm like, what do we got to do to shut this guy up? So, all right, we'll go along with it. And
that's great.
And you know what? And I'm really happy to be a part of this from the beginning with you. Yeah, great friendship all the way through. Your wife, your daughter, I love them. And it's been a good ride, and I think it's going to be a long ride.
Me
for-
too,
for
and I
us
wish
all.
I had a photo, but it was the coolest thing when we had Brindley, my wife and I, unique. Brindley's getting ready to turn 4 next month. They sent us, I wish I had a picture. I wish I would have thought of this. But the Cool Breeze Marine pink onesies.
The onesies?
Yes. And you got them from newborn all the way up to like 4 months. And it was awesome. She wore those like the first 4 months of her life. And we still have those. But you guys did that kind of thing for your friends. And so truly is what this community and this event's all about. And so before we go, tell people watching where you're located and how they can stop by or reach out and see you guys.
We're located at Osage Beach off of Nichols Road in the industrial park near the hospital. Look for the big propellers on the doors. You can't miss it. Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist.
Awesome.
That's great. 1087 Industrial Drive. GotProps.com.
Got props.
Perfect.
Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. They sure do. That is George Peter, and of course, right out here, his lovely wife, Dorothy Peter. She's really the brains behind the operation out there at Cool Breeze Marine. We'll take a commercial break, and we'll be back with lots more action on tonight's Shootout pre-race show.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go farther, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists. Your time at the lake is limited, and at Cerdike Yamaha, we understand that. That's why we offer boat and wave runner rentals at 2 convenient locations, fueled up, shined, and ready to ride. Whether you need a tri-tune for your group, a ski boat for the family, or a couple Yamaha wave runners to ride the waves, Cerdike Yamaha is ready and waiting for you. See the Lake of the Ozarks with a rental from Cerdike Yamaha. Book online now at cerdikeboatrental.com. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV. It's time to look back at the top 10 shootout runs from the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. But first, a few honorable mentions. Team Yahoo, with owner and throttleman Curtis Morris and driver Jammin' Jones, topped their Saturday speed of 175 with an impressive run of 180 miles per hour. The Texas-based team sported a 36-foot Cat powered by twin 2,000-plus horsepower Boost Power U.S. engines. Father-son duo of Mike and Ryan Mawson hit Mawson's new personal best of 94 in his Cigarette 42X, sporting 3 565 horsepower Mercury Racing engines. The run was Mawson's personal best after hoping to hit 93. Carrie Sixkiller hit 65 miles an hour in her 93 Baja 24-foot Outlaw, making it 17 straight years for Carrie running in the shootout. Yamaha Wave Runners took a clean sweep podium finish in PWC runs. James Meyers was the top gun once again with 96, while Kristen Gagorzak hit 83 and Bobby Cordone took third with 79. Meyers is looking to top 100 miles an hour in 2024. Now your top 10 runs. Number 10, this one's for Jim. Carolyn Doris, in her first shootout since the passing of her husband, Shootout Hall of Famer and Playcraft Boats owner and founder Jim Doris, ran an impressive 73 miles per hour in her Playcraft Tri-Tune. Doris, the first female driver ever in the history of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, has now made all but one of the 35 Lake of the Ozarks Shootouts. A monster run, number 9. Monster Energy's KC Van Kuren got into the driver's seat of Mcon's 2023 41-foot skater Cat, owned by Tyler Miller, who was throttling right by her side. Van Kuren hit a sizzling 134 miles per hour in her first shootout, and now her and Monster loved it so much they became the title sponsor of the 2024 event. Number 8, a young force. Father and son duo of Corey and Joe Purig took the outboard Power Cats class in their 36-foot Doug Wright Performance Cat with their 134 mile per hour pass. It marked the second straight year they've won their class, and Corey's second year being the youngest driver in the shootout. Number 7, Freedom Jr. is in good hands. Rob Morgan runs Freedom Jr. an impressive 102 miles per hour, the 28-foot skater sporting twin 300s, and then a 93 and 92 mile an hour pass with his son RP and daughter Shelby. Morgan, who just got the boat back from Jim Lee, who is a former teammate of Rob's dad Bob, the event's Hall of Fame namesake and founder of Big Thunder Marine, Jim Lee told Rob it was time Freedom Jr. came home, and come home, it sure did. Number 6, does it get any tougher? Team Tough 34 with Thomas Weigel from Ontario made their much anticipated return to the shootout in 2023 after a 3-year absence. With their new Tough 36 powered by a single Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engine, Weigel ran 135 miles an hour, smashing the shootout record for the fastest single engine V-bottom. A new world record, number 5. Sean Torrente and Vision Marine Technologies were hoping to break their own record for the fastest all-electric boat in the world at last year's shootout. After setting that record last year at 109 in their all-white Hellcat, Torrente rolled out their brand new S2 Powerboats 966 32-foot Cat and ran a mind-boggling 116 miles per hour, setting the new world record for the fastest all-electric speedboat. Number 4. A boat versus an airplane? A fan favorite of the annual shootout, Performance Powerboats 420 was unveiled at the Shootout Air Show in 23, driven by Myrick Coyle and throttled by Rusty Williams versus a stunt airplane. The air show includes many stunts, including racing Performance Powerboats 420 down the shootout course, as well as a stunt where the stunt plane and boat nearly touch. Number 3, Factory Billets Mic Drop Moment. Team Factory Billets Jim Schultz and Mike Focher were hoping to top their shootout best of 164 heading into 23 in their 51 Outer Limits V-bottom. They have their eyes set on 170 after hitting 164 on Saturday. They took the course Sunday morning and hit a sizzling 184 miles per hour, absolutely smashing the previous record for a V-bottom in the shootout. The winning duck, number 2. Slug Hefner, with his sights set on dethroning Don Onken and American Ethanol, rolled out his Dirty Duck Skater 438 powered by two 2,000-plus horsepower Brummett Marine engines. Hefner tabbed 2 of the industry's best in Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams to run the boat, and the 2 didn't disappoint. Dirty Duck hit 194 miles per hour, which was good for second overall on the weekend, and it made it the second time a boat has hit 190 miles plus per hour on the shortened course. Number 1. American Ethanol once again. Was there ever any doubt? After taking the last 8 consecutive Top Gun awards, Don Onken and American Ethanol rolled out a brand new setup in 2023. The 51-foot Mystic Cat was rigged with 4 total engines capable of producing over 10,000 total horsepower. With Mystic owner John Cosker and Tony Badiato in the boat once again, American Ethanol set a new 3/4 mile course record, hitting an impressive 214 miles per hour. It marked the 9th consecutive overall Top Gun, won by Don Onken and the American Ethanol, with their eyes set on number 10 in 2024. This has been your top 10 runs from the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout in 2023, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist.
We are back on Lake TV. It's the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. We're live from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. We're at the Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip street party, and the temperature, although it's going down a little bit in the evening, the overall temperature here at the street party is actually going up. People are still showing up, Ray.
It's insane. I mean, people just keep trickling in. We're at the top of the strip, and so essentially the entrance, and it's just nonstop.
Man, a full night ahead of you. We've still got Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle set to come on here shortly. That's going to be fun. Love those guys, the hometown heroes. Always a good time. But in the meantime, Ray, I wanted to catch people up to speed that might be just tuning in as far as what they could expect this weekend for the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. And, of course, Saturday racing going to begin bright and early. They start taking the course at 8:30, and of course I believe our first run at 9. And everyone always asks, where's the best place to watch? And really, it's from a boat out in the flotilla, right?
Yeah, no question. I mean, the flotilla just stretches for miles, and it's like rows deep, and such an impressive sight to see. And it's a festive atmosphere out there. We're usually up on the bluff shooting it, and just to watch the crowd grow from a side tie. I got to say, the people in the Lake of the Ozarks are side tie masters.
Oh, I'm scared to even think about trying to maneuver one of these expensive boats into one of those slips, let alone trying to get close to another person's boat. That scares me like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, no question. And if you're going to go out there, you're spending the day because you're not breaking free.
All right, now another thing, of course, the races, we've laid some of those storylines for you so far, but a must watch event every year for the shootout is the annual air show, which is going to be awesome. Now, last year, you got to see Myra Coyle and Rusty Williams. They rolled out the brand new Performance 420, and they raced a stunt plane, literally. Where else do you see an airplane and a speedboat head-to-head on water? What?
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's always a crowd favorite, right? People that have been coming here for a lot of years, they come to expect it. But for the newbies, and even for us guys that come here after year, it's always such a cool thing because I believe it's Brian Carell Stunt Shows, and he's such a genius with flying the stunt plane. I mean, he's doing aerial acrobatics that you won't see anywhere else.
So much to look forward to. And for those of you maybe just tuning in, we had so much already take place here with the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. Last night was the annual Bob Morgan Memorial Lake of the Ozarks Shootout Hall of Fame, and they got to induct 5 new great members into that Hall of Fame, and we'll talk on that here in a little bit. But one of the things I wanted to go back to, because I've always thought it was just incredible and not enough people know about it, is the mini shootout. And everyone always asks, well, what in the world is the mini shootout? Believe it or not, these are mini RC boats, and I could tell you or try to tell you about it, but instead, let's take a look back at Ha Ha Tonka this past weekend for the annual Lake of the Ozarks Mini Shootout.
Jimmy.
So there you have it, the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Mini Shootout, Top Gun for the second consecutive year. It's Kevin Cram making his way in from Galveston, Texas, 117. He hit this year, pretty incredible. And Ray, that's something that's really grown in popularity, but that Mini Shootout, man, that is a sight to see, right?
Oh my gosh. So, we spend 10 days here, and unfortunately, we can't come the front side of it, so we stay on the back side of it. But you were sending me pictures of that, and the intricate detail of how accurate they are to the large scale boat. It's amazing.
Yeah,
they're really, really impressive little boats.
And the top speed ever out there is 125 miles an hour.
Oh my gosh.
So, and there was a bounty put out this year that says anybody that tops that speed, somebody threw out $1,000. Roger Lease, I believe it was, threw out $1,000 to anybody that tops that. And so there were teams already strategizing and game planning on how they were going to do that in 25. So that was one of the many super cool events that the shootout has leading into the event. Another one that we've started to touch on is every year, the late great Bob Morgan, a shootout icon, he is the namesake for the event's Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And so last night at the Lighthouse in Sunrise Beach, they inducted 5 new members into this year's Hall of Fame. And so I'm going to throw it back to a little recap highlight video in case you didn't get to go. Check out last night's Hall of Fame ceremony. We'll have that for you here in just a minute as you get a look at the sky view photography aerial cam, a view from above. Pretty awesome. And now it's time to take a look back at last night's Hall of Fame dinner.
I actually got involved in the original shootout when it was held down at Shooters 21 in the first ones. At the time, I was chief of the Lake Ozark Fire District. The original scope of the shootout was the funds that they derived was going specifically to augment the water rescue capabilities of lake area fire departments. So obviously, at Lake Ozark Fire Department, we had fire boats, and we helped participate in it. I did that up until I left the Lake Ozark Fire Department, and then I got back involved when it moved here to Captain Ron's, and I've been here ever since.
My name is Ed Grimm. I'm head of tech inspections with the shootout. Been doing it for about 15 years and competed as well in the shootout. Many years ago when I first moved here, I attended in my bass boat and watched things. I was hooked. Then the next year or so later, I started helping Charlie Schaefer, another Hall of Famer, with his boat, and just went from there.
At that time, I was the Missouri Elk State Drug Awareness Chairman, looking for money to bring in some speakers to speak to the kids at school. So I asked if I could be a parker. So from then on, for 12 years, I've done that. I was on a board member of the shootout for 9 years, and we loved every minute of it.
Helmets are a big thing. The most important thing, as evidenced a couple years ago with the pontoon, was the kill switches. And we absolutely, everybody has to fire their engines and make sure the kill switches are operable. If not, they do not go on course.
The boat had one of its hatches up, so we thought, well, maybe we put water in, we could flood the motors. And what happened, well, I like to say it was through expertise and training and all that. It was actually dumb luck, but like the second pass, we were able to hit the throttle with our water cannon and knocked it back into neutral and just drove right up, and it was over.
We worked very hard. We believe in the shootout so much, and to be honored as being part of the Hall of Fame, I've never been that humble before. Everything is surreal. You don't, when you're doing jobs, it's a job. And then when somebody says, hey, you did a good job, you feel good. And right now, I feel good.
Oh, it's quite an honor. When you look at the people that are in the Hall of Fame, you know, to join that very exclusive group is a huge honor.
I'm Ed Grimm. I am Frank Scarpino.
Hi, I'm Scott Franson. I am proud to say that I'm a 2024 recipient of the Shootout Hall of Fame.
Such a great evening. Of course, Jim Schultz with Factory Billet was not there, and also unable to be featured was Matt Trulio with Speed on the Water. So 5 new inductees into the Bob Morgan Memorial Lake of the Ozarks Shootout Hall of Fame, and all individuals who have been contributors to the event in different capacities over the years. And so we congratulate those 5. And one that stood out to me, Jim Schultz with Factory Billet after that mic drop moment last year, that 184. So going in, we know they're only going to run Saturday morning. They're going to be that first run about 9 a.m.
Right.
Where are your expectations for Factory Billet?
You know, I mean, based on the temperatures alone, and knowing how much preparation and pre-work that they do for their boat, I anticipate similar or even a better number.
Yeah.
It's amazing to even say that, but that's what I would anticipate.
I was so taken back last year because they were okay with the 164. They saw the Parvies with Black Thunder go 166. You know, those two always go back and forth.
For sure.
Real close, like always.
Yeah.
So after they were like, man, we got to beat them. We got to get that 170. How do you go that 20 miles an hour faster than the day before? What factors go into that?
You know, it's really a mystery to me, too. I mean, you know, when you're running a baseline of the same speeds, year after year, you kind of expect the same, and unless they did something, you know, they were kind of keeping top secret, like Carson and Slug, you know, it's truly impressive.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'll look forward to that. And now we're hearing back. It actually looks like we got a message here in real time from Tyler Miller. We're going to have Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller on their way down. They're headed up the hill. So in a few minutes, we're going to have the hometown heroes with Monster Energy, Mcon Racing. You get a look at their 2 boats. Of course, the Super Cat and the Class 1 boat. Both skaters, one a 2022, one a 2023. And talk about Mcon as a whole before we have the guys on the set. From here at the lake community and all they do, all they offer, all they've done in the sport. Touch on that, Ray.
Well, you know, Tyler and Lindsay Miller, they're just passionate boaters from the get-go, right? And then you throw in the racing part of it, and they're just the nicest people you could ever meet. And then couple that with Myrick, like you said, hometown hero, foreman of Performance Boat Center, and just all-around great guy and super talented at what he does. Once Tyler got Myrick on inside the boat with him, then the sky was the limit, and they just experienced immediate success.
Yeah, and you talk about in offshore, it's, you know, hard to really make a name for yourself unless you do it for a long, long time, consistently. And in a short time, Tyler Miller has become one of the faces and one of the biggest names in offshore racing. And a lot of people that know the industry credit that to the way he treats people and all that he's contributed to this sport. So touch on Tyler Miller's rise to the top, if you will.
No question. You know, talking with Myra quite a bit, being my podcast partner on the Boats of Bros podcast, he tells me a lot about the inner workings of Team Mcon and Monster Energy. Tyler Miller has this deal where it's like no teammate is left behind. So he's not above any of his teammates from top to bottom, and they will all grind together until the job is done, whether it be Mcon, his construction company, or the race team, whether it's, you know, changing an engine or swapping out gears in the outdrive. They'll all do it together, and they'll all tap out at the same time.
And it's a massive team in following the Mcon Racing, the Monster Energy Mcon Racing team has, from the family with Tyler and Lindsay Miller and their kids and their friends to the Meyers and everybody with Performance Boat Center and Myrick. It's unbelievable what you see, the following they draw everywhere they go, the amount of gear that is worn around with Mcon Racing. And so with the shootout now having Monster Energy as the title sponsor, it's clear that this team is the hometown team, and everywhere you go, you see people from Lake of the Ozarks following Mcon Racing.
Yeah, even beyond that, the kids, the Monster logo is so recognizable, and them being Monster athletes, they always draw, the largest fan base because their logo is so recognizable. And now the Mcon logo is being just as recognizable.
Yeah, and so for those guys, it's not just about what you do for the industry. It's not just about what you do for the community. It's also about how you perform. And so let's look at, in the Super Cat class, 3-time reigning national champion. In the Class 1, 2-time reigning national champion. I mean, these guys are right now kind of the top of the sport, right?
Yeah, in the Super Cat class, I mean, they are super dominant. They've been back-to-back defending national and world champion. National champions for sure, back-to-back world champions. So they are just, unstoppable. And they just have the chemistry. In the last race in Sheboygan, they just checked out. Dirty Money, unfortunately, had an engine failure. But beyond that, they just checked out and just spread the gap between first and second like you wouldn't believe.
And another element that a lot of people don't know about is the owner, Tyler Miller, who also, throttles the boat. He was fresh off of back surgery, a very serious surgery leading into Shootout Offshore, and he sat on a Class 1 for a little bit, and then he returned here recently to the throttle in the Class 1. But talk about from your perspective, you cover this. Did you anticipate that you would even see Tyler Miller back in the hatch this year?
So I got to say, Doc Jansen, Dr. Michael Jansen, who is thoroughly embedded into this industry, he did the surgery, and he is the best in the world. So in Doc's hands, I was optimistic that Tyler would come back. Myrick told me that in the Class 1 boat, because it's bigger and it can absorb more of the pounding, so to speak, in offshore, he returned to Class 1 earlier than he did with the Super Cat. But it was a miracle at how quickly he did return.
Hey, even if you're not into offshore racing and the boats and the engines and the speed, you're going to be entertained in our next segment. We're going to have Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle, Monster Energy, Mcon Racing, your hometown heroes, on the other side of this break on our 2024 Shootout Pre-Race Show, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions.
You're invited to the first annual Lake of the Ozarks Monster Rehab Shootout After Party on Saturday, August 24th at Lazy Gators, featuring fire performer Grace Good as seen on America's Got Talent and tunes all night from DJ Mads. Refresh, recover, and revive with the Lake of the Ozarks Monster Rehab Shootout After Party at Lazy Gators starting at 8 p.m. For more info, visit lakeoftheozarksshootout.com.
The lake has it all: the scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
The lake has it all: the scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
As we welcome you back to Lake TV's coverage of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. It's our 2024 pre-race show live from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. We're at the Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip street party. Gets bigger and better every year. I'm Lake TV's William Holtz, joined by the great Ray Lee from Speedboat Magazine. And as we promised you, we've got the hometown hero. It's Myrick Coyle, and of course Tyler Miller from Monster Energy, Mcon Racing. Guys, what is happening?
Shootout's happening if anybody hasn't noticed, but can't believe the amount of people that are out here, and it's really great. The weather being 78 degrees and not sweating your know-what off and all that. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to start right from the top. I know that you guys have the craziest schedule. Offshore keeps you running. You're traveling. You're trying to keep up with family and construction businesses and running Performance Boat Center. But when it comes to Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, everything else kind of gets put on the back burner.
Yeah, you know, our normal world basically stops. This is our hometown, and to be here, Shootout 2024, it's just amazing to see all the people out to kick off this spectacular night and a spectacular week. Just couldn't be more humble. So yeah, everything stops and pauses everywhere but here at Lake of the Ozarks. And if you haven't been here, you got to get out here.
So far, I mean, we've talked about the crowd is big, but for you guys walking up and down the strip, I saw when you got right about to that truck right there, you couldn't really make it too far without getting stopped and high five and dapped. And I talk to you all the time about it, but are you guys kind of used to that at this point in time, or is it still like, man, all these people love me. What is going on here?
Funny thing, on the way up here, Myrick's daughter, Kennedy, she's like, who do you think's more popular as we walked up through here? And I said, just watch, it'll be 12-1. Myrick's over Tyler all the way up through here. But, you know, it's hats off to the family operation we run and to, you know, just staying humble and staying kind. And what an awesome spot to be in your hometown and to see the people that, you know, we boat with on a daily basis. Obviously, Myrick works on their boats, keeps things running. And, you know, just to give back to the community and see this is unbelievable.
Yeah, and for me, being that the shootout was what I went to get into boating. So, you know, it was 2000 or 1999 shootout that made me decide that, hey, I'm going to be a boat guy. So 24 years later, 25 years later, it's a pretty cool deal.
And so the shootout is what got Myrick Coyle, Lake of the Ozarks, involved. Now, one of the faces heavily involved in the GOAT conversation in offshore racing. And for you, Tyler, the way you got started, we talked about this when we featured your doc last summer. It's kind of unique that you saw another business like yours on a boat. Talk us through that story.
Yeah, so, 9-10 years ago, I believe, we were here at Lake Race and sitting in one of the first turns, turn one. And here come the ripping, roaring Super Cats charging into turn one, loud as can be. You know, your hair stands up, and you pay attention. And I said, man, I'm going to do that one of these days. And about that time, Cleveland Construction, which Bob Teague here, you know, was in the boat throttling at that point in time, I believe. And they come around the corner, and I'm like, construction workers can race offshore boats. And started the look at that point in time. And, you know, funny to be sitting here with Myrick. I remember early on talking about, man, someday wouldn't it be cool if we could get in a boat together and go make some good things happen. And we often pinch each other and say, like, man, remember that conversation?
Yeah.
And so here we are.
Yeah, because you guys used to be competitors.
Oh, yeah. He used to push me all over the course. He had a lot faster boat and a lot better throttleman with JT back then.
No. I remember passing him one time and waving. And
yeah. I did not wave back.
And this is what you get to see in this sport, though, is this camaraderie, because there's no secret. Well, there probably is to people watching, but you guys aren't in this for the money. This is because you love it. You absolutely love to compete. And so for you, Myrick, that you've now been doing this for a while, kind of talk about being part of Mcon Racing and now Monster Energy, what they're kind of doing in this sport, but watching this all kind of come to fruition. And as Tyler says, man, I said that back then. Now in 2024, this is your reality. 3-time national champ in Super Cat, 2-time world champ, Class 1, always up there on the podium. I mean, talk about the reality of what's happened.
Well, I think a lot of people see it and they see that, you know, a lot of like, I don't know, recognition and stuff like that. They don't always get to see all the work that gets put in and all the late nights and times that you're not with your family. But yeah, I mean, I can remember the first time I met Tyler in Naughty Marine Shop, and he was actually there with his cousin Brett Miller, and you know, never did I think that, you know, this will be my guy one day, you know, like he is now. And that's what is so weird to me, that, you know, who knows, maybe one day I'll be with somebody that I just met out there on the street. You know, it's just like you got to keep this.
Wait, are you dumping Tyler right here? What is happening?
No,
this is backfired. My favorite team is splitting up. No, just kidding.
No, I'm just saying that, you know, you just never know.
Sure.
You just never know. I mean, and the fact that one day I was a kid or a young man sitting there watching Johnny Tomlinson climbing a boat, and you know, and then one day I was his driver and I was his guy, you know. So it's like how that all comes together is a weird and awesome thing. But yeah, the whole family aspect, of course, with, you know, Tyler having a lot of kids and a wonderful wife, and me having a lot of kids and a wonderful wife, you know, it makes it a lot easier when they can all get along and have same interests and things like that.
But beyond that, you've got, I mean, Sydney and Jake and Chelsea and Craig. It's just a whole Mcon family.
Dave and Mike and, you know, everybody. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you're out of town and you're spending every minute together, you know, you got to like the people,
right?
You know, you know, it's like not somebody that you know, it's like, man, this guy's really getting on my nerves.
Which is not the case for all the race teams.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah. I've been on some teams that, well, like you know, you might split up, you know, before you go to dinner just because you have different interests or different times in your life where these guys are 23 and ready to go out of the town, and you know, not.
He's not 23 and not ready to go out on the town.
No,
sometimes he
is. That's great. Now, guys, talk a little bit about, because for the shootout weekend, of course, the race is on the weekend, but man, what goes into this, it is a full week, and by the time it rolls into this weekend, Myrick, you'll be running 72 boats, you'll be flying an airplane, you'll be running construction stuff on site, I'm sure.
Got other jerseys ready to go.
Hey, we talked with Slug a little bit ago, but kind of talk about how much you guys love the shootout experience as far as your whole year in the offshore racing season, how this is kind of different from everything else.
It's super unique. You know, again, we talk about it being our hometown water, of course, but everything that goes into the shootout, it's a year lead up to this thing. You know, it's not just this week. It's a year lead up and all the things that come into it. I know Myrick is just super, super busy with all the customers and everything that's going on, and he finds time to make everybody as happy as humanly possible. He gets out on the race course, and he does an amazing, amazing job. For us, you know, this year with Monster Energy being the title sponsor, I mean, what more could you ask for? You know, you come, you bring the brand, you represent, and you go do your thing on the water. And then when you drive away on Sunday, or if you're fortunate enough, you can stay here Sunday night, drive home Monday, and you look back on the week and you think, man, all the charities and everybody, you know, all the families and stuff around Lake of the Ozarks, the paramedics, the first responders, Make-A-Wish, just everything that goes into it. And to come out knowing what you've just done and what you've been a part of, there's just nothing like it in the world.
We got to talk about, and what's great is, you know, Monster Energy, the new title sponsor, but you've still got right there the long-running big sponsor, Performance Boat Center, and you guys with both of those are like all over it. So kind of talk about, Myrick, with Performance Boat Center, the Lake of the Ozarks has become the offshore capital in the world, and Performance Boat Center has kind of been the driving force. When we featured Tyler's dock, there's boats everywhere. Yeah. You're rigging these boats, and so it all kind of ties together. Talk about Performance Boat Center.
So put it to you this way. I can take people around that have been to all these different places in the world. I took a guy from Norway yesterday around the property, and he is like, this is the coolest marina / most awesome, spectacular amount of boats I've ever seen in one place ever. I mean, you can go in our buildings and just be like, oh my gosh, there's a 48 MTI. Where's, and there's a 50, there's a 40. You know, you just go crazy. I mean, there might, I don't know the money wise, but it's just the amount of time that it takes to build these boats, and the stories behind them. That's one of the coolest things to me is all the customers that Performance Boat Center has, and you can go down and you can think of your different relationships with each individual customer, where they're from, what they might be doing now. Whether they have a house on the lake where they just fly in, stay at a VRBO and use their boat and stuff like that. But yeah, Performance Boat Center is one of the big reasons that I'm here. So I really appreciate everything that they do, and I give it back. I try my best for them. And you know, if you were just to go down and sit on the wall by our launch ramp today, you're going to see probably some of the best boats in the world just going in and out of the water. I mean, we launched over 50 boats today just for people to go out and go boating. So I was riding around with Mark in the golf cart the other day, and it's just, you know, boat after boat rolling in. And I'm literally like, can you believe what you did, you know, by this dream and the building of, it's like, I think of like Field of Dreams, you build it, they will come kind of thing, you know, and that's what it kind of rolls with.
Well, same thing for us. We stay at the Ledges, which is right around the corner from Performance Boat Center, and we had a photo shoot out of there this morning. So after we were done, went back to the condo, and we were hanging out on the balcony because it's a beautiful morning. And it was just like a poker run with all the high-dollar boats buzzing by, and it's a Wednesday before the street party, and people were just like, oh, there goes another skater, there goes another MTI, there goes another, you know, big Nortec Center console. It was just a boat show on water just buzzing by our balcony, so it's so impressive.
Yeah. One thing we got to talk about, because we've never really seen, and I might be wrong, but at Shootout Offshore, I had never seen any business or brand take over an event like Monster took over Shootout Offshore. I want to talk about that relationship. And last year, Casey Van Kuren, the motorsports manager for Monster Energy, actually got to drive with you in the Shootout. So talk us through that experience and what we can expect from you this year in the Shootout.
Yeah, so, you know, we kind of sprung it on Casey last year. We didn't say much to her about it. And on Saturday, as things were kind of advancing and moving along, I'm like, hey, you know, planning on you getting in the boat and wheeling this thing down the Shootout course. And she kind of chuckled a little bit. And I said, no, we're serious. You got this. And she's like, oh, okay, no problem. And then she kind of got in the boat and in the pleasure boat as we were on our way out there. And she kind of started to get a little nervous, got a little quiet. And I said, hey, just chill out, relax. Everything's fine, you know, because like in racing, and especially in the Shootout, you wait and you wait and you wait. And then it's hurry up, go, 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 go. So it actually worked out really good. She was kind of chill, kind of relaxed. And it's like, okay, here we go. She had never been in an offshore catamaran, had obviously never been over 100 mile an hour in a boat. And everybody is watching, like, you know, Saturday, thousands of spectators there, right? And so now the nerves are clicking in, and I'm like, just stay calm. You got this. All is good. And she went out, and I think 134-ish on the first pass, you know, and it was so funny because, you know, you think the nerves are going to take over and stuff like that, but when we came off plane and got done, she's like, dang it, I shouldn't have turned so hard to ride at the end, you know, and I'm like, all right, you got that killer instinct, you know, let's go back and get another mile or two an hour out of it. So, you know, just cool to get her in the boat and to experience, you know, what we're going through out there and to put it in real life perspective. And, you know, appreciate everything she does, Monster Energy, for supporting us and sometimes putting up with all of our baggage and everything else that we bring along. But no, I mean, in all honesty, they've been an amazing group to work with. Couldn't be more happy to represent them, and can't put all the words together to have them back here as the title sponsor for the Shootout. I mean, you know, it's spectacular.
I've never been so jealous of a woman in my life. When they're like, Casey Van Kuren in the boat with Tyler Miller running the Monster Energy. I was like, what? I was like, what did she do? Just because she's like part owner of Monster? I'm like, man, I've been worshiping these guys for years. I want in the boat. Which reminds me, behind you guys, there's this incredible Performance Freaky Fast canvas, you know, National World Championship, Johnny Tomlinson, Myrick. You signed this for me, and Ray happened to notice the inscription that you put on that canvas, and so we got to kind of settle the debate once and for all. There's a #1 reporter inscription on there, to Will. The GOAT, Myrick Coyle, says I'm the his #1 reporter, and Ray Lee has been just having fits since he's seen it. So let's solve this, boys.
What's up with that?
Well, I've been put on the spot a lot in those last couple of weeks. So I'm just going to sit here and be quiet.
Hey, while we got you guys, we got some tape. both of you guys were gracious enough to have us out to feature your guys' dock. Last year we got to go see Tyler and Lindsay Miller's dock. Just a sight, man, the boat collection from the Cigarette Nighthawk to getting to see both the racing boats. And, of course, your lovely wife, Lindsay, and all that. I mean, we got some tape of that. But nothing is going to outdo when I went to Myrick's dock this year and found out he's an avid fisherman, right? Like, he literally has contemplated leaving offshore to go make a run at the bass fishing circuit. And he's doing his best to teach Will how to fish. Myrick, tell the people, how did that experience go?
You got a lot of birds' nests. But it was good. So I was pretty much just coaching him along, and, he got better by the end, but we were limited in time, and it was a hot day, and it was wavy out there. So I'll give you benefit of the doubt.
Don't make a bunch of excuses for it.
Yeah.
Tyler, be careful.
You're sucking up back here with the #1 reporter. Ray, you got anything you want to talk about, Ray? Let's just let these guys do their thing.
We'll sell this on the Boats and Bros podcast.
This is great. Hey, before we go, I know you guys got tons of stuff. We got Nikki Montlick going to be coming on. We got Casey Van Kuren going to be coming on with Monster Motorsports. But I want to ask you guys, give a shout out. I know that the family for you guys is everything. You've got a great family, great team. And so give some shout outs. And I know you guys want to plug some of the people here that put up with all that this does. And it's an amazing experience. But run us through some of the big dogs that make all this possible behind the scenes.
Obviously, you always start out with the wife. You know, Lindsay's my rock and gets me through all of this stuff. She's an offshore queen, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, she's always there by my side and getting me through all these things. My kids back home, my granddaughter, amazing name. Her name's Tyler Gigi, so they got that one right. But mom, dad, everybody, and then it comes into the race family from there. From Craig, Jake, Dave, Sydney, Mike, Billy. I mean, you go through all of them. It's just Chelsea, everybody. It's just an amazing team. Myrick will catch any that I missed. But then at the end of the day, when we jump in the boat together, and we both got 4 kids back on the dock waiting on us to get back home, and our wives, it's very heartfelt, and it's we go racing, but we never forget what's waiting on us at the dock. You got to be competitive, and you got to run on that edge, but man, you got to come home to the kids, and that's what it's about.
That's exactly right. And Tyler did a good job remembering everybody's name. But Missy and my kids, I don't know where Preston is, but he's around here somewhere. But
he's chasing the ladies.
Yeah, Kennedy, sure. Jackson, Camden, and Missy, and then my mom and dad. If it weren't have been for my mom pushing me to go find something that you want to do and you want to love, I wouldn't be doing this. So I got to give a shout out to Mom, and then my Performance Boat Center family. I mean, they support me big time. Like Brett and Mark and the whole crew, Justice and everybody, like you said, Jake and Billy and Greg. Performance Boat Center, when you go to a boat race, there's a lot of guys there that are from Performance Boat Center. They're giving a lot of support to a lot of different teams. So it's a big deal.
Guys, I can't thank you enough. As we wind down, hopefully out there, a couple of kids can hear me, because what we've got here are 2 Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle play cards with the accomplishments. I'm going to ask these guys to sign these, and the first 2 kids that come up here in front of the stage, we're going to give those away to. So we got some Sharpies there, guys. And Myrick, Tyler, any predictions for what the Monster Energy Mcon racing boats are going to do this weekend in the shootout? What speed are we aiming for, boys?
Well, I don't remember what they did last year. 130 something.
134 with KC.
Yeah.
I think she probably beat me.
No, I mean, every year you come back and try to do just a little bit more, and that's what we're after. And then last year, the added feature to the shootout was the kilo runs, and we set 2 world records at the Super Cat, and the Class 1 here at Shootout. So, a lot of momentum building back up, and so I'm sure we'll get 0 sleep Friday night and get some strategy going and try to get out there and beat what we did last year.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the one time I really remember when Craig and Jake ran the Super Cat down there, and we were giving Jake a bunch of crap, like, did they call you? And he'd get back on the radio, and he'd be like, US 1 coming back, did you call us? And they'd be like, no, you sure didn't. And from there, it was like, it's pretty exciting to watch the crew and people that haven't done it before, do it.
Well, this is Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller, which is way better than Lake TV signed play card. And I got to tell you guys, thank you again. God bless you. Keep working hard.
Awesome. Thank you.
And we look forward to everything that comes. And, of course, Myrick, you won't rest this week, and you'll be racing airplanes. You'll be running Dirty Duck, chasing American Ethanol, and you'll, of course, be all over with Mcon Racing. So we'll let you guys get back to it. But thank you so much for everything you do for this event, this community, and, of course, myself and Lake TV. We absolutely love and appreciate you guys.
Will, Ray, thank you guys for all you do. Appreciate the coverage,
Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
Myrick, still #1, right?
Yeah.
We'll be right back, folks. We got Nikki Motlick from Motlick Injury Attorneys going to be making her first run at this year's Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. And we've got other guests and a lot more action when we return to this year's pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, Injury Attorneys.
The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV. It's time to look back at the top 10 shootout runs from the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. But first, a few honorable mentions. Team Yahoo, with owner and throttleman Curtis Morris and driver Jammin' Jones, topped their Saturday speed of 175 with an impressive run of 180 miles per hour. The Texas-based team sported a 36-foot Cat powered by twin 2,000-plus horsepower Boost Power US engines. Father-son duo of Mike and Ryan Mawson hit Mawson's new personal best of 94 in his Cigarette 42X, sporting three 565 horsepower Mercury Racing engines. The run was Mawson's personal best after hoping to hit 93. Carrie Sixkiller hit 65 miles an hour in her 93 Baja 24-foot Outlaw, making it 17 straight years for Carrie running in the shootout. Yamaha Wave Runners took a clean sweep podium finish in PWC runs. James Meyers was the top gun once again with 96, while Kristen Gagorzak hit 83 and Bobby Cordone took third with 79. Meyers is looking to top 100 miles an hour in 2024. Now your top 10 runs. Number 10, this one's for Jim. Carolyn Doris, in her first shootout since the passing of her husband, Shootout Hall of Famer and Playcraft Boats owner and founder Jim Doris, ran an impressive 73 miles per hour in her Playcraft Tri-Tune. Doris, the first female driver ever in the history of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, has now made all but one of the 35 Lake of the Ozarks Shootouts. A monster run, number 9. Monster Energy's KC Van Kuren got into the driver's seat of Mcon's 2023 41-foot skater Cat, owned by Tyler Miller, who was throttling right by her side. Van Kuren hit a sizzling 134 miles per hour in her first shootout, and now her and Monster loved it so much they became the title sponsor of the 2024 event. Number 8, a young force. Father and son duo of Corey and Joe Purig took the outboard Power Cats class in their 36-foot Doug Wright Performance Cat with their 134 mile per hour pass. It marked the second straight year they've won their class, and Corey's second year being the youngest driver in the shootout. Number 7, Freedom Jr. is in good hands. Rob Morgan runs Freedom Jr. an impressive 102 miles per hour. The 28-foot skater sporting twin 300s, and then a 93 and 92 mile an hour pass with his son RP and daughter Shelby. Morgan, who just got the boat back from Jim Lee, who is a former teammate of Rob's dad Bob, the event's Hall of Fame namesake and founder of Big Thunder Marine. Jim Lee told Rob it was time Freedom Jr. came home, and come home, it sure did. Number 6, does it get any tougher? Team Tough 34 with Thomas Weigel from Ontario made their much-anticipated return to the shootout in 2023 after a 3-year absence. With their new Tough 36, powered by a single Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engine, Weigel ran 135 miles an hour, smashing the shootout record for the fastest single-engine V-bottom. A new world record, number 5. Sean Torrente and Vision Marine Technologies were hoping to break their own record for the fastest all-electric boat in the world at last year's shootout. After setting that record last year at 109 in their all-white Hellcat, Torrente rolled out their brand new S2 Powerboats 966 32-foot Cat and ran a mind-boggling 116 miles per hour, setting the new world record for the fastest all-electric speedboat. Number 4. A boat versus an airplane? A fan favorite of the annual shootout, Performance Powerboats 420 was unveiled at the Shootout Air Show in 23, driven by Myrick Coyle and throttled by Rusty Williams versus a stunt airplane. The air show includes many stunts, including racing Performance Powerboats 420 down the shootout course, as well as a stunt where the stunt plane and boat nearly touch. Number 3, Factory Billets Mic Drop Moment. Team Factory Billets Jim Schultz and Mike Focher were hoping to top their shootout best of 164 heading into 23 in their 51 Outer Limits V-bottom. They had their eyes set on 170 after hitting 164 on Saturday. They took the course Sunday morning and hit a sizzling 184 miles per hour, absolutely smashing the previous record for a V-bottom in the shootout. The winning duck, number 2. Slug Hefner, with his sights set on dethroning Don Onken and American Ethanol, rolled out his Dirty Duck Skater 438 powered by two 2,000-plus horsepower Brummett Marine engines. Hefner tabbed 2 of the industry's best in Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams to run the boat, and the 2 didn't disappoint. Dirty Duck hit 194 miles per hour, which was good for second overall on the weekend, and it made it the second time a boat has hit 190 miles plus per hour on the shortened course. Number 1, American Ethanol once again. Was there ever any doubt? After taking the last 8 consecutive Top Gun awards, Don Onken and American Ethanol rolled out a brand new setup in 2023. The 51-foot Mystic Cat was rigged with 4 total engines capable of producing over 10,000 total horsepower. With Mystic owner John Cosker and Tony Badiato in the boat once again, American Ethanol set a new 3/4 mile course record, hitting an impressive 214 miles per hour. It marked the 9th consecutive overall Top Gun, won by Don Onken and the American Ethanol, with their eyes set on number 10 in 2024. This has been your top 10 runs from the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout in 2023, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist.
We are back from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip in Lake Ozark, Missouri. It's the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show live on Lake TV, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. I'm Lake TV's William Holtz, joined by Speedboat Magazine's Ray Lee. And Ray, what an evening it's been so far. About 4 hours into our pre-race show, and it's about to get a whole lot prettier in here.
Yeah, it already has, right?
Yeah, we've got Nikki Montlick from Montlick Injury Attorneys, the Montlick Injury Attorney team kind of taking over, busting onto the scene and offshore the last couple of years. And so, Nikki, welcome to Lake of the Ozarks for the shootout.
Thank you. It's great to be here. We're really, really excited. This is only my second time at the Lake of the Ozarks, but we kind of came in full throttle, and we're happy to be here.
We saw you at Shootout Offshore. You guys were awesome. You guys had a great setup. And so kind of tell us about your first experience here at Lake of the Ozarks. What was that like?
That was great. That was an exceptional race. Believe we had like a minute and 10-second lead, and that was a great example of that boat's capability. And that was Logan Adon and Ricky Maldonado. That was just a beautiful performance. And we had a great time that week. There was an amazing turnout in the community and in the racing community as well. And this second time, I haven't been here for more than 8 hours, but it hasn't disappointed.
And so for you, Montlick Injury Attorneys, tell us about you guys as far as seeing an opportunity in kind of a niche market with the offshore racing world, and how you and your team have been like, man, we love this and we really see something here. Talk about that.
So we're a law firm. We've been around for 40 years. This is actually our 40th anniversary. And we wanted to do something really different. And we've always been really involved in the community. And we've really prioritized public service and engaging with people. And we just had this really unique opportunity presented to us by J.R. Adon. And, you know, it seemed really abstract at first, but there were so many similarities that as we had more and more conversations that we figured out, you know, these guys, they work so hard on these boats. There's so much precision. They have so much perseverance, and that's exactly how it is when we're building the cases for our clients. You know, we put our heart and soul into it, and these guys, they're really no different.
So for you, Ray has said, well, Nikki's got a big weekend here at Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, because you're like doing something this weekend for the first time, right?
Yeah, well, the second time, I recently got to drive our boat in St. Clair, Michigan. I got to test the boat, and it was just a really surreal experience. I got to test it next to Jackhammer, Julian and Reese, and they've just been crushing it. So that was a great experience, but I'm going to get to drive the boat this weekend in the shootout and in the Kilo Run on Sunday.
Wow, that's going to be pretty cool. And so for you, Ray, you've been following, of course, a great season so far for the Montlick Injury Attorneys team with that Doug Wright. And so you know a little bit more about it, but talk about how you've watched Montlick Injury Attorneys kind of make this splash.
Yeah, so Team Doug Wright and J.R. Adon invited us out to Miami to first to meet David and Nikki Montlick and have the opportunity to announce them as the title sponsor. And so that was a really fun, unique experience for all of us. I got to really know Nikki and her dad, who's an amazing man, and really enjoy seeing their growth and their success in the offshore world and how passionate they are, right? I mean, like, you see their pits, it's like they've been doing this for a decade. Everything is just fit and proper, and everything is dialed in so correctly and precisely. And then exciting news, you know, they parted ways with Ricky Maldonado, their previous throttleman, and brought on Giovanni Carpatella from 222 Offshore, Class 1 throttleman, world-class racer, and they raced the first time in Sheboygan with he did with Logan, and what an asset you guys have in Gio now.
Yeah, we're so excited to have Giovanni. I mean, he brings such a vibrance and an energy. I mean, when you meet him, you can tell that 100%, but also so much experience. And I think Logan and him in the boat immediately clicked, and he's very calm and very consistent, and they just immediately had a great energy together. So we're excited to see the rest of the season, how it turns out.
Yeah, no question. So, I mean, you know, it was his first time ever in a Doug Wright. his first time running the 450 in a duck, right? And like a duck to water, man. Gio he's raced everything. He races XCAT over there in overseas and in Class 1 and just been doing it for years.
And the reigning Class 1 world champion.
Oh gosh,
correct?
yeah,
Of course
they
running
dominated
this year, but
they dominated the entire Class 1 class last year, and unfortunately, Gio and his partner Darren Nicholson weren't able to come over to the States this year to race. So that opened the door for you guys, and you guys snagged him very successfully.
Yeah, we got really, really lucky, but I think there's a natural synergy between him and Logan and him and the rest of the team. We just got a lot of really great people.
Yeah. But you also have to like act and like be willing to spend and engage and do that. And so for you, I see it happen with people that come into this sport, and I'm kind of seeing it with you, Nikki, from courtroom to offshore world. You're kind of like falling in love with this. You tested the boat in Michigan. You're running the shootout. Like, how much longer before you're running the Montlick Injury Attorney boat down the road?
Well, I'm just very grateful that they trust me and they have enough confidence in me to participate this weekend and to have driven the boat. I have a lot of support from them, and they've really guided me, and they've been so calm and so helpful in teaching, and not only about the boat, but about the sport in general.
That's awesome. This is Nikki Montlick, and as you look into this weekend, you know kind of what the boat's capable of doing, but what are your expectations for your first run at the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout?
Well, for the shootout, I'm really focused on the kilo run. We're here to break a record.
Yeah.
We show up, and we show up strong, and these guys are really determined, and we wouldn't be here if that wasn't what we were trying to do. So we have big expectations, and that's no different from probably if you talk to me any other time of the year.
So if I talk to you Monday and we say, look, Nikki Montlick just part of a world record in the kilos, what would that moment be like for you personally? With all the things through your business you've accomplished, all the places you've been, how cool would that be to set a world record in that boat?
That would be pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
That would be surreal. That would be amazing. I'm just appreciative to be a part of this community. We've met so many great people, but yeah, it's hard to beat that.
So let's say you do achieve the record in the kilo run. It'd be Nikki Montlick, driver. Who would be the throttleman?
I think you'll have to wait and see on Sunday.
She's good at
well,
keeping
I noticed
secrets.
when she started talking, there was no mention of who would be in the boat with her.
Right.
So I was going to ask, but yeah, it's a secret I see.
Yeah, and
what's up with
Gio's
all you
not
guys
here, so.
Keeping secrets?
We're
making us
just building
wait.
the suspense.
I love it. I know. I'm so
Gotta pique
eager.
your interest.
Isn't that called discovery in law?
Yeah, it is. We're building our case. It's all tied in. It's all legal, right?
All right.
So let me
Fair
ask,
enough.
so far, what's been your favorite aspect of getting involved in the offshore racing community and getting to travel around? What's been your favorite part?
I think just engaging in the community. I'm especially excited because this week we've gotten to sponsor some of the Make-A-Wish events. So we sponsored the Glow Party on Saturday night where the kids get to come with their families and kind of have more of a kid-oriented, exciting event. And then we're going to be participating this week in the Make-A-Wish rides where we're bringing our Montlick race boat and we're going to be giving some of these kids and their families rides on the boat. And that's what's been most exciting to me.
That's awesome, and an event you don't want to miss if you can get out tomorrow for that. So any final thoughts or things you want to ask Nikki before we let her get back to it with their big team down there?
Yeah, just want to see what your plans are for the rest of the offshore race season.
Well, it's going to be hard to miss us. We're going to be St. Pete, Clearwater, Sarasota. We'll be down there in Key West. Pretty much if there's a race, we'll be there. It's hard to miss us.
They've been everywhere.
That's awesome. That's so hard to do, too, in these seasons is not missing a race and getting the teams to all of them. But you guys haven't missed.
Yeah, we joke that we're on tour. And this is the end of this part of the tour, and then we'll have a little break, and then we'll be back in Florida, kind of in our home turf.
Well, you guys have fit right into it since I first saw the boat at Camden on the Lake for Shootout Offshore. Got to start meeting you guys and seeing all the stuff you're doing online and to support this industry, the racers you have on your team. And, well, I mean, the standings show you guys have had a pretty good year as well. So keep up the great work. Thank you for all you guys have done. And most importantly, thanks for giving us some of your time, Nikki.
Thank you. Of course. Happy to be here.
Thanks for joining us.
That's Nikki Montlick with Montlick Injury Attorneys, live right here on our Shootout pre-race show. We'll take a break and be right back on Lake TV after this.
Your time at the lake is limited, and at Surdike Yamaha, we understand that. That's why we offer boat and wave runner rentals at 2 convenient locations, fueled up, shine, and ready to ride. Whether you need a tri-tune for your group, a ski boat for the family, or a couple Yamaha wave runners to ride the waves, Surdike Yamaha is ready and waiting for you. See the Lake of the Ozarks with a rental from Surdike Yamaha. Book online now at SurdikeBoatRental.com. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout live on Lake TV.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
It's Happy Hour with DJ Kyle. Join us for a little bit of everything and a whole lot of laughter. You'll find DJ Kyle having a great time on the farm, in the kitchen, and on the trail. Pull up a chair. It's Happy Hour with DJ Kyle.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Welcome you back to Lake TV's coverage of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. It's our pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. We're live on the Polylift boat lift stage here on the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. And boy, the Waves and Wheels Shootout on the Strip street party, as good as advertised, Ray Lee.
It's amazing. And, the sun's gone down. It's dark here, but you can still hear and see all the people buzzing the strip.
It's been awesome indeed, and we still have a lot for you over our last hour and 10 minutes. At 9 o'clock here in just about 10 minutes, we're going to welcome Casey Van Kuren, who's the Monster Energy Motorsports manager. And boy, she is busy. You talk about somebody who travels and is involved in a lot. Wow.
Yeah. When I first met her, she was so energetic in bringing, announcing their partnership with the Mcon guys. And it was just electric, right? And so since then, they've really, embrace the community. They're sponsoring races. They're sponsoring this. They're really into powerboat racing.
I mean, I've never seen, a sponsor in this sport. And I know you're better versed than I am. But when we went down Shootout Week last year, we featured Tyler's Miller's dock, and we talked about that as my man Dan Canales over here, our first baseman from my softball team, Church at Osage Hills, orangutans in the house, baby. But we featured his dock, and what was wild was Casey was there. 3 Monster Girls were there. There was product on hand. And, I mean, they literally have rolled out the red carpet and treated Tyler Miller and Myrick and the Monster or the Mcon Racing family as if they are a huge deal. And it's paid dividends for Monster Energy.
No, absolutely. You know, and, you know, they've taken Tyler and Myrick and the families to the races as well, the drag races that she's part of, too, the motorsports. And they're just all embedded. I remember in Key West last year, and we were in the same area watching the races go by, and the Supercat teams were racing, and she was jumping up and down so emphatically and so enthusiastically, and like we've got video of her just like screaming her head off, just yelling for Myrick and Tyler just to take the checkered flag, and it's so it's organic, right? It's natural, and she's 100% in.
And it's easy to relate to that. Yeah, you saw the video, I think it was in, maybe it was Michigan, but where it was the last turn in Supercat, and Johnny, who was filling in for Tyler, and Myrick, of course, Bill Pyburn, and Dirty Money, they had that hatch fly open, right? And it was the most improbable on that 13th lap. You saw the video on Mcon social media of the like 30 team members on the beach and how much that meant to them.
Right.
And it's like, once you get to know one of these teams or one of these drivers, you'll understand that excitement you see in that video.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, you know, it's all about it. And everybody that's part of the crew, you just, whether you're a lukewarm fan, which I don't know how you can be, but you get engulfed into that, and then all of a sudden your enthusiasm is through the roof.
There's no doubt about it. So we owe you a short commercial break here briefly. We're going to have KC Van Kuren. We're also going to talk about a little bit more about this weekend. You heard them talk about the kilo runs, something added last year. You heard Nikki talking about her attempt to break a world record. Ray's going to break down what exactly the kilo runs are. Plus, we're going to get you ready for the air show, and we'll talk a little bit more about Don Onken's 51-foot Mystic, the American Ethanol 9-time reigning Top Gun. That and a whole lot more on the rest of tonight's pre-race show on Lake TV, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Being close to the water makes you more you. It's where the great unknown brings clarity. And letting go is how you really get going. Because only when you're on a Yamaha Wave Runner do you truly discover what you're made of.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready
the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Yeah, I hear you.
We are back at the live shootout pre-race show from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip, and it is the 2024 Monster Energy Lake of the Ozarks Shootout powered by Performance Boat Center. We've had all the guests tonight, essentially. Yeah. Not all. We had Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle on. We had Nikki Motlick. We've talked to Leah Martin. But now we have the pleasure of being joined by two of our friends from Monster Energy. We got Casey Van Kuren and David Gallen with Monster Energy Motorsports. And my friends, what a weekend it's been for you guys. I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, obviously Casey does all the work here, setting everything up. But you know, as far as Monster's concerned, we're another year into the sport. We really like it, and it's a place where Monster can live out on the water. And I think we got a great team behind us with Mcon. And you know, there's just a lot of great competitors. It's a great series to be a part of, and it fits Monster.
All right, so we've got David Gallen, and he is the Senior Vice President of Motorsports with Monster Energy. And Casey, she's the Marketing Manager. And I know for you, you stay so busy, not just chasing around Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle, but for Monster Energy, you guys have seen something big in the extreme sports world. In the last 10 years, you guys have been all over it. So touch on what Casey Van Kuren does throughout the year.
Well, I handle two sports for us, all of offshore boat racing, which also includes jet skis as well. So pretty much anything with a motor on the water, which I fall in love with, all of it. But for the past 9 seasons, I've also done NHRA drag racing with us, and that's with John Force Racing, and specifically Brittany Force, 2-time Top Fuel World Champion. And I've been lucky enough to be a part of both of those championships, which has been an incredible journey. But the day-to-day is a lot of planning, a lot of, as you guys can tell out there with our Monster Fan Zone, a lot of logistics, moving stuff around, you know, on-site activations, and but on top of that, just the team stuff, you know, trying to be part of the team, which Mcon does an amazing job of making us all feel welcomed. We have a wild Monster family we bring every event that we come to, and they always make us feel like part of the family, and it's just really awesome. I love it.
David, I want you to touch on a little bit, because you guys, Monster Energy, you're a small company. We know you're nationwide and you're big, but you have that small feel. And for you guys to watch what Casey Van Kuren has done, finding Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle, and kind of just putting you guys all over this offshore racing industry, kind of touch on that for Monster Energy, how big that's been.
Well, you know, Monster's a global brand, and I think one of the things is that, you know, we know that we're a blue-collar brand. You know, our competitor is more of a white-collar brand. You know, it's Formula One big. It's in a lot of other sports that, you know, that are not necessarily what Monster is all about. And we believe that, and we know our place. We're a blue-collar brand. We are second place, you know, so we're a little bit of the underdog here as far as sales are concerned. But those people that we're talking to is our consumers. They're people that buy boats. They're people that race boats. They're people that own the boats. Their staff and their people that work there. They're our people. You know, they're roofers. They're tilers. They're foundation people. They're people like Mcon. You know, those are our people, and we want to talk to those people on a regular basis and being engage with them on the things that they like to do. So whether it be off-road boat racing or off-road truck racing or supercross, motocross, and yeah, we dabble a little bit in F1, you know, with McLaren, but it's very minimal compared to our competitor. And so, you know, we see this as being a great fit for us, and you know, we just we want to reach our consumer on their level.
So go ahead, Ray.
I got to say, when we met a couple years ago in Key West, when you guys first announced the partnership with Mcon Racing, it was so exciting for the entire racing series and circuit here in offshore that a brand like Monster Energy was going to support the circuit. And I think since you guys have been on, it's definitely lended more credibility and exposure. And now you guys are sponsoring events like this, the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, more singular races you guys are part of. I know your passion. I've seen you at the races. David, was it a tough sell for?
No, I mean, it wasn't a tough sell at all. I mean, it was, you know, when the property came available and we looked at it, you know, it was pretty easy. It fit into our brand quite nicely. And you know, I think that one of the things with the boat racing is that, you know, it sort of was a little fractured early on, you know, because of things that it went through and the turmoil and so on and so forth. But I think that all the promoters, you know, have really come together in the P1 group and Class 1 group, the owners, you know, of the boats and that. I think, you know, they're you know, they get along. They have the same objective. And I think that, you know, we all work together nicely, and it's a great package. You know, it's something new and exciting that we can bring to market, and I think that there's a lot of commercialization that can take place as long as we continue to keep forging forward together as a group. Now, you guys say that you benefited. Well, we did too. You know, we sold some more drinks. You know, we got, you know, we're in different locations than we normally would be, you know, with something that's exciting as offshore boat racing. And so even though we're here at a lake, you know, it's still quite exciting.
So, Casey, for you like to go fast. You've been around this. You talk about Brittany Force. I mean, everybody knows that name. But people really are starting, especially in this region, to know Tyler Miller's name, and I know that he has been incredible for you guys and vice versa. I want to take us back to last year. Tyler talked about it. I don't even know if David knew this was happening or until you watched it.
I didn't know it was happening.
But so when he says, hey, you're getting in the boat and this all came to fruition, Casey, walk us through what that experience was truly like.
So for one, throughout the year, you know, they kept telling me on the shootout and everything, and I'm like, well, it's the largest power boating event in the world, unsanctioned, but we got to be there, right? It's in the heart of Americana. This is our home base. So I get here and we're working through the weekend, and then he kept kind of saying, I thought he was joking, like, hey, we're going to put you in the boat. You're going to take a run. I'm like, all right, guy. Yeah. And then the day comes and I'm walking towards him and I was going to grab him to do something. He goes, hey, I need you to come over here to sign your registration papers. And I'm like, what? So then, yeah, we get in and I was so nervous I was going to break something because, like, I race dirt bikes and they can be pricey, but they are not a Class 1 boat. Right. So I was more nervous about that. I had no idea what to expect, but they kind of walked me through, and, you know, he was incredible. Like, he is in all the other ways too, but also he's an amazing teacher, and just like very calming. And yeah. I got to fill in Meyer's spot, so I sat in, and the craziest thing was just how you cannot see a thing until you get on plane. He's, you know, telling me to aim for the horizon. I'm like, what horizon? All I see is the sky. And then we get up to, you know, about, I think we were circling around at like 40, 50 miles an hour. Somewhere around there, got us up on plane. Maybe it was 70, actually. And then I could finally see, and then it was go time. So. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, it was funny because Tyler was calling me. He goes, hey, just be ready. We're going to get Casey in the boat. And so when she's done, come down to the docks and interview her right after that. Yeah. I'm like, all right. I'm like, that's huge. So I raced down to the docks, and as soon as you guys got back there, I'm like, oh, all right, we're going on camera. So, but you were so excited, and your energy always is just so palpable and just so organic. It's contagious.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, I feed off of everyone in this industry. It's really really exciting and refreshing to be just, we kind of feel, I know it's not grassroots because offshore boat racing has been around for a long time. And obviously this event itself has been around for a long time, but it still feels kind of organic in a way, grassroots sort of.
Yeah.
We feel like we're coming in, getting to help build something really special. So, yeah.
One thing I want to touch on, and David, you can, for you guys as Monster Energy and the things you guys have decided over the years to tie yourself to and sponsor and invest in, some pan out great and some don't fizzle out as well, right? They don't work out. But for you, I've kind of seen down here locally a brand loyalty to people down here towards Monster, and a lot of that, I'm not saying the drink doesn't taste good because it's delicious. I won't know until January 1. My wife has sworn me off of energy drinks this year for personal reasons, but everybody wants to drink this drink because they love Tyler Miller and they love Myrick Coil and they love the way they make them feel important. So kind of talk about that investment you guys have made and how that's returned to the Monster Energy family.
Well, we don't get rid of hardly any athletes. I mean, we still have 001 Cameron Steele, who was our first athlete that we ever sponsored. And so, with him and Brian Dugan was the next one. And so, Tyler Miller and Myrick are just in an elitist group. I mean, we had Ken Block and for the longest time, and then we've had a lot of great athletes on a large scale that he's part of. And so when we're showcasing our athletes and when we're talking to the 2+ million Facebook followers that we have about all of our sports that we're in, and Tyler and Myrick, they're part of the people that we talk about, and it's engaging.
I thought it might have been the coolest thing I ever saw. My local gas station is CG's Godfather's Pizza in Sunrise Beach, and you walk in there, and on the door, there is a Myrick Coil and Tyler Miller Mcon Racing, Monster Energy Mcon Racing decal on the door to get in there. I'm like, who's not going to buy this? Those are our hometown heroes that are like putting us on the map.
Yeah.
Way cool, guys, what you've done down here.
Yeah, and it's $6 for 4-pack, and then if you redeem your can, you get 10% off at Performance Boats, I heard. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I'm getting a text from Mark Waddington, and he goes, pull the plug on the broadcast.
Whoops.
So for you, Casey, are you going to be running again in this year's shootout?
I don't know. Honestly, there's been so much going on with our presenting sponsorship that thought really hasn't crossed my mind. It's surprising how many times I've been asked that. If I'm lucky enough to ever get behind the wheel again, if you will, that will be incredible. But if not, I will always root my team on no matter what, and I am happy to be running around doing all the crazy stuff.
Well, as we know, if we're taking last year for any kind of gauge, it's not her decision.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling there's a surprise, and it probably isn't me, and that's okay. I feel like there's probably something else, because knowing them, they go big and do fun stuff.
Yeah,
and so there's probably something that's going to surprise us all.
Right. Are you guys hiring at Monster Energy?
Not right at the moment.
Well, I was just going to say, when the perks are getting in the Class 1 boat with Tyler Miller, I would love to apply.
Yeah, I think last year I was at I'm at some other race, and unfortunately, because every weekend I'm at a different race, but after she did this, Casey did the incredible run or whatever, she's sending me photos and pictures, and I'm like, bitch. I'm like, I'm so jealous.
All of us,
I'm like, that could have been me. I picked the wrong weekend to go to a motocross race or something,
That's hilarious.
Have fun in the dirt.
That's awesome. Well, guys, I cannot tell you just how much excitement the last year, like Shootout Offshore, you could not go anywhere without getting free Mr. Beast, Rehab, Monster. I mean, there was not a corner of the property at Camden, Lazy Gators, Shady Gators, that you guys were not giving away product, out there with people, giving away things. And I had never seen in this offshore industry somebody go that big scale. And so I just got to thank you guys for what you're doing for this sport and for our hometown guys like Myrick and Tyler, what they do for us and for our company and for this community. To get the backing of Monster Energy does so much for all of us. So seriously, thank you guys.
You're welcome. But it's just, I mean, we don't do it, we We do it for the reasons of helping out the sport. I mean, it's not just about putting a can in a hand. I mean, that's ultimately what we want to do. But, you know, it's engaging with these sports that we love so much and that we see, you know, has the ability to go big. And so, you know, we started at motocross and dirt bikes, and, you know, we started with athletes and then teams and then series. And this one we really fast tracked quick. We got teams real quick. We went to the series right away. And, you know, now we're here, you know, at Lake of the Ozarks as a title sponsor. And, you know, that's just kind of our formula. And, you know, it's not about us. It's about all the fans. It's about all the people participating. It's about the other competitors also. It's not just about our boats, although we want to see our boats win more often than not. But, you know, we want to see all the other boats have their day in the sun too. But when it comes down to Key West, you know, we want to see ours out front and winning the title.
You should have seen their presence last weekend at the Midwest Challenge. Boy,
Oh,
you guys were
wasn't that a great event?
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey.
Thank you for that.
This is the Monster Energy Motorsports team. We have the Senior VP, David Gallen, and, of course, the manager of Monster Energy Motorsports, Casey Van Kuren, joining us. My friends, thank you guys for your time. And we'll see you not just this weekend, but Saturday night for the first annual post-race party at Lazy Gators by Monster Rehab.
That rehab party, come on out. We've got Mads on doing performance out there, and, some other fun stuff coming.
So lots in store this weekend. Thanks. Big shout-out to Monster Energy. We take a commercial break. Ray Lee, William Holtz will be right back after this.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Being close to the water makes you more you. It's where the great unknown brings clarity. And letting go is how you really get going. Because only when you're on a Yamaha Wave Runner do you truly discover what you're made of.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready, the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
We are back on Lake TV for our live pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. It's the 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. Hard to believe we've been here for almost 5 hours already. The event is starting to wind down. Just about 45 minutes. People starting to leave, but we still have some things for you. We got James and Mike Meyers going to be coming on, the reigning Top Gun for the PWC races. Went 96 last year on a PWC, Ray.
So insane. I was speaking with them earlier this evening down the street, and they said that they've got a couple of machines that are going to go triple digits. I'm like, wow.
Oh, I've seen him in testing. Last year we tested with James the week leading into it, and he had it like 102 in testing, you know, but everything has to go right, as you know, from water conditions to the wind and, of course, the temperature. And so 96 last year, will be gunning for that. We're going to talk with him in just a minute. But one of the things I wanted to talk about was, you know, when we were talking about American Ethanol earlier, we've talked with John Cosker. We know they've won 9 consecutive Top Guns, but when you look at the setup, you talked about, you know, one side of the boat, you got 2 Mercury racing engines that they put superchargers on. That side alone, by the time they do all of their modifications, Earl and crew and Tony Body Auto spend the whole year working on this boat for this one weekend. That side produces 5,500 horsepower. The other side, and we got to test with them last year on their Thursday test at the Polylift Boat Lifts dock at Captain Ron's. We actually got to see up close and personal as Tony is crawling down in there. And it was funny. Him and Don are kind of going back and forth. Tony's like, no, that's not right. And Don's calm, cool, and collected. He's like, no. Fire it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to see that, because that other side's 2 Chevy traditional block engines, superchargers as well, and that side puts up 4,500. So when this boat is running the course, you're talking about 10,000 plus horsepower from this boat. Unbelievable. And as we've kind of talked about, that 214 last year, they went from a 4-belt system down to a 2-belt system this year, and they're talking about 220 may happen. They didn't want to be bold, but people that were around were like, I'd love to see 220, and you could see just how spectacular this is.
It truly is. It's art when you see it. You know, the way they have them in line together, you know, 4 engines, 2 per side, and it's just how they make it work. It blows my mind. But Don Onken is a wizard, and again, he's happy but never satisfied.
Yeah, we've talked about a couple of the other neat elements you'll see outside of the race for Top Gun. Will it be American Ethanol with Don Onken and crew for the 10th consecutive year? Or, hey, will we see a surprise? That's yet to be determined. You also got the air show. That's always super exciting. You got the kilo runs. We heard about Nicky Montlick. We know that Monster Energy and Mcon Racing had ran in the kilo last year. So explain for those out there what they can anticipate with our kilo run.
So the kilo run is essentially it's a kilometer. So they mark off a course that's a kilometer long. And basically the competitors need to run, and similar to a shootout, they need to run the course down one way and then back the other way. And then what they do, you have a 15-minute gap to run back your second pass. But what they do is they take an average of both of those passes, and then that's your official speed. Now, this is sanctioned by the APBA. It needs to be sanctioned by the APBA in order for it to be official. And they run basically, essentially a cable in the water that charts the course, and they use really old school technology. You know, when we were up on the bluff, they set it up, and it had a key cafer, some kind of, whatever it was, up there that charts the speed and such. Yeah. And they had a whole table set up, and it really is involved, but it's very cool to see. And there should be a handful of runs this weekend for that, and I'm curious to see who's going to take or break the kilo run records.
Another one of the cool elements, of course, the kilo runs, new last year. People starting to get pretty excited about seeing a world record broken. But another cool thing, last year happened first thing Sunday morning, and I think for a lot of guys like me, gals like me out there, maybe a little more relatable, but
do you know that there's a PWC element of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout every year?
Yeah, we have to get up on the bluff pretty early, and so by the time we get up there, when we know like what the first pass is going to be, the PWC is already running, and it is cool to see that happening in front of us and to the speeds that they run them in.
There's no doubt about it. And one of our local teams, father-son duo, James and Mike Meyers, or I should say Mike and James Meyers, they got Meyers Motorsports, and they got this Cerdyke Yamaha. They got it all kinds of modified. They got to bring in special barrels. Well, James took the Top Gun last year at 96, and we're going to have on James and Mike Meyers from Meyers Motorsports, local hometown team from right here at Lake of the Ozarks, and they're looking to do something that's never been done at the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout this year. We'll talk with them after this.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
We're back from the historic Bagnell Dam Strip in Lake Ozark. It's your 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show protected by Aqua Pest Solution. We're live at the historic Bagnell Dam Strip. It's your Waves and Wheels Shootout. Shootout on the Strip, man. I cannot believe it's almost 9:30.
I know, it's crazy. What a day it's been, right? I mean, it's the crowds here were amazing, and you can still hear the activity down there. It's been beautiful.
We've talked about all the big classes, some of the big boats, of course, gunning for that 200-mile plus class, that very, very limited class. But one of the coolest parts about the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout that's really started to make some waves the last couple of years especially is the PWC run aspect. Personal watercraft, Yamaha Wave Runners, what I think of. They took a clean sweep last year, first, second, and third. And joining me is our reigning Top Gun with 96 miles per hour from Meyers Motorsports, father-son duo Mike and James Meyers. Gentlemen, what's going on, guys?
Thanks for having us.
We are. Boy, I cannot believe it's Wednesday of Street Party. Feels like a couple weeks ago we were talking about the first shootout. We were going to be rocking with you guys and tested with you. How did we fly through the last year this quick?
Well, I don't know. It just seems like it was over, and we started working on our ski like maybe 2 months after it. It's come completely circle. I mean, it happened so fast. So yeah, it's been crazy.
So for those watching, they're going to want to know, wait, a personal watercraft going 96 miles per hour, that doesn't even seem to make sense. So, James, tell us what PWC you're working with and what you guys do to this for those that may not know.
We have a 2016 Yamaha FZR, and it has a fully forged internals, built internals, built head. It's got a precision 68 millimeter turbo on it, and we're running it on alcohol.
That's amazing.
Well, we were there at the shop last year as you guys were doing your final testing, and one of the things I thought was cool was this special barrel for the ethanol. Talk about that, guys.
Well, we just, you can't get it anywhere. So we found a place in St. Louis. We got a good deal on buying a drum of it. And so we go up there every once in a while and we visit DXT Tuning up there in St. Louis and pick it up from them.
DSX Tuning.
I'm sorry, DSX, yeah.
Yeah, give them a plug. So I want to know, you guys are local, Lake of the Ozarks here. I know that you guys love to go fast. You guys love to work with your hands, and you love a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
But how did that turn into the competitive PWC building, rigging together to the point where now you're looking at going 100 miles an hour in this year's shootout?
Well, it started as we wanted to be the first PWC to go over 100. And it started out as something, as James and I could work on it together. And after the second year, we got beat by 1 mile an hour. It was 79, and we knew we were doing something wrong. So we went and started doing a little research and found out that if you want to go fast, you have to have a turbo, and it needs to be a Yamaha. And so we found a Yamaha, the 2016, and we started working on it, and now it's putting out, 1,100 horsepower and it'll run 130 plus.
It's wild, and I've seen it go over 100. I know the hope is, and the goal is, what you guys have been gearing for is, like you said, first PWC ever. And last year, 96, and you didn't even have what you felt like was your best run, and you still hit that speed that most people out there, like going 60 miles an hour on your wave runner is nuts, right? It would be scary.
Right.
So to see that speed of 96, talk to them about what that's like for you on the back of that when you're going those speeds.
It's a lot to hang on to. It's definitely something you don't want to come off of going on the top end of that track, that's for sure. But it's not as bad on the top end as you think. It kind of eases up on you some, but it's a thrill the whole way, that's for sure. And that's what keeps us coming back every year. That's one thing about it. We can't get enough of it.
What are the testing sessions like? I mean, how hard or how far do you hang it out there?
Yeah, we don't hang it out that hard. I mean, we just try to make sure that it's running good. We'll run it up over 100, 105, 108 or something, and then cut her back.
Wow. And that's not hanging it out there.
It is,
just
but
enough
it
to not break too many things.
Sure. Right.
Keep it in the pocketbook without going bankrupt.
Sure.
That's insane.
Now,
Yep.
Mike, for you, I know that, faith is a big part of everything that you do. How
Right.
cool has this been for you to get to share with your son this experience and watch him grow as a auto mechanic or marine mechanic, what he's been able to do that you guys have kind of got to share, to the reality of we might watch your son and your team be the first PWC to ever go triple digits at this event?
Well, it started as James was an alcoholic, and he has 6 years of sobriety, and that's where it started. And I'm a firm believer that everything good happens through Christ and our faith in God. And so
Amen.
That's kind of where it came. James and I kind of started doing this as something together, and it just grew in. And it's been a challenge, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of heartache. We think we got something right, and we're 2 steps back. And so it will test your faith and everything about you, your mind, and are we doing the right thing? But God's there every step of the way, and it's been such a blessing, to be up here and doing this and to share what we love with the community.
For sure.
All right, so talk me through, I love to hear from the drivers, the racers, when it gets to the point where you're starting to mull out there, right, on Sunday morning, because you're both going to run, right, Sunday morning. What's that like as you get ready to hit that start line? Like, what is going through your mind?
Man, the adrenaline starts pumping right when you start that ski up and start heading towards the starting line, and then it all goes away the second you really take off and flip that shield down on your helmet, and everything goes away until you get across that finish line. And hopefully this year we do it with triple digits.
Yep.
So obviously it's still a 3/4 mile track, right?
They cut us down to half track, and really I think it's a little less than half track that we run out there.
Right.
So 1/8 of a mile maybe or
Okay,
something.
so and are you able to, how fast can you enter the start box?
They
30
let
or
us,
40?
Yeah, they kind of let us roll in. They've never really told us anything.
Okay.
So we kind of go out and make a loop. And I don't know, sometimes we're a little faster, but we're probably between 40 and 50. But it doesn't take that long he can be over 100 in about 3.5, 4 seconds.
Well,
all we need is the water.
Insane. And that's what I want to ask. Like, what is it going to take? Because I know that it's not just how well the rig has been put together, all the preparation, but what conditions, like what has to create that perfect environment for you guys to hit 100 this weekend?
Well, this year I think if the water conditions stay calm and we don't have a whole lot of rain or wind coming in, that'll be a big factor in it and laying down a big number.
Well, I noticed last year, sometimes when it's earlier, you have more activity as people get into place. The water never seemed to be real calm, and that seemed to affect everybody that was running last year.
Right. And they did actually move it up half an hour this year. I believe
Right.
the PWC started 8:30 instead of 9. So moving it forward even maybe a little bit further, that might help some. It'll just all depend on that day and what we're going to do. So we'll just take it when we get there.
And we've been following the weather. It's supposed to be calm winds Saturday night into Sunday morning. So hopefully, if that stays like that, we should be able to get some, good water to run over 100.
Sure, and I know for you guys, you got some sponsors down here on the strip. Give them a plug and just tell us what it'll be like after you get up there and receive that 102, 103 mile an hour plaque.
Oh, man. Well, Lake TV and Surdyke Yamaha, but we've got Swift & Co. Realty, Mike and Clara Swift. We've got Accurate Pest.
Gladstone Cove Boat Trailer Sales.
Yep.
Edward Jones.
Yep.
Horsepower Hotties. Bikini Lives Matters.
Man, I don't know. I think that's about me. Look on the back.
Square Grouper.
Oh, Square Grouper Dispensary.
Yep.
Man, these guys.
You guys nailed
How big
everybody
is
in
your
town.
sponsorship team that's on the ground? My goodness,
It's
boys,
growing.
well done.
Thank you.
Sir.
Well
Growing.
done.
Well, it takes an army to do this. I mean, it's been a 2-year process. And like I said, there's been a lot of trials and stuff. And, I mean, we have put every last dime that we could afford to put into it to make it happen. So if it doesn't happen this year, we may be moving in with you.
Well, hey, listen, for those out there, like you just heard from the Monster Energy team, like the top executives in that world and what it's done for them. And look, Meyers Motorsports, they're local. They're down here at Lake of the Ozarks. You guys have opportunities to get involved in your team and kind of be with you guys as we look on 2025 and beyond,
Absolutely,
right?
yes, sir. Yeah, and there's if people want to come on board with us, you can get a hold of us. We're on Instagram, Meyers Motorsports, LOTO. You can reach us out there. We'd love to have people come on, and there's most of the people that are on board with us are into this kind of thing, and so it makes it even more fun.
Ray, of all the cool storylines and great people in this sport, James and Mike Meyers are everything that's right with this industry and this event in particular.
And God bless you for your recovery and stay with it.
Thank you, sir.
Very, very
no
cool
one
to hear
like
about.
these two. Love you guys. Thank you
We
guys
love
for
you
all
too.
you're doing
Thanks for
this
having us on.
weekend.
Thank you very much.
I cannot
Pleasure.
wait to celebrate with you guys after like that 103, 104, God willing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, can't wait for it. That's James and Mike Meyers, Meyers Motorsports. You can see them over 100 this weekend is my bold prediction. Sunday morning at about 8:30. Watch on Lake TV. We'll be right back with the rest of our pre-race show after this.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists.
The lake has it all. The scenic outdoors, the incredible events, and of course the water.
But did you know 50% of all fatal boating crashes in Missouri last year involved alcohol?
Although we know the lake is all about having a great time, we also know what's most important to you.
So don't forget and always designate a sober captain ahead of time, so this summer won't be your last summer.
This reminder to drive safe, boat safe, brought to you by Price & Randall, injury attorneys.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
We're back here as we get a live look at the moon tonight as you overlook the beautiful historic Bagnell Dam Strip. That shot made possible by our view from above from Daniel Carnahan and Skyview Photography, the most talented drone pilot, I say in Missouri, but quite honestly, probably in America. The guy is unbelievable, and really that goes for our entire crew tonight. We're getting here on the home stretch, so I got to talk about this crew again, Ray. Spectacular productions with our stage, our video screens, getting the backdrops here helping us out. Matt Sutcliffe, Philip Pitts, their team has been unbelievable, and for people familiar with Lake of the Ozarks, they know Matt Sutcliffe from Bare Bottoms, him and his wife Melissa and their family, a staple down here and have been for a long time. And when we contacted him and said, could you help us? He was like, yeah, just have cold water there for me, Will. I got you covered. Don't worry about it. And so literally, Matt made all of this possible, bringing his crew. And then, of course, the Lake TV crew. Andrew Evans, our director and engineer, has been phenomenal. Sean Kober, our technical director, has been phenomenal in the truck. He helped us get everything set up. Sierra Smith on media playback running our instant replays and packages. Spencer Wall, our camera operator over here, also shot and edited all the Hall of Fame stuff last night. I don't think he slept, but that's kind of what he does. And then Daniel Carnahan, I mentioned him. Tom and Michelle Kitchen, our staff photographers with Studio T Images, brought their motorhome out here for us to switch from, to use the facilities and to stay cool. Can't say enough about what they mean to our crew, this community. And then Brendan West, our production assistant, he really just helped. I mean, he's Aqua Pest Solutions, who were our protecting sponsor for this entire project.
Yeah.
But he didn't stop, and he's waiting for this to get over so he can help us tear down before he has to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So can't say enough about Brendan and what he's helped us with. And then, of course, the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, Leah Martin, their board of directors, and all of our sponsors, Ray Lee and Speedboat Magazine. Can't thank you guys enough for all the help, not just tonight, but over the last year and a half. Like, you've literally been like my coach. Like, you know, I'm like your protege. You don't ever say, no, I won't help you, or answer a question, Will. And it's been great because as I learned this industry, there's a lot of things that do not just come like knowing the back of your hand. And so thank you for always giving your time and expertise.
Of course. No, absolutely.
And let me know when you get annoyed by me, which was probably like 6 years ago. And then, of course, man, Polylift Boat Lifts, just our stage sponsor, continue to roll out the red carpet, what they do for this community, the shootout. Cool Breeze Marine, great to have George on.
Yeah.
You see that scan machine? Wasn't that great?
So cool. I mean, you know, I've seen a lot of machinery going across the country, but what he has is definitely, you know, top-notch stuff.
And then, of course, our sponsors with Cerdike Yamaha. We got to see the Axopar, but they're everywhere. Look, they've got Cerdike Port 20 on the 20-mile marker. They've got their land store, and they've also got their marina location. You can rent PWCs and boats anytime out there at Cerdike Yamaha, so make sure you go to CerdikeYamaha.com. And then, of course, Price and Randall, injury attorneys right down here at Lake of the Ozarks. We just launched a 3-year collaborative effort called the Price and Randall Injury Attorneys and Lake TV Drive Safe, Boat Safe initiative. And our goal is to heighten awareness as far as distracted driving anymore with texting and driving. And then, of course, boating. About 2/3 of all boating accidents involve alcohol.
Right.
And so we want to heighten the awareness of letting people know to be smart in some of that safety. And so can't say enough about them. And all of that together has brought just an amazing evening tonight. And Ray, it's been an honor. So before we close it out, we have one more commercial break. And don't be upset because we got that top 10 one more time for you guys. And then we're going to sign off here right about 10 o'clock. And before we go to this break, I want to give a shout out to one of the offshore legends I see, Randy Kent, out there with X Insurance. Randy Kent talking to Brandon West, long time with Marine Concepts right down here at Lake of the Ozarks, and in the Class 1 boat with X Insurance. So shout out to our boy Randy Kent out there if you can hear us. They got the music so loud he can't hear us. But Ray Lee and I will be back here in just a minute. Enjoy this break, and we'll be right back after this.
Are you sick of pests invading your dock? Aqua Pest Solutions can make that problem go away. Our eco-friendly, unique blend of essential oil-based treatment is not only safe to use on the water, but it's safe for you, your kids, your pets, your cousin, you get the picture. Aqua Pest Solutions is locally owned and operated right here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and our only focus is making sure you enjoy your lake life, including your home.
Polylift boat lifts, preferred by boaters everywhere. Award-winning construction and unmatched service makes Polylift the go-to boat lift for Lake of the Ozarks. Generations of this boat lift family building the best boat lifts possible. And the next generation is poised and ready to take Polylift into the future. The most trusted solution for protecting your watercraft is Polylift. You know what they say.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
It's Speedboat Magazine. Check out speedboat.com and connect with us on social media. If you feel the need for speed, you need Speedboat Magazine. Lake of the Ozarks is the boating capital in Missouri. Did you know that your prop is the most important part of your boat? With over 30 years of propeller repair at Lake of the Ozarks, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, is the choice for you. The most advanced in propeller repair and scanning, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, can help you boat smarter, go further, and last longer on beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Got props? We do at Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialists. Your time at the lake is limited, and at Cerdike Yamaha, we understand that. That's why we offer boat and wave runner rentals at 2 convenient locations, fueled up, shined, and ready to ride. Whether you need a tri-tune for your group, a ski boat for the family, or a couple Yamaha wave runners to ride the waves, Cerdike Yamaha is ready and waiting for you. See the Lake of the Ozarks with a rental from Cerdike Yamaha. Book online now at cerdikeboatrental.com. The largest boating event of the year takes over Lake of the Ozarks once again. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout on August 24th and 25th at Captain Ron's. Watch hundreds of boats compete for best in class with boats hitting speeds over 200 miles per hour. Will American Ethanol win this year's coveted Top Gun for the 10th consecutive year? This event raised $675,000 for local charities last year alone. Get ready. The 36th annual Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, live on Lake TV.
We are back on Lake TV. It's our Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show presented by Aqua Pest Solutions. And of course, our stage sponsor making it possible, Polylift Boat Lifts. Best boat lift in the industry. You don't just build a boat, you build a poly lift. That's like branded into me.
Yeah, same.
You know, it's amazing. And Mark and Mike, of course, Mike will be running the cigarette this weekend, I believe, with Ryan. Mark's got the amazing Renegade. Their boat is unbelievable.
Yeah, that green
Tiffany
one. Yeah, we
and
shot
Mark's
that
boat.
last year. Beautiful boat.
It's got the shower on the back.
Yeah.
I had never seen that.
And
but
then fold down dive door.
But I got to
Beautiful
give a shout out to Mike and Mark Moss of Polylift Boat Lifts, because well before Lake TV, my family, we own restaurants, right? Hospitality. My family's restaurant, Chances Are, Lori. Mike and Mark and crew, their family, their friends, they've been coming into Chances since I was like 13 years old, busting their table. And ever since I got with Lake TV, they've always been a huge supporter. Anything that, an idea I bring to them, you know, they're like, yes, we want to do it. And I just can't thank them enough. And they're like that down here at Lake of the Ozarks. And you'll see their boat lifts, not just here on every big dock, from Tyler Miller and all of the big marinas that have the multi-boat docks. They know what lift they're going to use, and it's Polylift Boat Lifts.
Yeah, and I got to say the same for the magazine. Both Mark and Mike have been big supporters of the magazine. They're in every issue that we print. So thank you guys for your support of Speedboat Magazine, and great families.
Yeah, of course, Tiffany. All of them Hall of Famers, and the Make-A-Wish event that's just huge. Tiffany has headed that up from day one and just grown that into something massive with a lot of help as well behind the scenes. But I've been promising you guys one more time as we get ready, we could talk about the SISMs and MTI and you know what we're going to see. We could talk about Skater. We could talk about all the different lines of boats. But cool video that's going to show you a little bit of all of them for one last time. Let's take a look at the top 10 shootout runs from 2023.
It's time to look back at the top 10 shootout runs from the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist. But first, a few honorable mentions. Team Yahoo, with owner and throttleman Curtis Morris and driver Jammin' Jones, topped their Saturday speed of 175 with an impressive run of 180 miles per hour. The Texas-based team sported a 36-foot Cat powered by twin 2,000-plus horsepower Boost Power US engines. Father-son duo of Mike and Ryan Mawson hit Mawson's new personal best of 94 in his Cigarette 42X, sporting three 565-horsepower Mercury Racing engines. The run was Mawson's personal best after hoping to hit 93. Carrie Sixkiller hit 65 miles an hour in her 93 Baja 24-foot Outlaw, making it 17 straight years for Carrie running in the shootout. Yamaha Wave Runners took a clean sweep podium finish in PWC runs. James Meyers was the top gun once again with 96, while Kristen Gagorzak hit 83 and Bobby Cordone took third with 79. Meyers is looking to top 100 miles an hour in 2024. Now your top 10 runs. Number 10, this one's for Jim. Carolyn Doris, in her first shootout since the passing of her husband, Shootout Hall of Famer and Playcraft Boats owner and founder Jim Doris, ran an impressive 73 miles per hour in her Playcraft Tri-Tune. Doris, the first female driver ever in the history of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, has now made all but one of the 35 Lake of the Ozarks Shootouts. A monster run, number 9. Monster Energy's KC Van Kuren got into the driver's seat of Mcon's 2023 41-foot skater Cat, owned by Tyler Miller, who was throttling right by her side. Van Kuren hit a sizzling 134 miles per hour in her first shootout, and now her and Monster loved it so much they became the title sponsor of the 2024 event. Number 8, a young force. Father and son duo of Corey and Joe Purig took the outboard Power Cats class in their 36-foot Doug Wright Performance Cat with their 134 mile per hour pass. It marked the second straight year they've won their class, and Corey's second year being the youngest driver in the shootout. Number 7, Freedom Jr. is in good hands. Rob Morgan runs Freedom Jr. an impressive 102 miles per hour, the 28-foot skater sporting twin 300s, and then a 93 and 92 mile an hour pass with his son RP and daughter Shelby. Morgan, who just got the boat back from Jim Lee, who is a former teammate of Rob's dad Bob, the event's Hall of Fame namesake and founder of Big Thunder Marine. Jim Lee told Rob it was time Freedom Jr. came home, and come home, it sure did. Number 6, does it get any tougher? Team Tough 34 with Thomas Weigel from Ontario made their much-anticipated return to the shootout in 2023 after a 3-year absence. With their new Tough 36, powered by a single Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engine, Weigel ran 135 miles an hour, smashing the shootout record for the fastest single-engine V-bottom. A new world record, number 5. Sean Torrente and Vision Marine Technologies were hoping to break their own record for the fastest all-electric boat in the world at last year's shootout. After setting that record last year at 109 in their all-white Hellcat, Torrente rolled out their brand new S2 Powerboats 966 32-foot Cat and ran a mind-boggling 116 miles per hour, setting the new world record for the fastest all-electric speedboat. Number 4. A boat versus an airplane? A fan favorite of the annual shootout, Performance Powerboats 420 was unveiled at the Shootout Air Show in 23, driven by Myrick Coyle and throttled by Rusty Williams versus a stunt airplane. The air show includes many stunts, including racing performance powerboats 420 down the shootout course, as well as a stunt where the stunt plane and boat nearly touch. Number 3, Factory Billets Mic Drop Moment. Team Factory Billets Jim Schultz and Mike Focher were hoping to top their shootout best of 164 heading into 23 in their 51 Outer Limits V-Bottom. They have their eyes set on 170 after hitting 164 on Saturday. They took the course Sunday morning and hit a sizzling 184 miles per hour, absolutely smashing the previous record for a V-Bottom in the shootout. The winning duck, number 2. Slug Hefner, with his sights set on dethroning Don Onken and American Ethanol, rolled out his Dirty Duck Skater 438 powered by two 2,000-plus horsepower Brummett Marine engines. Hefner tabbed 2 of the industry's best in Meyer Coyle and Rusty Williams to run the boat, and the 2 didn't disappoint. Dirty Duck hit 194 miles per hour, which was good for 2nd overall on the weekend, and it made it the 2nd time a boat has hit 190 miles plus per hour on the shortened course. Number 1, American Ethanol once again. Was there ever any doubt? After taking the last 8 consecutive Top Gun awards, Don Onken and American Ethanol rolled out a brand new setup in 2023. The 51-foot Mystic Cat was rigged with 4 total engines capable of producing over 10,000 total horsepower. With Mystic owner John Cosker and Tony Badiato in the boat once again, American Ethanol set a new 3/4 mile course record, hitting an impressive 214 miles per hour. It marked the 9th consecutive overall Top Gun, won by Don Onken and the American Ethanol, with their eyes set on number 10 in 2024. This has been your top 10 runs from the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout in 2023, brought to you by Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist.
We welcome you back to Lake TV's Lake of the Ozarks Shootout pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solution, and we've hit our final 6 or 7 minutes. And so, Ray, we were going to have Ron Dugan, the former president, and really one of the faces of the shootout. When it left Shooters 21 and there was uncertainty, I believe it was 2007, 2008, whether the shootout was going to continue, it was Ron Dugan and Kent Morris and Connie Weir and Don Silva and Mark Mawson and Kerry Mawson that really got together and brought it to Ron's and grew it and started working with the guys like Frank Scarpino we saw last night inducted into the Hall of Fame that perfected that shootout volunteer program. It's like, this is getting way too big. And so Ron Dugan, he couldn't be with us tonight because he's with the hospital, one of the great, another Bob Morgan Memorial Shootout Hall of Famer, Margie Frazier, who has been a mainstay, her and her husband Ron Frazier. Ron's with them at the hospital, so he couldn't be with us. But it wouldn't be the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout or anything around it without bringing up really what I consider Mr. Shootout, Ron Dugan. He's really what got me into the shootout, Ray. And you've known me now for a handful of years, and I absolutely love pro sports. You know, I love a lot of things. I love what I do for a living. But the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout has become one of the things I consider a baby of mine, what it does for our community, what it's done for Lake TV as a whole. It's opened up so many doors. I mean, I wouldn't be sitting here right now with the great Ray Lee if it weren't for the shootout. I would have never known who you were. And all of that was made possible because of Ron Dugan. As we saw the picture of Margie and Ron Frazier, just love her, and we're praying for Margie. But Ron has been just an unbelievable ambassador for this community, for this event. And when you talk to this Kerry Six Killers, the Ron Moores, the George and Dorothy Peters over the years, they all say the same thing. And all those Hall of Fame interviewers last night, who do you want to thank? They all bring up Ron Dugan. And so we all kind of share that sentiment that although it's growing, and Ron was ready to take a breath with his kids and stuff. Right. I mean, those are shoes that can never be filled.
I got to tell you, I mean, Ron has always welcomed us, and I love him, and I was honored to be at the Hall of Fame dinner last night to see him, be there and address the crowd. And I got to say it was a little emotional for me to know that he's stepping down, because he's always been so good to us. After the event, we'd go upstairs and he and I would talk, kind of recap the weekend. And and always so gracious whenever we went into his restaurants, and I'm gonna miss him. But yeah, I told him, I texted him like, oh, well, just because you're retiring doesn't mean we're not gonna see each other. So, and I'm gonna make him keep to that.
And his phone doesn't stop ringing during this event, but I absolutely mean it, as our friends from Black and White Roofing in the house over here, Joe McDivitt and crew. Well, speaking of Ron Moore, what's going on, buddy? How are you, my friend? And I got to tell you, I mean, Ron knows, so many people in this industry know that Ron Dugan has brought so many people and introduced them into this and just been there. So I just got to say how much I appreciate Ron Dugan, because not only to this event, which he catapulted to that next level with that group of individuals like Kent Morris and Connie and Mark and Don Silva, but what he's done for me personally, for my business and for my family, I will forever be indebted to Ron Dugan, and I will forever have the opportunities, a lot of because of the doors and introductions Ron Dugan made, and I'm one of 500 people, 1,000 people within view right now that would say the exact same thing. And so we celebrate this event and we highlight Ron Dugan on just an incredible run, because I will say, I will forever call him Mr. Shootout and one of the greatest basketball coaches in the history of the game.
Yeah, I know he's passionate about his basketball, so maybe he'll have more time to dedicate to that.
So as we hit the home stretch one more time, Ray, this has been such an honor for me as Lake TV really starts to take the next step into our offshore coverage, with Lake of the Ozarks being the boating capital in the world. It's been so great, the friendship that we've been able to form, the collaborations. I mean, the view counts that we get. That was a dream come true a year ago for me, and what you've made possible for us has been awesome. And so the business side is great, but honestly, having you as like my brother, and I tell people, like, look at us. We're twins. We're like paternal twins, like Danny DeVito.
It's like
and
looking
Arnold
into a mirror.
But unbelievable. And so I can't thank you, your team that's here, and everything you've been able to do for us, man. Just thank you.
I'm humbled by you asking me to come on and co-host this broadcast with you. What a production it's been, and I really am humbled by it all. And, this community's always welcomed us whenever we come. So I love Lake of the Ozarks, and I'm glad I could be a small part of it, and including my team. They always knock it out of the park with me, and I couldn't be prouder of the team we have.
And I gotta say, because you all get to see over the years, Will Holtz is in front of the camera a lot. Back from 2013 with my first high school football broadcast, to being on Lake Race and Shootout and Doc Series. But none of that happens without Andrew Evans. There is no William Holtz without Andrew Evans. And so this was something that he bit off, and he's been working at it for the last couple of months, not really sleeping. And so got to give him a shout out. Sean Kober, people don't know this, but he's one of the original founders and owner of Lake TV, Sean Kober, and there's not a better live sports, live event videographer that I've ever worked with. I mean, it's unbelievable, from boat racing to drag racing to dirt racing to sports. I mean, the guy works with ESPN and Fox Sports.
Yeah, I think Sean's one of the first people we met when we started coming in here regularly, and I've known Sean for a long, long time. So the behind-the-scenes stuff they did, your whole team, this whole crew, was just amazing. So, I mean, to make it seem this seamless was a lot of work.
Of course, Sierra Smith is as well. Tom and Michelle Kitchen, I can't say enough that now there's the motorhome. They've been shooting photos. They were at the Hall of Fame dinner. They're going to be up early, and they probably in between that had like 2 concerts at the Ozarks Amphitheater. Studio T Images, friends and family of ours. Brendan West with Aqua Pest Solutions. Teresa Fears, thank you for coming alongside us and believing in this project and all the help, Brendan. And I know we got a long night ahead of us here, so thank you, my brother. And Philip Pitts, Matt Sutcliffe, Spectacular Productions, the best in the business. Just thank you guys. Just so selfless. This truly was a honor for me to be part of this.
Yeah, same. And to think that this is your first rollout with a production like this, it was like flawless. Very honored.
We got a lot of room. We're excited about year 2, Ray. We're going to go ahead and get you to agree to be here next year as we get you on a verbal agreement to do this next year.
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Beautiful. And then, of course, rounding it out, just your team at Speedboat Magazine, and everybody watching, folks. Our sponsors, Aqua Pest Solutions, Polylift Boat Lifts, Cool Breeze Marine, the prop specialist, Cerdike Yamaha, Price and Randall Injury Attorneys, Speedboat Magazine, and our friends with the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. That's going to do it for our first annual Lake of the Ozarks pre-race show, protected by Aqua Pest Solutions. For Ray Lee with Speedboat Magazine, I'm William Holtz with Lake TV. Until next time, my friends, good night and God bless.